welcome back to YCS Indianapolis here in Indiana. We're here in the Indiana Convention Center.
Right downtown Indianapolis. A lot of great stuff down here. It's a great city if you've never been here before. This convention center is within walking distance of historical sites, the seat of government. There's a lot of great restaurants around here as well. It's a wonderful city, and that's one of the great things about YCS is going to new places and seeing what the town has to offer.
Also, this place has been one of the most, notable venues for Yu-Gi-Oh! Because a lot of the most iconic things have happened here.
This is where the Exodia,
exactly,
the Jeff's Exodia thing happened, right?
But let's take a look into what's going on in round 2. So, currently moving into round 2, and event attendance, we have 1,788 players, and currently undefeated, we have half of that with 873 duelists, still going for the undefeated record.
And this doesn't count our VIPs. They'll start playing after this round. They start with a 2-round bye, so they'll begin play 2-0 at the start of round 3. It's a nice turnout, I think, for this one. We're kind of in this in-between season where the Nationals are going on. Everybody's starting to get ready for their WCQs. Notable announcement recently about the WCQ is that the Infinite Forbidden is going to be legal that event as well. So that's going to be an entirely new format on top of all of this other stuff as well. So it's an exciting time for Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now.
I mean, it really puts it to the test when it comes to deck building. When you don't really get to try out at locals ahead of time, you're just going to have to kind of wing it for the most part. But let's take a look at our round 2 duelist feature match. First, we have Javin S. from Germantown, and his favorite card is going to be Totally Awesome. All right, one of my favorite cards as well.
It's a great one, too. And facing off against him is going to be Dinka Pham from Hamburg. His favorite card is Pot of Prosperity. His second favorite card is whatever he gets with it.
That's right, that's right. I mean, Dinka Pham has been traveling all over the world, competing in many, many events.
And he's been doing very well as well.
So as we get set up for round number 2, we've been seeing a lot of exciting decks. Round 1, we saw Labyrinth versus Chimera. It was a kind of a contrasty matchup.
And then in our bonus coverage as well, we got to see the Runic Lights Form deck as well.
Yeah, very, very exciting. I'm actually kind of surprised that mix the Runic and Lights Form.
It's kind of old school though, right? All those Runic cards are really just kind of like the basic building block spells of the game. It's removal, it's draw cards, that sort of thing.
We're going to see if these two duels are going to surprise us with their deck choices today.
I feel like we can maybe guess what one of them is going to play, since that's what he's been playing the entire time.
Yep.
But Javon is a bit of an enigma here. I have not seen him play or any deck lists from him from any of our regional reporting as well. So he's a bit of an enigma to me.
Maybe we'll get surprised here. I mean, I'm looking forward to the surprises. I mean, when the format gets so settled into the top 4 decks or whatnot, then most of it kind of gets predictable, but especially with Legacy of Destruction, it did open up the format a lot.
It did. And it's probably even more open than we realize at this point.
Yeah. I think there's about maybe 16 decks that are capable of taking a YCS title.
That we know about.
That we know about. That's right. That's right. I mean, Duelists can definitely surprise us. Usually you don't want to be surprised when you're sitting in the hot seat because you want to be as prepared as possible. And when a surprise comes in, maybe your game plan is going to be thrown right out the window. Right. Judges are settling them in. They're getting comfortable in their chairs, and we're going to begin with game number 1. So, die roll, high roll, I think that was a 10 to a 7.
All right, looks like Thinkow's going to get to go first.
And as you can see, he is playing Pearly, and this is quite a different matchup. We have Shark Armored Exceeds.
Well, then it looks like he started with his favorite card right away. Taking 6 cards at... 6 cards or 3 cards? No, it's got to be 6. 6 cards.
When would you choose to go for 3 anyway? Your hand must be
not
that
on turn
good.
1. Not on turn 1. I'm digging all the way. So we've got my friend, Pearly, cross-out designator, another pot of prosperity, and can't tell if that's street.
I think that's my friend.
Another my friend.
But from what I've seen, he just added the cross-out designator.
Yeah, it's street.
It was street. I mean, this is very safe now with the cross-out designator in hand.
The street with sleepy memory, pitching. Ooh, he's pitching the Black Goat Laughs. That could be devastating.
I mean, I haven't actually seen Dinkan Fam in action, but
Pearlily hits the field. He's got my friend.
My friend pays 500 life points, and with the 500 life points, you're going to be able to choose 3 different Pearly cards. Get one of them added to your hand.
Yes, not 3 different Pearly cards, just any 3.
Any 3.
So if you pick 3 of the same, it's guaranteed. Otherwise, it's random.
That's where the Forbidden Limitless comes in to kind of mitigate that statistic.
Yeah, if you can only play 2, you can't guarantee. So Pearlily targets Sleepy Memory, putting Pearly Noir on top.
And set card or an activation? Receive activation of Delicious. That's going to prevent that Pearly monster from being destroyed by battle. And he did use the effective chain and attach it as well.
And that gets Pearleap out of the deck as well.
Yep. And we're going to protect the field spell. So the 2 cards being protected, one from battle is the Pearly Noir, and then we got the street being protected from the other card.
All right, so 5 materials. Both Sleepy Memories are on there. That's going to give 2 more draws during the opponent's standby phase.
That's a fantastic setup. I mean, that's basically every single card that you want on the field Well, that's going to be a lot of card to draw. We're definitely going to see a chain right here to maximize the number of cards you can draw with the leap, and that's going to turn into Pearly Noir, and that's going to draw another 2 cards because that's completely reset now. So it's going to be affected by the opponent's activated card effects.
Yeah. Now this is important. He's going ahead and checking the text of the Black Goat Laughs. That can be banished from the graveyard. You name a monster, and it can't be special summoned except from the graveyard.
Ooh, that's going to be very limiting, I think. But we're going to see what the Shark player is going to be able to kind of pull off.
All right. So he starts by using Foolish Burial Goods on Ice Barrier.
Wow.
Ice Barrier. Now it's Dinka's turn to read.
Both of these players are playing a lot of Rarity Collection cards. I mean, of course, with the Pearlies got really upgraded in Rarity Collection too.
They did.
And I can see he's already sporting it. And of course, Ice Barrier is another card from Rarity Collection 1.
He's got the QC Ice Barrier too.
We're going to activate the Ice Barrier from the graveyard, banishing it. And that's going to throw Gamma Seal and add Gamma Seal. Oh, wow, that is going to be able to get rid of the Pearly Noir. However, because that is an opponent's card, that is probably going to trigger off the My Friend Pearly. There's going to recover quite a few cards along the way. But I did not expect it a turn 1 Gamma Seal. Like a game 1 one, no less.
That's one of the advantages you get playing this deck. You could just throw a Gamma Seal in your deck, and because of Ice Barrier, you can go get it if you need it.
Being able to fetch it is really, really strong. I mean, Dinka is going to be able to add back several of the spells and also get that special summon from both the field spell and the My Friend Pearly.
Now, I think what you want to do here, if you're Javon, is that you probably just have to try to win right now.
Yep. I mean, that's a lot of card advantage. Both with the 4 cards that Dinka drew during the standby phase, and now retrieving 3 additional cards. If we go back to the Pearly turn, it's going to be a massive turn that could potentially just secure the game. Ready Fusion.
So we've got, I believe that's Teni Spirituthana. Ready Fusioning Rare Fish. So that's 2 level 4 water monsters on the field.
Now we're going to overlay for Bahamut Shark. I mean, we could see the Totally Awesome now, his favorite card.
It'd be nice if both players got to play their favorite card on camera.
That would be pretty iconic. That's pretty iconic. I mean, some people mislead people with their favorite card, but they don't actually play it. But we're having that opportunity where they can actually both play their favorite card. Cue an animation. Goat laughs. Now, if Dinka has the effects of cards and that could disrupt Javon, That could be huge.
Yeah, it all depends on what he drew on those 4.
Yeah, that's massive. Now we're going to see Beautiful Princess.
All right.
Activate
So
Banish for cost.
banished for cost. Gets you around things like Imperm.
Buzzsaw Shark, one of those powerful fish cards in the entire game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Will the effect go through?
Yeah, we'll see if this one goes through. I've got my doubts.
I mean, the strongest card has already been removed from the field. So that's really good. Without the Ex-Pearly Noir kind of getting rid of your cards, bottom decking everything.
Yeah, that one's going to get hit by Effect Veiler.
Yep.
It's kind of unreasonable to believe that none of those 4 cards would be some kind of interaction. But we'll see if he could go forward from here.
Javant does have a copy of...
He's got the talents.
Yeah, he's got the
hand.
talents in hand. Drawing 2? Yes. That is going to be okay.
That makes it 2 more cards.
Everyone's just drawing cards.
He's got another Beautiful.
Oh, no.
That's brutal.
That's unfortunate.
That's really tough.
He drew cards that he already used. I don't know how much further we're going to move on with this turn.
He needs one more monster.
We're going to attack over the Gamma Seal with the Bahamut Shark. And we're going to attack over the early with the Bahamut, the Buzzsaw Shark.
Yes. Now, he did attack with an Xyz monster. He is, I think, locked into waters, though, so he can't actually play Zeus. He could, I believe, go for the rest of the Armored Xyz line. At least try to. The 5 is a little tough because you need to empty out its materials in order to go to the 7 from there.
So we are going to the 5. I believe it does provide additional cards if you do manage to resolve the effect. But it doesn't do anything here. And most of the Armored Xyz cards, if you guys don't know them very well, if you equip cards onto these monsters, they will have additional effects that come with.
Now, the rank 3 and the rank 5 monster that were both from Age of Overlord, when you turn them into equip spells, they also have effects. For example, inflicting double damage, being able to attack twice, things like that. So you could kick out a huge amount of damage with this deck in a very small amount of time.
Unfortunately, I don't think that's happening here. We were kind of forced into the current position due to the amount of cards that Dinka drew. Wow, what a draw. A Pearly.
Yeah, I feel like this one's probably not going super well for Javon. He's got to survive the Happiness OTK at this point, and I don't think he has any form of interaction to do that.
Oh, Rivalry of Warlords revealed nothing to add to hand through the effect of Pearly. We're going to be paying 500 for the effect of My Friend. My Friend's going to reveal the 3 cards. Get the Delicious. If we are able to get into Happiness, that's a lot of damage going. It's going to be Pretty Memory.
And you see there, you could pull 3 copies of the same card, guarantee that you get it. Yeah, the tough thing there really was that Black Goat Laughs, right?
Yeah.
Having it as the discard for your first Pearly card.
That's a new layer of disruption added to the deck.
It's one of those cards that is really underestimated when Phantom Nightmare came out. But, like, a few people have just been kind of crusading it the entire time. It's been winning a lot of games. And I think, you could kind of point back to it as, where this one was won, keeping the Toad off of the field by stopping the effect of Bahamut Shark.
I mean, that was a huge part of it. If the Toad managed to land onto the field, that effect Veiler wouldn't have gone through. It just snowballs into like a whole slew of different plays. However, Dinka has now taken game number 1 of round 2. He's very confident, like just based off of his playing speed.
Yeah.
He is so well prepared.
Well, he's extremely experienced with this. Like, if you look at his event reports from basically any event that he's played with the deck, it's all very precise, and he's just a master of this deck. He really is.
So the duelists now are siding like, how do you kind of approach this matchup? I'm not sure if Dinka is very familiar with shark cards.
I
RMCs.
don't think it's a good one for the shark deck, specifically because it's so tanky and defensive. And the shark deck, a lot of times, you want to just knock somebody out with the armored stuff. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have a gear to play against things like this.
I mean, the Ice Barrier into the Gamma Seal, you have an out to the most protected monster. However, it's not exactly the best card. It's not like an Xyz Encore where you can just get rid of all the materials, put the card back, and you don't really get anything out of it. This is going to load up your opponent with a ton of cards, and then you have to somehow follow up through that, and you're also not disrupting them during standby phase. So if they do manage to say what happened in the very first game, where they got you 4 cards, I don't know how you're going to be able to keep up with that.
So there are some things that you could do. The rank 4s are full of very disruptive Xyz monsters. You have Abyss Dweller for graveyard decks, things like that. You also have Kragan if you want to mess with attributes and not lock people up. You have Baguska as well if you want to keep them from doing stuff. Like there are options here.
I do hope that Baguska maybe gets some, make a little bit of a splash.
Would be nice.
It'd be kind of interesting to see. But I want to see the opening turn coming from Javon. Because, Javon had to play into the Pearly board. Yes. Now we're going to see if Javon is able to set up his board for the Pearly to kind of have a chance to kind of crack into it.
Yes.
At least that's what I'm hoping. Because, I'm pretty confident that Javon's probably going to go first this time around. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe he has a surprising game plan where he wants to go second. Break apart the field.
Well, we saw with these main decking multiple triple tactics talents, right?
Yes.
So he's got to be at least somewhat prepared for going second.
Unfortunately, his previous talent game 1 drew another copy of Future Ninful Princess and another copy of Talent. Both cards which you used, which didn't really lead to anything. It didn't amount to anything.
Just brutal.
It's like when you play Pot of Prosperity and then you get 2 more Pot of Prosperities, or Pot of Duality and get more Dualities.
It's desires into desires.
Yeah, desires into desires. It just doesn't work out. All right, it seems like the duels are now completed their siding. They're about to get ready to proceed into the next game. Yep, they're completely settled in here. Like they're waiting for a cue at the moment before they are able to start. Now that's just the the rules of the feature table. And now we get to begin into game number 2. And of course, Javon is choosing to go first.
All right, so when you don't have a giant Pearly staring you down and your opponent drawing another 4 cards in your standby phase, what does the Shark deck do? Let's take a look.
Foolish Burial Goods, once again, likely going to go into Ice Barrier. Is it the best card to go for because it does set you up for the water monster? Or are there other cards that you want to put into the graveyard? It's going to be the Ice Barrier.
Yeah, it's usually the Ice Barrier. You could technically also put Full Armored Xyz in there so that you could right away use the Banish effect to equip something. But we aren't at that point in the game plan here.
Getting that search early on is pretty strong. Are we going to be met with a Droll and Lockbird?
Yes.
That's another question.
This will discard 1 special.
We got some shark cards in action now.
I think that is...
Is it a Crystal Shark?
Crystal Shark.
Yeah, I believe it's a Crystal Shark.
Oh no, this is the reveal one, special something other one. No, this is different.
I think I need to confirm.
No response. Chain, Midnight is special.
And we have a chain of Minairuka. Lots of interesting fish cards here. I mean, these are the surprise matchups that you don't really expect. So you got to take your quick time to read the cards and don't know. Usually is a lot tougher.
And he's won his first match as well.
So they're going to overlay. We're going to go for the Bahamas Shark.
Yeah. You know what? This is the Fishborg, the Harpooner.
Is it the Harpooner? It is a card that he runs 3 of. He runs 3 copies of Foolish Burial Goods. I'm assuming that's just to get consistency to throw the Ice Barrier into the graveyard to get the turn start. It's like how many decks want to play 3 copies of a certain card. Very similar. And we got into the totally awesome is summon through the Bahamut Shark.
I'm on card with different card. Okay, yeah.
And we're going to be detaching two, because he just overlaid on top of the Bahamut Shark, detaching two, adding into hand.
So that's Armored Xyz, the spell card,
Yep.
along with full Armored Xyz. So Armored Xyz lets you equip something from the graveyard onto one of your Xyz monsters, which changes its attack to the equipped card's attack and gives it another effect that lets you send the equip to attack a second time.
Okay, detaching one effect, hitting two cards. We know that's always good in Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's pretty good.
So you're basically fish.
This is a very fishy deck. I'm sorry. I just had to go there.
Okay.
Shaking my head, man. it's too early for this.
And also equip.
Now that all the materials have been detached off,
Yes.
that lines it up
Gains.
for that full armor Dark Knight Lancer.
So you have two options here. You could go straight to there. You could sit here and set the card and Xyz summon on the opponent's turn using full Armored Xyz. And there's also a line where you use Crystal Zero Lancer first and then have, you could detach and negate all your opponent's face-up monsters before you do full armored. Obviously, that one you don't need to do right now since your opponent doesn't have any monsters.
That's right. One of the more difficult part about playing a deck that your opponent doesn't know, they're going to ask to read your cards a lot. And that could actually drain into the timer as well.
Yes.
But that's why both players have to be playing at a reasonable pace. Because you can't just be, I want to reread your card over and over and over again. You might be, in the range of getting a slow play if that does occur.
Yeah, now he's got the level 5 shark there, the Abyss Shark.
Yes. Heading.
Yeah, that card is great.
That card is
Abyss
amazing.
Shark.
Yeah. Overlay for Crystal Zero Lancer?
Funny enough, both of these
so
decks
there
are-
is the Crystal Zero Lancer.
Or do you put something else?
I'm gonna put something else on it.
So it doesn't matter, right?
It's like every card behaves like a Zeus. Or you can think of them kind of like Zodiac.
It is a little similar.
It's very similar to those two decks.
All right, so full armored Dark Knight Lancer. This is kind of the key card here.
Yep.
That's going to do a lot of the damage. Whenever Yoink guys,
Okay.
I mean,
it
that
also gains 300 attack points for each material on it and each equip card that it has.
that's really good.
So you get an extra material on it this way.
Just with that effect alone, it kind of bypasses the street that
Yes.
Dinka would probably put onto the field.
Exactly.
That's really, really crucial, especially with the trap card. The trap card is in hand right now, so once that trap card hits the graveyard, we know that Dinka has a lot to play through.
All right, so next up is the Abyss Shark. Since all of his monsters are water, he could summon it.
And there's an Exceed Remora. Is that Exceed Remora? Exceed Remora is a very dangerous card. You never want that card summoned out because it just generates so many cards onto the field.
Yep. So he did need both materials in this case because he had the shark to get Remora. Got it.
We're going to be summoning back two of the monsters in the graveyard for the Exceed Remora effect. That is just such a powerful card. It almost feels like a little mini soul charge attached to a monster.
It's a strong strategy. Like, you could see why you would bring this strategy.
I mean, negations are definitely a little bit harder to obtain these days, especially with the lack of Borderlord Savage and Baron de Fleur. But of course, Totally Awesome was one of the more classical monsters within that genre of monsters.
Now, have you considered Double Toad? What if there were two?
Yeah, why not?
Well, that's the reality of the situation right now, as the second Toad has hit the field.
Omni Negation. Monsters, spells, trap cards, nothing is safe. And don't forget, Toad can technically take that card and set it onto the field.
All right, so one of these set cards is the Full Armored Xyz. The other one we don't actually know.
All right. Dinka needs to play into this one now.
Okay.
On the main phase.
I'm gonna show you my pick card that I drew because I wanted to.
Oh! Dark Ruler, no more.
Absolutely brutal.
However,
Absolutely brutal.
it's not the end of the world here. Now, there's no damage going through, but the disruption is going to be huge.
Yeah, I just let's make Xyz summon immediately.
So he can Xyz summon probably using...
Chain summon.
Oh, and the droplet to chain to it, paying the cost for that.
All right.
That's going to turn off the Pearly. That
So
was
he's gonna
huge.
get Pearly. He left those cards behind so he could Xyz summon with them. He's going to go ahead and put, I believe, that Stealth Kraken.
That is number 4, Stealth Kraken.
Because you can use the Abyss Shark as different levels as long as you're using it for a number monster.
So now we have a disruption, which could end up destroying more cards onto the field. Now with the Pearly already negated, that's not going to turn into any of the Eperellies or E-Pearlies, and everything is now converted into Water Monster.
So during the main phase, you can destroy a water monster.
It's a quick effect too, which is huge. Non-target.
All right. So unfortunately, the Dark Knight Lancer is negated.
Yeah, that part
But
is unfortunate.
The Kraken is still live.
This one is negated, so it could attack, but doesn't do anything.
So
Okay.
essentially, the Stealth Kraken is answering the follow-up to the play. And but the problem is you can't pass turn leaving 2 Toads on the field. That's so dangerous.
But that's the thing. The full armor exceeds lets you play around, specifically Dark Ruler No More in this situation.
That's right. And we're going to see a Sleepy Memory. We're going to see a discard that's going to summon out another Pearly onto the field. And that one, of course, not being once per... Well, not technically once per turn. It's going to activate.
We'll see if it hits. If it misses... It misses.
Ooh, that is rough.
It misses, and Javon is still in it.
But don't worry. With 2 level 1s, you can still get another play from the extra deck. But it's so dangerous with that Stealth Kraken on the field. So we're going to activate My Friend. My Friend effect is going to pay 500 life points to get a 3-card reveal. And one of those cards is going to be added to hand. We're going to get
So
Delicious,
two
Delicious. Are we getting into... No, Triple Delicious. Triple Delicious?
Oh no, happy.
Happy?
Happy. Triple happy. If it was triple delicious, we'd have a problem.
Yeah, that would be that would be a very big issue. No, it was happy.
Shocking. Okay, let me think. If only that I can go this.
I mean, the pressure is on right now with 2 Toads, Bahamut Shark, full art. Damage-wise, we definitely have enough. Disruption-wise, we have 1 guaranteed on the field. Dinkat does not know Javon's hand, which is also pretty huge. So is he playing around cards in hand? But I don't think there's many disruption in the hand at a particular point. We're going to use the effect of Pearly. Which card are we
And
going
this is the one to Xyz.
We're going to go for Happy. Now, there's no game-breaking damage when it comes to Ding's side because, of course, the Dark Ruler No More.
So he could clear the field, though.
He could use it to gain a ton of advantage, just constantly attacking with a Happy.
Yeah.
And then he could regain a ton of cards and just kind of play through it that way.
Now you got to use the Kraken in the main phase.
So we are going to use... It does not target. This is huge. This is going to destroy that Pearly. But and there's also damage that comes through.
Okay, so I also gain 1k, you also gain 1k, so I lose nothing, you gain 1k.
Ooh, half the attack that it had on the field.
I believe that's 2,000. So the life gain from Pretty is now gone. And of course, the My Friend's going to add back 3 spell cards, and we're going to continue the game.
So this one gets destroyed.
It floats into 2 spawns.
This is an interesting position. I'm wondering how Dinka is going to kind of clear off those Toads. If those Toads, I believe, is a very crucial part here, where if they are left on the field, there's not much that Dinka is going to be able to do after them. And don't forget, even if they are like negated right now, if they're sent to the graveyard, you get to add back water monsters into your hand.
And there's also the graveyard effect of full armor Xyz to think about.
That's
if
right.
you start taking out these Xyz monsters, that becomes live, and you can then equip one onto something else to make it huge and win a battle that you wouldn't otherwise.
Oh, that's right. Activate. We're going to go for Happy again.
I know the spawn is low. Otherwise, would be much easier.
Oh, that's unfortunate. He does not know the stats of the spawns. I believe it's the same as the Stealth Kraken. Happy is not large enough to attack over the Totally Awesome, but we are going to make a Sleepy Memory activated.
This is already...
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Wait. I'm confused. Turn 1, 2?
Yeah.
He's going to attack into it to get his own monster destroyed.
Yes, he used the Sleepy, but he forgot that he had used it already.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter that much, I hope.
So we got Pearly's back.
Effect to reveal.
Yeah.
Back to reveal.
shooting something.
And he gets himself a pretty memory from the reveal from the Pearly.
And phase 2, effect.
In fact, going for Delicious. Delicious is going to summon out, of course, Plump.
Does he have like one more spell to play to make it even bigger?
I think he does. He did get that pretty. But that,
I didn't get damage. I didn't get damage because of Sleepy.
yeah, there's no damage to the Sleepy Memory.
5 and 9k. Yes.
The only damage that was dealt was through the Stealth Kraken doing the burn damage.
And he lost, he paid life points for my friend.
Yep.
I got caught. I got destroyed by the number 4.
I mean, there is a way for Dinga to kind of clear out those toads, but will it be enough after the fact?
Not in main phase 2, there's not.
And like, if he's trying to attach materials onto the Plump and then overlay into the Ex-Pirelli Noir, if you start detaching, eventually those toads are going to be live. But right now, it's the only time that they're not live due to the Dark Ruler No More. So you got to preempt it or you're not. We're just going to be attaching materials.
Yeah, so he's going to try to attach the Kraken here.
Yep. That clears out the Kraken.
Without destroying it as well.
Yeah, remember, all of the attached spell cards, they offer additional effects onto the Pearly Exceeds at the very top.
Now, did that target? Is that a targeting effect?
I don't think it targets. I could be wrong. And now we go into Ex-Pirelli Noir. This one doesn't actually have a lot of materials attached to it. It doesn't have 7. 7 would be like a very safe number. This is not 7. We are... How many materials is that?
Yeah, so what I was thinking about, whether or not it targeted, was whether or not you could use the Toad to get rid of it, even though the effect would be negated, and stop them from taking it. But if it doesn't target, then it doesn't matter.
What a tough situation. We are going to use the effect. I mean, we also have Streak going to be attaching another material onto it, so if we have anything that can put it back to 5, it would just make it a lot safer. 7 would be the ideal number, because at least the very first one that you detach will basically be unchallenged.
Yeah, so he goes in and takes the Dark Lancer. Generally, the deck only plays 1, so having it beneath a Pearly monster, not good.
And we also get a Sleepy Memory attached, and he's going to pass turn. All right.
So the Toads are now live.
Top deck into a 1-for-1. Sleepy Memory. Main phase. If Javon's able to kind of do the crazy amount of summons he's been doing the last game, there's a good chance he could take this one. Especially with the Toads.
That's one of the things you could do in this situation normally, is just get really huge and attack over it and then double a Crystal Zero. I don't think it's big enough, though. I think it only gets you to 40-something.
Is he going to be able to play that 1-for-1 to generate the advantage? We're going to go for 1-for-1. We're going to throw away the Exceeds Remora. Okay.
Dinka did not pick up an Ash on either of those 2 draws, so that's
that's very lucky.
1-for-1's into Beautiful Princess.
I can summon dash pass from deck.
Now, Straight Pearly Street only protects you on the turn you're special summoned, so the targeting protection isn't there. Ex-Pearly Noir's internal protection for having 5 materials is the only thing that's working right now. So that's protection from activated effects.
So we went into the Beautiful Princess, Tuneful Princess into the Buzzsaw Shark, Buzzsaw Shark, attempting to summon a monster from the deck.
It's going to succeed, and that's, I believe, Lifeless Leaf Fish.
I can't activate his effects.
I believe Lifeless Fish also kind of acts like a little bit of a pot of avarice almost, like to be able to put cards back to draw an additional card.
Yeah, so life, it's negated.
Yeah.
Because of Buzzsaw Shark.
There's still no water left, right?
Yeah, no water. You discard this for 1 for 1? Is that 1 more?
Yeah.
Hopefully for Dueling.
Those two are going to make
Dweller.
Abyss Dweller, one of those rank 4s that causes problems.
But I'm not sure if that does anything against this particular field.
Targeting.
Oh, it does. It gives 500 extra attack points to all going to use full armored Xyz here. Equip another Shark on there, so that's 52 plus 500 more.
Okay. But is the Abyss Roller going to be able to stop the follow-up? Is there enough damage to go through here? I think
Well,
at
he's still
75.
got armored Xyz in his hand as well, which represents a double attack.
We're going into battle.
Oh, not
Swing
using
over.
double attack.
Declare attack with Bahamut Shark over Noir. Bahamut Shark is at 57.
57.
500 life from Dollar, and then plus 26 off of the
Wow. We're just going to attack over that monster. That was a bit surprising.
52.
Okay.
Thinking on attack declaration. So it has how much?
57.
So it's 5,700 attack
52,
points.
right?
Yes.
How many materials is that? Is that 7? Or is that... It's 7. 7 material, so it could technically get rid of one of the monsters while still be immune to...
Spin.
Yes. That's why the material count is so important. Because otherwise the Toad would be able to negate it, but now it's still safe from the Toad.
It's unaffected.
It's
Six.
So it's still got
Yeah,
5.
unfortunately, yeah,
Yep.
that's not going to do anything. However, there's more to be played here. Let's see if...
We chain Toad.
Yep, Toad effect is from the graveyard. It's going to be able to add back a water down.
Yes. Goes back to the
And he's going to choose for the Stealth Kraken. Stealth Kraken's going to go back into the extra deck.
Yeah, losing the Dark Lancer was tough.
Yeah.
Losing the Dark Lancer is tough. You really need that here.
I mean, now we're a bit safer from the Epirelli. The Epirelli's not going to activate anything at this particular point. It's very dangerous to get it stolen from the totally awesome.
22.
So wait, I have 6, so it's at 1 8 push, 4 6. So 2 4, right?
24.
What about they're up to now? I mean, Javon really kind of lowered his hand count now. A lot of his most powerful extra deck monsters are now attached under the Expirelli Noir. Now, what would you do in this position?
I experience is more.
I don't think he's... So one thing to check is whether or not you're locked into water monsters. I believe he is because of
Yeah, Buzzsaw Shark?
Shark.
Buzzsaw Shark might have locked him in.
Right? No, you're 6 6, I'm 7 points.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm high.
Zoo.
No, it's Xyz monsters.
You're
Oh,
right now, right?
It's Xyz monsters, so he's trying to go for Zeus, I assume.
75.
Is
Because he would need to finish an attack properly to do it.
he just needs to battle, but he might have to take a little bit, well, quite a bit of damage to swing into it.
It really hurts. It hurts.
Which one are you going to be overlaying on top? Of course, it's going to be the
Yeah.
Mist Dweller. Being totally awesome is really, really strong. Xyz Lock is okay.
Yeah,
I mean, the whole deck
it's
is
still
Xyz.
tough though because Noir has too many materials.
Armored targeting.
You can...
Well, Armor Xyz.
Okay, wait.
We're
You
gonna-
can equip it, right?
Okay, we're going to see the Armor Xyz played.
It's to the end of my next turn. I could on my first turn.
So the end of your next turn after this effect resolves. That this is still your next turn.
My
Yeah.
next turn.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Yeah, he is waterlocked. That's what they're checking right
So
now.
next
Yep.
turn- Oh shoot.
It hasn't been enough turns.
Yeah, Ice Barrier's restriction does last a little bit longer than usual.
Yeah, a lot of things have happened, but this is still the third turn.
When a card says your next turn, if you activate on the current turn, if you end the current turn, that does not count as the next turn. Very crucial wording.
I didn't read it.
End of your next turn. Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that Zeus will not be able to come out.
Ah, okay. I get it now why it's not good.
Very restrictive.
I mean, it's a pretty powerful search effect from the graveyard, though. So
It is, it is. So, goodbye, the AA Zeus Sky Thunder.
I think you got it.
All right, so they're checking up on the text of the Ice Barrier there. Everybody's read it at this point. It is, in fact, until the end of your next turn, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
So usually what we just do that is, we just revert.
But why don't we take a look at, like,
Revert to the,
the field
last
from Dinkham? Dinkham fam has been able to recover from a board thanks to the Dark Ruler.
Yes.
If it wasn't for Dark Ruler, I think the whole game would have swung in Javon's favor.
It was probably over, except, Dark Ruler.
Dark Ruler kept him in the game. Not only kept him in the game, he was able to recover.
Yep.
And I know it was like a very tight rope to walk because there was just like additional disruption that came from Javon.
Yeah, you had exactly enough basically to get through
Yeah,
anyways.
it was just
Like Javon's full armored Exceed into the Kraken. That was a really good play.
Yeah.
That set him up pretty well. I wonder if there's maybe an earlier point that you use the Kraken there to stop Dinkath from getting back all of the stuff. Like, for example, maybe you use it to blow up the second Pearly before it becomes an Xyz monster so that he doesn't get 3 cards back.
But he managed to recover because he let the card basically be destroyed with the one that was an Xyz, and then he recovered 3 additional spell cards from the graveyard and continued to play. I mean, that's a scary
that's
part
why
of
I'm
my
saying,
front.
destroy the one that isn't the Xyz so that you don't give them back all the spells. Right?
So maybe he took a little too long. Maybe he was a little bit too patient. I mean, that's the hard part about competitive Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is like you don't always wait for the best timing. Waiting might not be the best timing.
Yeah.
You might have to actually preemptively take the initiative and get rid of certain cards.
So there's you have to be able to understand what a particular setup of materials on the field represents. For example, if your opponent has 4 monsters on the field, that could be an Apollosa, or it could be a Saryuja Skuldra. It could be anything that you can make with 4 monsters on the field. But in general, you got to figure, okay, if they have 4 monsters out, they can Apollosa me here. So this might be my last chance to use monster effects that interact with them. So maybe I just got to play it right now, even if it might not be the best chance, because it might be the only chance.
Yeah, that's right. I think... Oh... And, like, I think there's a lot about the modern format of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where there's a lot more cards that you want to take the initiative
Yes.
to do this kind of play. Like, previously, like, the way I was taught to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Was like, oh, you gotta wait for the best
Wait
time.
for
You
the
want to
last
chain...
moment.
You want to chain it when they activate the card so that they don't get to reuse the same card
Yep.
again. But the last 2 formats have proven that that particular line of thinking might not always work.
So, for example, there was a time when you used to play all your search cards in the main phase.
Yeah.
But then after Droll and Lockbird started becoming a lot more popular, if yours happened to be a quick play spell, you're going to play that in the draw phase.
Yep.
Now, so just in case, even if it's not a format where you think Droll and Lockbird is being played, you just do it just in case.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So Wanted, for instance, would be that sort of thing.
But yeah, Wanted was such a scary card. But then people also kind of move back into the main phase for that card because you can chain it to the Droll and Lockbird and you can kind of min-max it. And
Yeah, also true. If you have a second search, for example, you play the first one and then chain to the Droll and Lockbird.
Yeah. I mean, that way you can actually kind of bait out the Droll and Lockbird for like a future turn so that you're not going to be that disrupted overall.
So a lot of different, timing things to think about. And this is part of why it is not enough to just goldfish your deck and practice combos and that sort of thing. Like, you need actual live competition in order to do this.
That's right. And so, based off of what we have just received, there has been a penalty that has been upgraded to a game loss for Javon on his attempt to do the summon of Zeus.
Yes, so penalties tend to get upgraded if the same kind of error has happened in the past. So we don't know what happened in round 1, but there's a chance that something like this may have happened in round 1 and received a penalty for it previously. And so in this case, it's upgraded to a game loss, and the match will be over in a 2-0 victory for Dinka.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
So tough way to end it, but that is how our round 2 match is going to end. But don't go away. There is plenty more Yu-Gi-Oh! To be played this weekend. Come back soon.
game world? And welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. We had quite an interesting round last round, but really looking forward to what we've got here. We again are entering the next round of the tournament. We've still got plenty of action to go. What do you think of the last couple of rounds we've seen so far?
Well, the first couple of rounds, there's a lot of feeling out, seeing how your deck really lines up with the format as you anticipated heading in. Round 3 is always an important point in the event as well, because the VIPs and our UDS champions have now entered the fray as well.
And VIP status really does give you a little bit of breathing room there. Again, anybody who qualified in any of those pre-VIP tournaments or happens to have the Ultimate Duelist Series belt gets to enter the tournament on round 3, effectively skipping in and only playing against duelists of equal ranking there. So really, really cool stuff there. Excited to see what it's going to look like. And we might be having some of our VIPs on stream too. Speaking of attendees, we are at 1,788 as we go into round 3, with only 464 undefeated duelists left. Remember, if there is one undefeated duelist at the end of this tournament, round 1 on the first day on Swiss, they will get that Another Verse Glutonia Giant card. So you're not just competing for the top spot for day 2, you're also trying to get that prize.
We're just moments away from getting a look at our duelists in our feature match. I know one of these players is no stranger to the feature match area, piloting a pretty unique deck, a deck that we've seen in the feature match area a few times over the last couple YCS events.
It's certainly going to be exciting. It's also one that has recently gotten support from Legacy of Destruction, so that'll be neat to see if that pushes it over the edge. But I think we're going to go ahead and pan over to our duelist shortly here. And I'm very excited because, again, you don't get to see this stuff every day. But let's start with our first duelist and a great Japanese Yu-Gi-Oh! Tattoo there. From Wichita, Kansas, we've got Johnny representing Minerva, the Exalted Lightsworn, as his favorite card.
And he'll be up against Michael, who's from Centerville, Ohio. His favorite card is Mekk-Knight Crusadia Avermax.
Certainly a strong one here. All right, the duelists are going to go ahead and take their seats. And round 3, it is fun. And again, both duelists looks like they're having a great time, right? Because they're on the featured match stage. And it's really not that scary to be up there. A lot of duelists, they say, oh, you know, it was nervous being up there. But as long as you just play Yu-Gi-Oh!, which you already know and love, and you've got this wonderful judge team to yourself, and you've got this great thing, don't think about the bright lights on the stage. Just duel it like you always do.
Yeah, you definitely want to tunnel vision a little. I think one of the things that can help, I know not all players would do this, but one thing I always benefited from was kind of wearing a hood, even just in the middle of the Swiss rounds, because sometimes even knowing that there's 10 or 15 people behind you watching can disrupt how you play. So it's really important to kind of tunnel vision in, kind of ignore your surroundings, whether it's here in the feature match and understand you're under the bright lights, or even just out in the main event area outside of the feature match arena. If that's something that you think would benefit you, it's a small little tweak that could really benefit you, trying to block out some of the distractions. Because at the end of the day, you just need to lock in and understand it's the same game that you've been practicing leading up to the event, with the same cards that you've been practicing with. So as long as you ignore the surroundings and kind of exclude that from your mind, you might be able to really benefit.
Now you just got to focus. And speaking on focusing, let's talk about the really cool decks that both of these duelists are playing. It's not every day that we get to see Centurion versus Runic.
Yeah, so Michael's brought the Centurion strategy, utilizing the brand new Gargoyle #2. And then, of course, Oxilla from the extra deck. So he's got a couple of new cards here. And then on the other end of the table, we have Johnny. We've seen Johnny be reasonably successful with this Runic-based stun strategy over the last handful of months. And he's brought that again to the table this weekend.
It is going to be funny when we have a deck that is all about the battle phase fighting against a deck that doesn't even use the battle phase. What's interesting about this particular matchup is, you know, not every deck has the ability to stop the usual Centurion play of trying to use the field spell to get that additional synchro summon. But with Runic, even if it's the opponent, trying to use that on your draw phase, you may be lucky enough to draw any of those Runic spells and traps that really help you get through, right? Just being able to destroy and have that extra ability to get rid of that field spell in time, super helpful. So we'll see if that does develop here. Duelists are just getting set up, and it looks like they're just about done there.
One thing that's important to note as well with this particular matchup, Johnny, as many Runic Stun players have done recently, has elected to main deck copies of Synchro Zone. That's a card that's not going to line up really well against this Synchro-based strategy.
Well, let's find out as we jump into Game 1 here, Round 3 of YCS Indianapolis.
9, way better than that. That is the way better roll. 10. I'll start up. All right, good luck, brother.
Great sportsmanship, and Johnny seems super excited to be here on the stage, so let's see how that energy translates into his Runic deck.
Main's good. Attempt a set card? Yes. Set a card? Yes.
Ooh, it looks like he has that single copy of Rivalry of Warlords and the single copy of Card of Demise.
Ooh, that is a good opening.
I will proceed to end phase. Go ahead.
Fortunately, it looks like there's 2 copies of Ghost Mourner.
Stand by? Yeah.
in Michael's hand, which are obviously not going to line up especially well here.
Now, unfortunately, it seems like in his hand it is all brakes and no gas, but there is a Pot of Prosperity.
Pot of Prosperity? Yes.
Instinctually activating it away from any impermanence columns, but of course there's no monster on the field to negate that, so don't have to worry too much. We're going to go and banish 6 cards from the extra deck here and dig deep into the deck to try to find something to get that Centurion combo started.
This isn't the clock it used to be, right? It's a little different.
Johnny's already pointing out that he's sat in the feature match area before, commenting on the fabric or the cloth of the mat.
That's why he seems so comfortable.
Oh, we're playing against Centurion. Okay. Oh, wait, I don't know what I'm playing against.
Yeah, all of a sudden this is not your everyday Centurion deck.
Wow, Shadow's Light.
It's a really cool card, and it may see a lot more play after the Infinite Forbidden comes out, but it's cool to see it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, whether it was Duality or Shadow's Light, those kind of contrasting cards released together. Obviously ones that line up really well in those light and dark based strategies. But it looks like he's gone with Wake Up Centurion, which makes a lot of sense.
Nothing on resolution? No. Activate Stand Up Centurion. Anything on card?
Stand Up Centurion.
Nothing on activation. All right.
So here we go to the field spell.
From hand to grave for cost. Place 1 Centurion monster from deck.
This would be very important to try to stop. Let's see if Johnny takes it.
Oh, it looks like he does have that copy of Synchro Zone set, which, as I commented on in the player introduction,
I have no effects on
Johnny heading into this weekend understands that if he's going to incorporate Synchro Zone, he's going to have a weak point against Tempai-based strategies. Well, actually, no, not necessarily, because he would have to Synchro in main phase 1, essentially, and then attack. You could probably get around it with Tempai. But in a strategy like this, where you're not relying on the attacks of non-synchros to activate effects like Tenpai, Synchro Zone is probably one of the worst cards that he can draw against this very synchros, heavy strategy.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a strong card when it's saying, hey, only synchros can do things. Your opponent's only doing things with synchros.
Yep, I have no effects on resolution. You are good. Effect to put her in a Centurion from my hand or deck into the spell and trap zone is trapped.
So it looks like we have Trudea here.
And if you're unfamiliar with the Centurion strategy, it's really about, right, knights protecting each other in a Spartan sort of way. Some of the monsters are going to go into the spell and trap zone and add effective continuous effects to protect the front row, but then specifically the brand new Centurion Auxilia protects the back row, right? The spell and trap zone cannot have any of its cards destroyed while you have Auxilia on the field, and it's really kind of neat. It's always great when you can see the vibe of the cards as they protect each other in almost a Seal of Orichalcos-like way.
So this is unfortunate here for Michael. Johnny has activated a copy of Skill Drain, which is going to shut off Michael's ability to access what would have been a Premier from his deck. And now we actually see Synchro Zone matter. This is a situation where eventually Mike will likely be able to put a Synchro on the field, but at least for this turn he's going to be able to save himself a little bit of damage by shutting off Trudea's ability to attack.
Attempt to end the main two.
And unfortunately here, for Michael, if Johnny can start to accumulate some more resources, even if he's able to access a Synchro monster, it might not end up mattering.
Seemed like Johnny had sort of a muted opening. When you think about Runic, they usually love to have that field spell and get their cards going fast, but actually it looks like all these continuous trap cards paid off because it was just what he needed to lock off his opponent from attacking.
We have a copy of Runic Tipmet with Ash Blossom, so it does look like Michael opened up with 2 copies of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, which, especially in the early stages of the game, can be a fantastic counter to some of the things that Johnny is trying to do. Now, unfortunately for Michael, we see the singleton copy of Rivalry of Warlords, which is going to make it very difficult for him to access synchros. The Centurion strategy has a small array of differing types, like Pyro, for example, so the inability now to go into synchros might make it so that Synchro Zone, which inherently doesn't line up super well against the Centurion strategy, when combined with Rivalry of Warlords, now all of a sudden you have locked your opponent out from the extra deck.
Well, Johnny is comfortable for a reason. He got everything he needed this first game and has been up on the stage before, but we'll see if Michael is able to pull it out. So he sets a card and passes for turn.
I'm really not sure what his pathway at this point is going to be. I mean, he has Pyro, he has Spellcaster, he has Machine, he has Dragons in his deck. They all mismatch, so he's going to have to try and put, I guess, 2 of the same on the field. But even then, I don't think his extra deck is going to have a wide array of options, so it's going to be really difficult for him to push through not only just the Rivalry of Warlords, but the Rivalry, Skill Drain, Synchro Zone setup.
Maybe a little difficult to see there because black sleeves on the dark gray playmat, but there are 3 face downs that are on Michael's side of the field there, so maybe one of those cards could pull us out of this little pit here.
I think the point here that Johnny needs to make is he's established such great field presence. He just needs to make it, not that he would really want to try and go into Hugin with Skill Drain on the field, but make sure he doesn't get hit with a card like Infinite Impermanence. That looks like Michael's only realistic way of dealing with these continuous trap cards. And as long as Johnny just sits back and is willing to play through probably the deck out component of what the Runic deck is trying to do, he'll probably set himself up for victory.
Well, at the pace we're going so far, this may be the slowest deck out in Runic history, but he does have a very strong lock on this game, at least so far.
Yeah, that's okay. Resolving Primera?
All right, so Centurion Primera is going to go ahead and resolve, banishing itself.
Adding Centurion True Awakening.
Now True Awakening.
True Awakening, the counter trap. You don't typically see this in a lot of Centurion strategies. So this is an interesting one in the sense that if this game was prolonged and we had the side deck incorporated with cards like Cosmic Cyclone, you might actually be able to set up a situation where having a counter trap can shut off the chain early on and make it so that Johnny can't counterplay, and he could break one of these continuous spell or trap cards. But without cards like Cosmic Cyclone in his main deck, I'm not sure if Michael can necessarily navigate the game state in such that way.
Place one Centurion from your hand or grave in the spell strategy.
It looks like we are going to go ahead and wake up our Centurions.
That is, what's your target again? It doesn't target. Oh, it's good. Yep. Yeah. I will put her in the spell and trap zone. Yeah, and then that was a new set. This is the new set. Okay. I will attempt to end.
So certainly not necessarily the most complicated game state in the sense that it's just, hey, my cards are face up, what can you do about them? But slowly but surely, Michael is able to build a field presence on the board. Just getting monsters out and trying to eventually get something going.
See, the thing is, he's going to need to try and go into a Synchro monster to ever be able to attack, but I just don't know, looking at his deck list, if he has two monsters with the same type that can then go into a Synchro of the same type.
Now, this is a really popular debate among duelists. When do you concede game one? Do you get more information? Do you get less information? And how not to make the mistake of conceding a game too early that's actually still winnable. And Michael seems to be staying in. He does not think it would be a waste of his time to continue through this, as he draws another copy, I believe, of the field spell there and passes turn. Maybe he knows a way to get out here, but it may take a little while to get there.
Yeah, I've constantly just been looking through his deck lists, trying to think about some pathway, but I don't see an obvious pathway. So that question is important. You know, when would you concede if you see that the game is in such a game state that you're not going to be able to come back? Time is an important resource, and understanding when to concede to give yourself the opportunity to win game 2 and 3, especially against a deck in which the games can sometimes last quite a while, is a really important point here, because nobody wants to draw this early in the event.
Well, I don't know how helpful the infinite impermanences that he has in his deck may be, considering with skill drain on the field, you can't negate a negated monster, so you wouldn't be able to do that, so it may not even be that. Now, I did get a little flip there. It looks like it's a spell card that is set directly in front of Synchro Zone, so maybe it's not that. Maybe it's just two bluffs, but we'll have to see as the duel rages on. And it looks like he decided to go ahead and take the money and run. He's going to go and concede now and keep the rest of his time as he can.
I'm conceding.
Yeah, Infinite Impermanence, obviously with Skill Drain, as you just mentioned there, but that was his only Game 1 counteract to a continuous trap card. So it'll be interesting to see if Johnny keeps Synchro Zone in his deck. Obviously, it lined up really well there, but it truly only lines up that way if you have Rivalry to back it up. And Rivalry is only a 1-of, so I could see him citing out that those two copies, in his case, of Synchro Zone for something else.
Well, supporters of Johnny at home might just think he's built different because he drew the card he needed at the right time, but we'll have to see if he keeps that luck going into Game 2 and Game 3.
Looking over at the side deck here, Michael is going to be able to access his Cosmic Cyclones. Unfortunately for him, he only has those 3 copies of Cosmic Cyclone. Some duelists this weekend have elected to play upwards of 5 to 7, maybe even 8 or 9 different spell or trap card destruction effects. At least some that have some flexibility like Lightning Storm. That's not the case here with Michael. He's only elected to play 3 copies of Cosmic Cyclone. So if I was in Michael's shoes, I would probably try to set up a game state with Cosmic Cyclone and the Centurion True Awakening as a counter trap to hopefully go over the top of whatever Johnny's able to set up. But even doing so, you're only getting rid of 1 spell or trap card. Now, sometimes with a counter trap like Centurion True Awakening, what you're hoping to do is activate a card like Harpy's Feather Duster. Your opponent then may activate a, let's say, Runic card to special summon Hugin for protection, but then you counter that with Centurion True Awakening or any counter trap. It shuts down the Chain Link, Harpy's resolves, and all of a sudden those spell or trap cards that have been plaguing you are off the field. Without a card like Harpy's Feather Duster, though, in his deck, Michael's going to really have to navigate some way of utilizing that single copy of True Awakening with his 3 Cosmic Cyclones. It's going to be a daunting task.
Certainly is, and again, what makes Runic so devastating to deal with is that it really could just jump in the game at any time, especially if it manages to get that field spell on board. So even if the perfect sentry is that he's in his way. Duelists are taking the time to side deck, though, so I think we are going to see some cards coming in. Certainly not to be ignored, though. Johnny has options, too, and can, now that he knows, and you heard the discourse between the duels, he really knows what Centurion does. So what cards do you think you would side deck again in this particular situation as a Runic player?
So I think all Runic players are going to side deck in Curseal of the Forbidden Spell. It's a very popular card, especially if players focus on a single card, such as Cosmic Cyclone, as opposed to diversifying with Twin Twisters, Cosmic Cyclone, etc. So in this particular game 2 and 3, if Curseal has been activated on Cosmic Cyclone, it's going to shut Michael off from every possible out that he has in his deck, very similar to what we saw there in game 1. So it's going to be rough if Michael has to deal with that Curseal. I'm not sure he's going to have a really practical way of getting around it. So in the shoes of Johnny, even though he's going to be going second, his strategy typically likes to prolong the game. Drawing any Curseals at any point are going to really put him in a fantastic position. The only time I can really see Michael getting around it, again, is if we go back to that Centurion True Awakening. So for sure, the Curseals will be going into his deck.
Well, technically speaking, Michael could sequence his plays in such a way that maybe there was a scary card that used the Curseal Forbidden Spell from the Centurion strategy, and then maybe slip the Cyclone in afterwards. The only problem with that is, well, you still had your spell negated that you were really trying to get off, so the Cosmic Cyclone may clear the board, but your monsters aren't really able to do anything further because they're locked out of their signature cards. This is going to be a tough one.
It is one of the advantages of playing these Runic-based stun strategies. We've seen this deck rise in popularity quite a bit. It's one of those decks that really will have those ebbs and flows, though, as players become more accustomed to playing against it and are prepared for it after seeing multiple copies and a lot of the top cuts of recent events. All of a sudden, when it has a target on its back, it's becoming more and more challenging to navigate. But with that being said, we're just moments away here from jumping into Game 2 of our Round 3 feature.
Just waiting for the clear there. Again, Runic certainly is popular around the world. You've seen great use across the board, but you're right, we are going into Game 2, so let's see how this Runic deck competes now against its Centurion opponent, who gets to go first.
I'll be going first. 32 minutes, 36 seconds. Perfect, thank you.
This hand is already looking quite good. I'm really curious to see what this Shadows Light does, because he has a copy of it with essentially all you would need to do a pretty potent combo. So
Send Bonfire for cost.
All right, looks like this is going to resolve this time, discarding that Bonfire and reaching into the deck there.
Yep, being able to activate the effect that can only be used the turn in which it is activated, which is going to allow him to place a Premia into the Spell and Trap card zone.
Already off to a slightly better start, because getting to do what you do.
Yep, and now it's able to pop out of that Spell and Trap card zone as a continuous trap card. It will now allow him to search his deck for a... Oh, here's that Centurion True Awakening. As I commented on quite a bit, actually, looking at it from his perspective, getting access to a counter trap is arguably one of the most important things that he can do. He actually wants to navigate through this pretty difficult strategy. So you see him prioritize that True Awakening.
It is what makes Runic so fun to play as the duelist. Your opponent has a game plan, you're like, no, not this, not this, not that. But you're also banishing those cards that they really need. Being able to stop that in advance will keep your deck safe and at least make that one play resolve.
So we see here Trudea bring itself to the trap, well, as a trap into the Spell and Trap card zone, and now the brand new Gargoyle number 2 also enters into the Spell and Trap card zone as a continuous trap card.
Back to special himself? Yeah, I will keep him a level 8. You'll keep him that way, okay. Yep.
I think we're about to hit level 12 there on Synchros.
Centurion Auxilia.
Ah, so we've got the new Auxilia from Legacy of Destruction.
Chaining 2 Gargoyle to add himself to hand.
Yeah, so now Gargoyle will now add himself to hand.
This goes to hand. You will add any Centurion card. Ooh, this is pretty. It is very pretty.
Ooh, I think that is a quarter century.
Very pretty.
I've seen those. They really look nice. And what's nice is that Auxilia is going to protecting all the spells and traps. So that really is going to help and keep that Runic card at bay.
So here we have Centurion Phalanx. So he's playing multiple of the trap cards. Phalanx is one that I think is a little bit more common as opposed to the True Awakening.
I think that might be the first time I've actually seen a True Awakening on the board.
Oh, absolutely. When he searched out the counter trap, especially in game 1, I was quite surprised. Sometimes when players utilize counter traps, it's a card that they use in their side deck as a singleton copy in games in which they know they're going first.
Wow, this one's crazy. Yeah. Effect of Crimson Dragon, target Auxilia to summon a level.
Wow, so now we see what the Shadows is being used for. It's being used to put Crimson Dragon on the field, which now allow him to return it back to the extra deck. It looks like Blazar Dragon.
This is not making it a read it feature. Banish itself for cost to negate any card, effect, summon, or attack.
Yeah, it looks...
He's very big.
Sounds like Michael is giving us a great description here of Cosmic Blazar Dragon, which means with True Awakening and Cosmic Blazar Dragon, he has multiple negation effects, which would potentially line up really quite well against a strategy like Runic.
Well, I think what's so neat to see is the impact of Legacy of Destruction on this deck, because he's not having to wait anymore. Instead of waiting for the draw phase for his Crimson Dragon technique to basically like use the effect and get what he needs, he did it before then, and now it's Johnny's time to navigate through a very complicated board.
Yeah, this is quite impressive. It looks like he has multiple spell and trap cards. His True Awakening is live, and he has access to 2 of his Centurions in the trap card zone that he would theoretically be able to special summon out. So he has an additional synchro play set up on Johnny's turn as well.
Cosmic Blazar Dragon is a very powerful card, too, to have to stare down. And I remember when it first came out, it's like, oh, wow, Stardust Dragons are getting even better. But you don't get to see them all the time, so it's really neat for them to be at the top tables here.
So here's a heads-up play from Johnny. He's utilizing his Runic Tip. He's doing it in draw phase. Not that he would be able to destroy spell and trap cards with Auxilia on the field anyway, but you do want to utilize cards against Centurions, generally speaking, outside of the main phase, if possible, because that's when the Trudea and Premia can be special summoned out of the spell and trap card zone.
Now, as a note here for our viewers, remember, it's only the face-up cards in your spell and trap zone that cannot be destroyed. So those 3 face-downs, they are kind of up for grabs.
I butterfingered. Anything on resolution? Nothing on resolution.
Johnny not necessarily happy with the card that he picked, maybe learning Auxilia's effect the hard way.
Stand by main. Main is successful.
All right, so here we are into the main phase, and now all of a sudden the Centurion monsters are live.
That is okay. And destroyed.
I was going to say that we finally got to see the Runic Fountain, but we also finally got to see Cosmic Blazar Dragon resolve itself on the top table. So again, by banishing itself, it is going to negate and destroy that field spell.
Special summon? Yes.
Deciding not to do anything, I'm going to go ahead and let the special summon happen here.
Effect of Garyon summon targeting Runic Fountain.
So now he's going to bring back the Runic Fountain from his graveyard.
First monster allowing you to bring back a non-quick play Runic spell. You don't usually see a lure of the Runic, but it is nice to see that it is still grabbing the Runic field spell there. Runic Fountain going back to the hand.
Ooh, it has that single copy of Rivalry again.
By sending Trudea as cost.
Interesting.
That is fun. Anything on res? Yes. On res, activate to place a Centurion from my hand or grave into the spell and trap zone. That is okay.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and wake up a Centurion once again.
I'm curious if he's now going to, he's going to be activating his continuous trap card effects. This will allow him to search. It'll also eventually allow him to conduct a Synchro Summon with his stand-up Centurion, which allows him to immediately Synchro Summon using monsters he controls when he special summons, and of course, bringing these monsters from the spell and trap card zone as they are continuous traps will enable him to do so.
Certainly a cool gameplay mechanic that we're seeing a lot more this year than maybe ever before. Being able to just have these monsters jump in and out of the spell and trap zone as either continuous traps or spells.
Yeah, we see that, of course, with the Snake Eye strategy, and we see it here as well. Yep, so as I commented on, it is in fact immediately.
It triggers after the summon, and then immediately after the effect resolves, I synchro summon. Thinking. Yep, so she is level 8, she is level 4.
So we might be jumping in here, players just guessing amongst themselves what is going to come next. Try to destroy it with the flashing. Very interesting.
Yeah, this is huge because now the resolution is still going to occur in such a way that he's able to conduct a Synchro Summon.
I do, but I have no tuners, and
Oh, yes, of course. Well, that makes sense.
Okay.
Would need a tuner and a non-tuner monster, except in certain circumstances.
Yeah, it's really important that he targeted the tuner there and not the Trudea. So with targeting Premia, it establishes what was actually open knowledge. We knew that he had the MF.
Attempt to enter battle phase will get skipped because of runic cards. Yep. I'll pass. In the end phase, Blazar returns to the field.
Yeah, this recursion of Blazar is going to be really difficult for Johnny to navigate through. That constant negation against a deck that really needs every single one of its spell or trap cards. Not going to line up especially well.
Jerome opened the tournament with the line that Baron's reign is over, but man, that opens the way for other powerful synchro monsters with even better negation effects.
Yeah, you could definitely argue that Blazar, on the field at least, it's much more difficult to get onto the field, but you know they are comparable. Baron was that powerful.
Once Blazar gets out, though, well, as you can see, it is really helping Michael fight back on Johnny's onslaught of runic cards. Digging deep in the deck, let's go grab the field spell here. Another stand-up Centurion. And the field is full. It's actually neat to see that monsters are coming out here. We might even get to a game 3.
Johnny's going to need to find a way to get that Blazer off the field and then activate Rivalry of Warlords. I'm not sure what his other 2 spell or trap cards are, but that's really, to me, the only realistic pathway. And unfortunately, at this point, at least if unfortunate in the sense for Johnny, at this point, it's becoming less and less likely that one of those 2 unknown spell or trap cards would be able to do that.
Well, at this point, Rivalry of Warlords wouldn't be that interesting anyway. There's mostly dragons on the field.
Yeah, that is true. It actually, we said this in game 1 that preemptive rivalry is really challenging because all of the non-extra deck monsters in Centurion are truly different types.
Any cards or effects of cards on the field for the rest of the turn.
As they say, we have unplugged player 2's controller. It is Hot Red Dragon Archfiend King Calamity, preventing the activation of any cards or effects for the end of the turn.
Target Gary to banish it and special it during the standby of the next turn.
Yeah, you don't typically see Calamity on your turn nowadays. It's a card that you almost always see on the opponent's turn through some combination of Cosmic Dragon, Stand-Up Centurion, etc. So seeing it here on the main phase, probably going to set it up such that he can just attack for 8,000.
And that's it.
So now we've seen both decks really full throttle do exactly what they intend to do.
Well, now it all comes down to the wire as we close out. Again, Johnny conceding to Michael. Michael just making it, and all those powerful dragon monsters show what the Centurion deck is all about. Powerful synchros at a speed you don't usually see, but apparently going fast makes Michael feel alive.
Looks like he didn't actually have the Curse Seals in his deck that game, and I understand going second, you wouldn't always do that, but you can see him grab them very quickly here, knowing that he'll be going first. Curse Seal is arguably one of the best cards to see in your opening hand. That backed up with any of the continuous trap cards would make it very difficult for Michael to navigate. I will say it's really apparent that Michael understands the intricacies of his deck, prioritizing both Blazar Dragon and True Awakening. He understood that in order to defeat the runic strategy, you need to negate as many things as early as possible and stymie Johnny from being able to establish those continuous traps again, which if the deck is given enough time, it essentially always does.
You know, Michael did an excellent job playing through that duel, and it really is exciting to see Centurion synchroing its biggest monsters on its own turn, because again, as we all know, if you happen to play against it, it always felt weird when Centurion passed turn. You're like, okay, I'm going to draw. Is that all you're going to do? And then the real plays started. But now we see that there's a lot of flexibility. Of course, you can still do those plays. Nothing was really inhibited about this particular deck. So now it's got a good going first. It's got a decent going second. So we'll see if Michael's able to close this deck out or if Johnny takes it with his runic strategy.
Yeah, a lot of times you would see the synchros conducted in turns 3 and 4. So essentially you would do the opening play. If your opponent had something like Cosmic Cyclone, it might shut you down from getting access to Hot Red Calamity.
Yeah.
And then if the game prolonged, though, then all of a sudden you would see just that recyclability of the Centurion monsters coming out of the spell and trap card zone, allowing you to conduct synchro summons later on in the game. So it really is one of those things where it depends on the length of the game.
Well, if the game goes long again, we might see both Jack Atlas and Yusei Fudo's signature boss monsters on the field again. But also, we may just be seeing Runic sort of pierce through. We didn't really get to see the banishing element of Runic. Even though Johnny did win game 1, it wasn't through, the typical rifling through your opponent's deck, getting rid of all their options. It was just slow, methodical, trap-based gameplay.
Yeah, it's unreliable to assume that you'll win exclusively because you pick off cards through your Runics throughout the game. That's more of a secondary benefit, right? I just so happen to have banished your only copy of this one singleton in your deck, which is obviously really beneficial, but it's something that's based on chance. So the fact that Johnny's strategy inherently is trying to lock Michael or any player that he's lined up against out of a lot of their effects and the ability to attack, etc., through cards like Skill Drain and Synchro Zone. The fact that he's banishing cards off the top of the deck just gives him sort of those alternate win conditions every now and again when maybe you banish all your opponent's Snake Eye Ashes, for example.
Needing a little bit of extra oomph in the deck does help Runic a lot, and there are so many historical examples of that, including YCS winner Joshua Schmidt with his Bestial Runic deck, if I'm not mistaken, and other great Runic tops that we had at YCS Raleigh recently here in North America.
And I remember seeing plenty of games with Kashtira occasionally banishing those singletons, and then that being sort of an alternate win condition. But it looks like our players are ready here for game number 3. Johnny is going to have the pretty big advantage with his particular strategy of being able to go first. We'll see if Michael's able to open up with cards like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, which could potentially shut Johnny off from some of his more ideal opening turns.
It's great to see both duelists smiling after 2 very intense games. So here we go into game 3.
I don't see any hand interaction, so let's see what Johnny has. Is it just going to be a pass with interesting?
Okay.
So I'm curious what the card in his hand is.
And the draw phase and the standby phase. Yeah. Main one. Bonfire to add a level 4 or lower pyro. That is okay.
Being very careful here. Just
No, I didn't know. Oh, so it's lead act. You get the level 4? Any level 4 or lower pyro.
Oh.
No, this is the one that puts another one from hand or deck into the back row.
You can see Johnny here is realizing that Bonfire is not just a card that you utilize in Snake Eyes and Fire King strategies. There's actually a wealth of pretty powerful Pyro monsters in the game right now.
yeah, there's certainly a lot of great stuff. Whether it's Ascent or hey, even Centurion.
You are you're good. Normal summon Trudea. Summon successful. I have nothing on summon. So this is the place one effect. Yep. If I keep remembering, I just read it, but place her and one from hand or deck.
Yeah, so theoretically he would place this in the Spell Trap card zone, and now he's going to put Premia if this were to resolve.
I'll go ahead and change.
And is in fact going to be responded to with a skill drain. I'm curious. There's a few curiosities here. One is he has Pot of Prosperity, specifically Michael. I wonder if there was a potential situation here where he uses that first to dig to Cosmic Cyclone.
Yep.
Because now, obviously, his Trudea's effect has been negated.
That gets dusted right now.
Ah, I see. He might have been trying to hold off, maybe see if he could keep full damage instead of have the negative drawback of Pot of Prosperity, reducing things to half damage. Not every deck is 10 pi where it could do enough damage, but a skill drain you see there, it's just still such a powerful card. And if you can afford it, you can keep yourself from ever having any of these monsters use their effects against you. But you're absolutely right. There is the Cosmic Cyclone. If he had used it first, he might have been able to get out of this situation.
Interesting. Double Ash. Can I read this while you're... Yes. You can either place a Centurion from deck or set a Centurion Scholar Trap.
Yeah, he's looking at Emblem Oath, another one of the cards that acts as a starter, allowing you to place Trudea or Premia into the Spell Trap card zone, which obviously, because they're there face up in the Spell Trap card zone, would then allow you to special summon it, kicking off your combos.
Certainly a powerful deck. Everything in Valiant Smashers is just doing great right now, from Memento to Valmonica. We do have some of those decks in the tournament too, so it's nice to see it really paying off and finally showing up here.
So one of the things that's important to note here is Johnny kept a card in hand. We can infer that the likelihood there is that he has a Curse Seal set because he needs to keep a spell in his hand in order to pay the cost of Curse Seal, the Forbidden Spell. So as I commented on earlier, those Cosmic Cyclones really potent here in this matchup, but with that being the only Spell and Trap card destruction, if Johnny were able to draw a copy of Curse Seal, it could lock him out of all of the ways in which he can counteract with that. I really appreciate, though, Michael's willingness to just hold that Cosmic Cyclone. I'm curious if he's going to construct a game state where he gets access to True Awakening, so that the Cosmic Cyclone is more likely to resolve. Or wait till he gets multiple copies. Ooh, here we see Gozen match.
Okay. Gozen match is going to be difficult to get through, and I don't know if you want to use the Cyclone to respond to it.
It would do, because it would do as much as it can first. Okay.
So Judge is just talking us through the process of monster swapping, and
I have no Chain Link 3. Do you have a Chain Link 3? No Chain Link.
it is going to be a legal play there, so the monsters are able to swap, and so you're never controlling everything of different attributes, so we're good there.
This will lock him
Draw for turn. Yep.
going forward a little bit.
But as you said, Michael's got such a great understanding of his deck, perhaps he decided that this was the attribute that he needed instead of his Pyro monster, Trudea.
Well, against Gozen, it would be their Earth. The fact that MF is an Earth, which actually doesn't line up especially well, because Trudea is a Dark.
Thinking.
The only similarities are with Gargoyle number 2 and Trudea.
Well, here's your moment. Cosmic Cyclone's been activated. Are we going to see the Curse Seal of Forbidden Spell?
If he had it, it would have been activated.
He might be carefully thinking. Maybe.
Okay, so it does.
Okay.
So it isn't Curse Seal. All right, fair enough. So I know that he has, I don't know exactly which one, but a Runic Spell Trap in his hand. He must have just valued holding the Runic card because it was a Runic that didn't necessarily line up as a point of interaction, which is also understandable. Fair enough.
Activate bonfire.
Good to hold on to the cards just in case you start fresh and draw the field spell and maybe have nothing else.
Yep.
Judea coming back to the hand here, at least another copy of it with another activation of Bonfire.
His life points, though, now down to 3,250. You know, it looks like Emeth has 2,000 attack itself, which means he's on a 2-turn clock, as you would say.
Definitely
Johnny
is.
unable to find a way of stymieing the battle phase.
Use effective special.
All right, yeah, now we're going to see the sort of long chain of the runic strategy, just constantly special summoning to block attacks.
Taking just a look there, Johnny not sure.
I'll summon Jerry.
Looks like Jerry's coming back, the Runic Fangs.
Destroy my battle, procs any card on the field.
Yeah, this is the one that will allow him to destroy Emeth, if it, well, any card on the field, or presumably Emeth.
I would imagine, not going to redeclare the attack there, so not interested in losing the monster, which means that Michael really values holding on to that body.
Stand by me. I can wait 1 day, please.
Oh, that's a huge draw here from Johnny, because it buys him a turn with no damage.
Basically reset the 2-turn clock.
Yep.
And 1 day is neither of us take damage until the next end of your turn. Yep.
Now, it is interesting, you know, as we highlight Jerry the Runic Fangs here, we actually haven't seen Hugin or Munich, I think, the entire set of duels here. Or
No.
any the Sletmir either. So it's been really just that little pup taking out the entire deck on its own.
We haven't even really seen Runic Fountain at all. It's been negated, it's been destroyed, things along those lines.
But I'll tell you, getting rid of those negates, putting pressure on your opponent to get rid of those instead of the continuous traps that are protecting you, may be what is keeping Johnny in the duel, although, granted, he did lose that duel.
Yeah, here we go. You see, Michael has just such a great understanding here. He's using his Emblem of Oath now to set the True Awakening from his deck.
Oh, that's the banished one, right? This is the negate. Oh, negate one. I'm tripping. I just read it too. Oh, no worries. You're good. Yeah, the negate's over there. You're good. Draw for turn. Yeah.
Johnny reminding us that the players do read. It is hard to keep track of all these different card effects if you've never played against them before. And Centurion is a very nuanced deck with a lot of interesting card effects there. So, looks like Jerry is going to destroy the face down. Oh, negating it. Interesting. And that does open up a spell and trap zone.
Yep.
So I think he's trying to construct a game state where now he can just continually attack directly, but it's just going to be so difficult with the Runics. The ability just to constantly put out a monster that essentially blocks the damage.
Declare attack with Emmet.
Yeah, which Runic are we going to see this time? Yes,
I
now-
assume it would be another Jerry at this point. He's been so effective so far.
You got me at 3250. 3250. How big is that? 2,000.
Ooh, so we had Dimensional Barrier. Okay, that was the trap card. I thought it was one of the Centurions. It was hard to tell. It's a super copy of Barrier, and it's going to shut him off from being able to special summon a fusion monster. Also means that Johnny doesn't have an additional Runic spell or trap set, or else he would have chained a 2-dimensional Barrier. So now Johnny is only one attack away from being defeated.
Stand up Centurion. Yep.
Certainly an incredible comeback here if Michael does take this duel, but the duel isn't over until the last card is played, so
Yeah.
gonna place Primera there and move on.
Curious, it looks like Johnny has 2 copies of a Runic spell, Runic Quick Play in his hand. I'm curious if he activates one on his main phase, or at some point in his turn, and then sets the other one to kind of hedge against potentially. Oh, that was a huge one right there, the Runic Tip. Because the issue here is he's unable to go into Hugin and search Fountain, but he's able to now get Fountain as a result of drawing that Runic Tip. So this was really the turn where he needed to get access to Runic Tip.
Absolutely, certainly Skill Drain, a great card, but when you have an intersection of effect monsters in your deck with that card, well, sometimes you have to play around it very, very carefully. But luckily, just drew it and has the Fountain in it.
So he's going to destroy the Spell and Trap card. I was curious again if he just wanted to put a monster on the field so that he could set another Runic. That way he had an additional bit of protection. Because one of the things that Michael can do is if he does get access to Phalanx, Phalanx can clear out the single fusion monster for a turn, banish it until the next standby phase, and then attack directly. And seeing as how Johnny's only one turn away from being defeated in terms of the 2,000 attack of Emeth, it's interesting.
Ooh, by activating that Pot of Duality, they've officially locked themselves out, so Johnny will not be able to special summon any monsters here, and maybe held off just for that purpose, or thought maybe I'm just going to draw more runic spells, that'll be fine. But that does mean there'll only be one body to protect things next turn. Oh, are we going to hard commit to the Messenger of Peace? If it's destroyed, that'd be it. But we are doing it.
Yes. And I'll proceed to my battle phase. No get skipped because of runic tip.
All right, so he's got 12 turns viable here of Messenger.
Pay 100, pay 100, pay 100.
His spell and traps are a little clogged here, all things considered, where we're not sure what those other 2 spell and trap cards are, all the way to the left of the field. We know it's not a runic card. I'm curious if there's a... Oh wow, just 1 turn of Messenger apiece.
I guess he just needs the 1 turn.
That is how that works. Yeah, I can choose.
And it is very interesting to see a card that works like that, but that absolutely is Messenger apiece. You could just say, nah, you don't feel like paying 100 life points. I'm going to get rid of this.
So now we see the runic tip, which is, again, an incredible draw from Johnny, and now being able to recycle some runics from his graveyard. Oh, he's going to hold out because he can activate another runic. Oh, he keeps going after the field. It's just a really interesting way of going about doing it. I'm curious if just putting the monster on field is valuable here, but I really trust Johnny. He seemingly has navigated this matchup in this deck quite a few times. He has a great understanding of what he needs to do when the game gets to this game state.
To a degree, he's making what I would call more explosive plays than consistent plays. Sometimes when you make the safest play possible, it doesn't necessarily advance the game state. What Johnny seems to be doing is just banking, I'm going to draw something good. Let's go for it. And so far, yeah, so good.
What's really important when you play a deck like this to understand your lose conditions. Once the game gets to this, there are only very particular things that can happen in which you're actually possibly in a position to lose. So when you play these sort of stun-based strategies, it's important just to cover as many of the percentages as possible. And it did look like Johnny drew one of the most important cards for this particular matchup, which is the copy of Inspector Border, which it looks like he's set. We've been talking a lot about Emeth and the fact that it's 2,000 in attack. If it were able to connect one more time would end the game. Well, 2,000 attack lined up with the 2,000 defense. Unfortunately here, he's going to be pretty disappointed. Now Johnny is feeling much more confident because he's basically walled up behind Gozen Match, Skill Drain, and a monster with a pretty reasonable amount of defense.
And 2,000 historically is a very high number for a 4-star monster.
In deck. You can just count the deck. You can count it like this. It's faster that way. There's some banish extra deck stuff, and it'll get confusing. 13. 13?
So 13 cards remaining. It looks like Johnny may actually be trying to clinch out via deck out, so we may really get to see the full deck out here.
Go ahead and activate Destruction Target the Centurion Wake Up. Sure. Can't be destroyed because I control Centurion monster cards. And I don't banish anything. Okay. No, I had to destroy it. That was my... Wasn't even thinking.
That's okay. I don't think that's going to matter too much.
Yeah.
Getting a runic spell in the graveyard so you can activate one later and draw doesn't feel too bad.
In the grand scheme of things here.
But yes, unfortunately, that activation was legal, so it does get committed. But we did get a pot of duality for our trouble there with a runic fountain draw of 1. So it looks like we're seeing Messenger of Peace, another copy. I think that's a second quarter century secret rare. Oh, we're doing it. Okay, we're going to go ahead and grab that.
I could see him just setting another one, continually walling up.
My bad. You're good.
This has really turned around fast. A mysterious card. Johnny certainly all smiles here, but definitely great reasons to be in a good mood. Those 2-set monsters really may defend.
Yeah, he's unwilling to set that Solemn Judgment that he selected off the Pot of Duality a couple turns ago. I presume he has some type of counter trap with one of those 2-set Spell and Traps, and he needs to keep a Spell and Trap card open in order to continually activate the Runics, which of course will be his pathway to victory. And with only 6 minutes remaining on the clock, he does need to get those. At this point, I think now 12 cards banished off the top of Michael's deck.
He's not incentivized to keep this game going. He needs to banish as many cards as he can to thin down the process of decking his opponent out.
Still in the draw off target.
So if we banish one, I believe we've got 12 left on Michael's side.
I think 11 because that Dimensional Barrier got banished, and now 4 more should bring him down to 7.
Cards in deck.
So he has 7 deck points, not an official game term, of course, but if he loses 7 more cards and tries to drive, that's it.
Destruction tip, and those two is fine.
Yeah, with 6 minutes approximately left on the clock, I think Johnny will be able to pull this off. Especially with the abundance of runic cards. You know, sometimes, let's say Runic Sprite or Runic for Hire, those type of strategies that might utilize deck out as a almost plan C game plan. Those ones might not have enough runic cards to realistically do it, but with this particular strategy, when you're playing cards like Smiting Storm and Golden Droplet, you'll assuredly be able to.
Smiting Storm would certainly be a huge hit here of 5 banished cards right now.
But I can profit. That's only protects. So this protects itself. This protects any level 5 or higher Centurion monster card I control. Okay. I have a Destruction in the draw phase target to set. I'll chain Declaring Fusion. That's okay. And 4.
I don't think Fusion is going to be an issue here.
I believe he's down to 2.
Target. Sure, can't be destroyed, so I don't damage anything. Well, oops.
Johnny pushing a little too hard here, but he's in such a good position it doesn't technically matter.
I'll trigger fountain, target. Yes.
You know, it's a good time when maybe you're not playing the deck as much as you want to the best of your ability, but it's still working out.
Yeah.
We got two in deck. Yes.
I don't think he's activated Ruining.
Sure.
Smiting Storm, yeah, that'll do it.
Nope.
That'll do it. And it is optional. It doesn't have to be 5, so he's going to banish 2. And I haven't seen it in a while, but I think we're going to see a deck out here.
Proceed to battle phase to get skipped. Go ahead.
Set the Solemn Judgment for good measure, and that'll wrap it up.
There's the handshake. I can almost see the Master Duel animations of him freezing alive there, but...
It's a really interesting matchup with all of the protection effects with Centurion.
Johnny admitting, hey, you know, I probably should have slowed down and read those cards, but was in such a commanding position he could just get it done, so...
You know, and his deck is one that needs to win through the very particular way that it's going to win. It's not like he'll suddenly be able to pull off a long combo that deals damage. He needs to get the deck out, so I can understand not taking the time to read certain effects.
The 3 with me doesn't count because they weren't watching me.
Certainly all smiles up there, but
That was a good time.
just a great example of just keeping your cool. You know, even if you make a mistake, it's okay. You can continue to duel. So think about that the next time you misplay and decide you want to surrender because you've just watched somebody advance in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series and not give up an inch.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Johnny's been around for quite a while, and you can hear just the jubilation in his voice talking about how he's been on many feature matches, never been able to be victorious. He was on the 3v3 team that won a feature match, but he wasn't featured himself, so you can just hear him talking about it. It's really, really awesome to see somebody who just enjoys the game so much.
A lot of people love Yu-Gi-Oh, but I don't know if everybody likes Yu-Gi-Oh, but Johnny definitely likes him some Yu-Gi-Oh, so it'll be really cool when we get to talk with this infectiously jubilant duelist. So don't go away. We'll have our interview right after this.
Thing, I'll show you what. Oh, okay.
And we are back after just an incredible duel. I am here with Johnny, the winner of that duel, and I gotta say, just incredible energy. We always talk about how people, they get nervous up in the bright lights, but if I heard correctly, you've been up here before, is that right?
Here a couple times, but this is my first official feature match win. I had a 3v3 in Vegas, but they weren't watching me, so I don't count that as a win because our team lost. So this is my first actual feature match win I've played all these years, and this is my actual first one. So I'm excited.
Well, good deal, good deal. That just means it's practice for the next team YCS. Now, I gotta say, it was very apparent that maybe you didn't have a lot of experience against Centurion, but you still managed to get through it. How do you keep your cool when you're playing against a deck you just don't know?
So there's a lot of paragraphs on those cards, and I just got punished because I was not paying attention a little bit. And obviously, I used some cards I shouldn't have, like Destruction is protected by card effects, and then I tried a Flashing Fire, but the other one was protecting it. So I learned my lesson. I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to read a little bit more before I get there. But the feature match nerves, you know, you're just playing to play, and I have a deck out strategy, so it takes time to do it. So I'm trying to go as fast as I can.
Well, it worked out so far. Is there any deck, when you as a Runic player are just kind of out there, that you're like, I can't deck this out, there's no way?
I played 60 card Paleo round 1. It was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. I almost lost to that guy. He was a cool guy, though. It takes him forever. It took 42 minutes to deck him out game 1.
Well, with good energy like that and hopefully a little bit better time management, I think you're going to do great in this tournament. So good luck in the rest of the event. And don't worry, we are going to be right back soon. But let's go ahead and send it over to Joe at the desk first.
Thanks, Steven. It's great to hear Paleo is out there as well. That's another deck that's had quite a bit of a resurgence in 60 cards. I can just imagine what that's like as a Runic player looking at such a large main deck. With that being said, not only are there YCSs going on, there is the WCQ season around the world. So let's take a look at some of the WCQs that are going on in Latin America. So what you're looking at here is the Legacy of Destruction World Championship Qualifier and National Regional Game Mat. It can be earned between May 4th to June 9th in Latin America. These game mats are given to the top finishes in the WCQ national events in Latin America that are happening throughout Latin America, again, as I mentioned, from May through June to crown each country's national champion. So check out our website for more details. The monster featured on this is, of course, the brand new Minerva, the Athenian Lightsworn. With that being said, we'll have plenty more coverage in the near future, so stick around and we'll check back soon for our Round 4 feature.
Hello everyone, Billy Brake here, and I'm at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. That's right, the YCS. Everyone knows there's a main event and trying to get their hands on that ultra-rare YCS prize card, but there's so much more that goes on at our Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. We have public events that go on all weekend, Saturday and Sunday. And one of those public events, one of my favorite, is the Time Wizard. You can spin the wheel, go back in time, and play some of your favorite formats from the past. That's right, even like April 2010, for me, it would be October, September 2011, back when I was able to win 2 in a row. And I get that opportunity to play those old formats now at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series with our Time Wizard public event. That's right, you're able to play on the old Forbidden Limited list for awesome prizes like game mats and even more. So if you're at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, you're going to want to make sure to check out the Time Wizard public events.
What is this place? It's Dueling. It's a digital world. I see, it's a digital world. Like a smartphone? Are they related? Not quite. Never mind that. Let's rush duel in this world. Bring it! I won't lose no matter where I am! That's the spirit. Let's go! Rush duel! Here I go! I summon 3 monsters! What? 3 monsters? You're allowed to do that in Rush Duel. I set 2 cards and end my turn. Interesting. Then I will do this. I summon 2 monsters, and then I tribute them to Tribute Summon. Let's go! Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius! I summon another 2 monsters and activate Dragius's effect. Double Doom! I attack with 3 monsters! Concussive Electrostatic Shock Ball! And there's more! Dragius can attack twice! Dragius can attack twice! Inferno of Infinite Destruction! Ah! You're doing great, Luke! You know it! You so know it! That ends my turn. Now what are you gonna do, Yuga?
Isn't it against school rules to be this powerful?
Come on! Do something!
I'm not giving up yet! It's my turn! I draw!
What? You can draw 5 cards at once?
You can draw cards until you have 5 in your hand in Rush Duel. You can always turn the tables. I summon Strange Cat and Mystic Dealer. I tribute 2 monsters to Tribute Summon. A wall, a mountain, not even a planet can block my way. Nothing will stop my road to victory. Seven's Road Magician. I send the top card of my deck to the graveyard to activate Seven's Road's effect, Elemental Road! Seven's Road gains 300 attack points for every different attribute in my graveyard! Seven's Road Magician attacks Dragius! I'm loading the road to freedom! This is Rush Duel! Rush Duel has been added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Duel in a new way!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to YCS Indy. We are live here at the Indiana Convention Center in downtown Indianapolis, and we are rolling on through day number 1 here. 3 rounds are already in the books. We are on to round number 4 now.
I mean, last round really showcased that you need the tenacity to grind through these games. Some of these people might be playing stun decks, and if you feel like you're getting attacked every single time your card gets like banished from the deck and you don't have resources anymore, it could really hurt your mentality approaching that game too. And
that's one of the things about this format, is that there are a lot of different types of decks available. Now, speaking of duelists available, we started with 1,788 of them, and now in round 4, only 228 are remaining. And we are about to meet 2 more of them for our round 4 feature match.
I'm really looking forward to this one, of course. And this is definitely a matchup that I've been looking forward to seeing.
So starting off on the blue side, we have Brian from Benton Harbor, Michigan. His favorite card is Heavy Metal Foe's Electromite. Maybe not the best time to be an Electromite fan, maybe not for the last 2 years, but he's still plugging along.
And on the red side, we have Garrett from Smithsburg. And his favorite card is going to be Divine Dragon Knight Felgrad.
That's a nice one. One of those old school original Xyz monsters, right? The rank 8?
Oh, yeah. It's one of the more beautiful cards. I think it comes in Ghost Rare as well.
I think it was for that. So there's an Ultimate that looks really nice as well.
So we are going into round number 4. And this is a matchup I'm definitely looking forward to. Those of you guys, especially those who know me, but Duelists right now are shuffling up. Are we going to be able to see their deck? But let's see the record. Of course, both players are going to be 3-0. Clean.
It's a good start right now. So one way to think about it is that you're going to have 9 rounds on day 1, right? And you got a 3-0 at least one of those, right? If you want to have a real shot at making it. So they've already gotten that part out of the way. So they got, 3-0 here. So, 2-1, 2-1. Still puts you in a reasonable position, though you'll have to win both on Sunday. But you have to 3-0 at least one of those thirds of the tournament, or you don't really have a shot at all.
That's right. Well, these players are on a really good track.
Shuffling up here. Now, you mentioned that sometimes you're going to have those really long games, right?
Yeah.
Runic Stun. On the other hand, you could also have some really short games with some of the other decks in the format.
That's right. But we can kind of say that they compress all of the most powerful effects into that short amount of time.
Right? Basically just a one-shot. It either works or it doesn't. Which, it's less of a mental load to play shorter games like that.
I think it might be a smart choice depending on how tired you are. If you need to use so much brain capacity on complex combos and whatnot, if you have a game plan that you can stick to round to round to round, you might be able to perform better because you're not going to make those mistakes.
So the deck in question, of course, that we're talking about is the Tenpai Dragon deck.
Of course.
Which was introduced in Legacy of Destruction. It's probably not one that I thought people would embrace as much. I feel like this is a deck that a lot of the really high-level players don't really want to touch.
Yeah.
Because there's not a whole lot of room to put your mark on the games that you're playing.
I mean, the skill ceiling is definitely much lower. There's less options. Most of your interaction would be coming from the main phase and see if your battle phase is basically, get the clear, okay, go for game. But sometimes you get way too disrupted to that point. I mean, there is, of course, that safety card of the field spell, Angan Summoning. Really, really powerful card. But players are ready. We're going to go into round number 4, game number 1.
All right, so we've got Brian on the blue side playing Tempai.
3.
Facing off against Garrett, who's running a Chimera deck.
Sounds good. Good luck.
He's choosing to go second.
Thank you.
Well, if you're going to be choosing to go second, that kind of telegraphs a little bit. This is the thing that we mentioned earlier about even if you win the die roll, that's not necessarily good. Oh, but now he's going to see into this particular deck. This is going to be Chimera versus Tenpai. We're going to use Mourner to target the Nightmare Apprentice, preventing the add of an illusion monster. That's one of the most powerful cards, but now we get to follow up with a Mirror Sword Knight. Is there a follow-up with another Destruction from hand?
Mirror Sword Knight for cost, activate a special from deck.
If that goes through, oh, this is huge. If this lands, and the monster's able to fetch another card out of the deck. This is either going to be Burfament or Gazelle. If it's Gazelle, maybe we're going to see a different extra deck line of play, but if it's Burfament, we're going to be locked into the fusions. It's going to be Burfament because that adds 2 cards.
Burfament effect on summon to search for a Gazelle and or Chimera fusion.
It's going through. So this is the danger about letting your opponent go first. As a Chimera deck, you're able to rip cards out of the hand and minimizing resources. But Ryan, who's playing Tenpai, needs those resources to actually initiate a good, a good turn.
And choosing to go second really kind of gives it away.
Yeah.
Right? Unless, you're doing something like Ediseption did at the last YCS, where he's going second with something completely different like that Adventurer Horus deck. Mm-hmm. And in fact, that might be something to look at as you're playing in this format, right? Like, pick a deck that wants to go second that isn't Tenpai, so that you get people on the wrong foot when you choose to go second against them.
Yep.
But still surprise them when they choose to go first.
But now we're going to get a pretty big chain link. We're going to put the Chimera as chain link 3, which is really, really strong.
He's got the Magnamut, though. The one of Magnamut. That's tough.
And Magnamut banishes out of the Mirror Sword Knight. So Mirror Sword Knight is not going to be able to negate that Magnamut. However, we're still going to be able to get the search with the Gazelle. We're still going to be able to rip a card out of the hand. However, that search card is probably going to be a very key factor in this particular game because you get to search for any dragon card.
Now, is there a universe where maybe you just negate the... Oh, no, it's got to be on the field, right?
Mm-hmm. It has to be on the field. Mirror Sword Knight has to hit on the field. That's a bit unfortunate, but it is a very powerful card nonetheless.
Chimera Fusion effect, adding it back to hand since I control Chimera, the flying mythical beast.
Chimera is going to activate. So, Chain Link 1 is going to be the Magnamut, and then Chain Link... It's not even going to be... It's a separate chain entirely, because both of those... One's a trigger, one's an ignition.
No, that's a trigger. Mine's not, so you activate that.
But this is what they're discussing right now. Now, there are 2 6s on the field, 2 level 6 monsters, and depending on whether or not Garrett's playing a Melodious package, that could change up how the extra deck is constructed. But we're going to activate a regular polymerization. That's going to be an illusion. And are we going to go for
Beast?
Burfament. Yeah. We're going to go. So it can be any of the 3 types, but they just need different. And that's going to be Burfament.
Summon to Foolish a Beast, Fiend, or Illusion monster.
We're going to send to the graveyard Yabelze into the graveyard, which is really, really strong.
Yes, that's very good here. Especially because they have that quick play Sandgen spell, right? That they would not be able to play at all.
Yep.
While it's on the field.
Oh, we're going to be down a few cards, but Brian's going to be able to get a search for any dragon, which is very powerful. But what I want to kind of...
Oh, there's the field spell.
Ooh, that hurts. But I think... Did he forget to add a card?
I think he forgot to activate Magnamut.
Did he forget to activate Magnamut? That is going to be huge.
He didn't declare it until after he had gone back and used the Chimera Fusion to add back effect.
I thought they were just debating, but this is a huge play here because we are seeing the summon of Chandra. Chandra can synchro summon with that Magnamut going into Transcendent Dragon. But we're going to go into attack first because we're trying to...
The other thing is, doesn't...
Well, that's just what any dragon attacks.
We're We're gonna go into damage step. We're gonna activate Chandra. Chandra's gonna summon out another monster that's going to be Hydra. Hydra's effect is going to add Sangan Summoning. Sorry, Sangan Kaiman into the hand. Very interesting. That is going to destroy the Baphomet.
Yes, that's the attack from Magma.
I'm a little concerned about the timing of certain cards here, but we are in this current state, and we are staring down a lot of damage right now.
Now I'm thinking about the life points here. Is that Ghost Girl, is that the one that also does damage when the monster leaves the field?
Yes.
So we never took the 2,000 there from Nightmare Apprentice being fused off.
Yes. So technically, you don't even need that much of a reach now.
That's what I was thinking. Like, he doesn't need all of these cards because of the 2,000 from Ghost Explorer.
But we are going to be running into a lot of like trouble if the graveyard stuff starts to get activated. I think there was a lot of missed opportunity on the effect, the Chimera. Because you have Chimera effects, you can summon back the Mirror Sword Knight with the Baphomet. You can probably summon back even more cards, to be honest. But if Transcendent Dragon comes onto the field now, the entire battle phase is locked out. And not only that, there's also a Sangan Kaiman in hand that can chain in case the Diabelze would be summoned onto the field through the other Chimera in the graveyard.
Yeah, you needed to get that the Diabelze out before.
Yeah, you needed everything out before we got to this particular position. Like, this is what I mentioned in the game, like round 2, when you have to preemptively activate certain cards to prevent scenarios from coming up like this, and it is happening exactly right now. A lot of missed opportunity. So Biden Dragion is going to target, and we're going to activate Imperm to target the Biden Dragon. I don't know if that is going to be a good play, because that could be chained to, but that is going to go through. And don't forget, that is also a tuner Synchro Dragon, correct? Now, the monsters now are too small. Nightmare Apprentice cannot be destroyed by battle. Neither monster would be destroyed, so we're going to summon the Nightmare Apprentice back through the effect of Chimera. And we're going to get the Search of Illusion. Ooh, Chain of a Forbidden Droplet. What are we sending for the Lightning Storm? And that's going to negate it, and also negate the battle protection as well.
Yes. And that's key. It's going to get Apprentice off of the field.
We have multiple synchros. If we can declare 3 attacks, that's going to be more than enough damage to take care of the entire game.
Another synchro summon into Biden Dragion.
That is attacking for game. That is very unfortunate. There's no response once the level 10 comes out. There was many opportunities to kind of prevent that.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that we didn't see Diabelze come out a little earlier.
Yeah, it was a mandatory card when it comes to this matchup. Brian takes game number 1. I think they just had a little miscommunication and just forgot, like you said, forgot to activate the Magnamut. Yeah. So it would have been Chain Link 1 Magnamut and then new chain with the Chimera Fusion.
Yeah, the problem is that he didn't activate it right when it came out, and he agreed to the activation of Chimera Fusion.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
That's what happened there.
I mean, that definitely could have been just like a slight miscommunication. However, now that, after winning the battle, choosing to go second and still taking it after getting the hand ripped apart.
And he hit like the card.
Yeah, the card.
Well. Like, he got the card.
It was very surprising to me, because we know that there's a Chimera Fusion in the back. There was an opportunity to kind of just clear up more cards. You could have went for, say, a Draco Stapelia to get a little negation onto the field so that they turn into level 1. That's also really bad, because changing the levels is really awkward for them.
Yeah, it just makes the Synchro Plays not work anymore.
And if you just go for Diabelze, again, if they set the field spell, you know they have a field spell. If they set hard, you know they can't activate Sanction Timing, which is, I would say, 90% of the battle phase.
Yeah, so a bit of an odd one all over the place. But regardless, Brian takes the first duel. He's now up 1-0. It's a good position to be in if you are the Tenpai duelist.
But do you want to choose to go first or second and give the Tenpai player go second option again?
I mean, it's entirely based on how you built your deck.
The side decking is going to be very, very crucial. I think as a Chimera player, you should probably continue to go first because the hand ripping is such a crucial part. And now that you know that they are playing Tenpai, you would know to preemptively activate a lot of these cards, such as the Diabelze, put that onto the field earlier so that you can prevent the Sangan stuff going, the field spell, the quick play spell, just dodge all that, especially the quick play spell. They can't even activate it after they said it.
It's strange because he clearly knew that was coming, which is why he sent the Diabelze in the first place.
Yes.
And then didn't follow up on that play by bringing her back out of the graveyard.
Yeah, there's no payoff.
Right?
Yeah, there was a bit of a lack.
It did the setup, but not the payoff.
Yeah, that's a bit
little confusing.
There's a lot of good options for this particular deck. And because the level 10 is just so scary. The Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon, you just can't let them put that monster on the field. And when you put a monster like Bistio Magnamut onto the field, they just need to summon a Chandra, normal summon Chandra, and clear it off. And there, if you get the Sangan summoning on the field, you are in such a bad position where one Sangan Kaiman ends the game. Alright, now we're going to proceed into game number 2. Actually, no, we're waiting for them to get the call.
But as expected, he did declare that he's going to go first.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So game number 2, here we go. Let's see if the game plan is going to work out for Garrett. We have one deck that has a higher skill ceiling than the other, quite clearly. Nightmare Apprentice, Edge of Chain, one of my favorite openings for this one.
That's a good one.
We're going to see a follow-up with the Mourner. We're seeing the Mourner target, so we're not going to get the best search. However, they're still going to be able to search for the Fright for Patchwork and get a Polymerization. And that still fulfills the requirement for the future. Nothing on Resolution. There is no Jordan Lockbird.
Patchwork gets you 2 more cards.
I mean, this deck is supposed to bury their opponent through card advantage.
It's the exact opposite of the other one, which is just bury your opponent.
Yes. Oh,
he doesn't have the cards?
He's holding the other copy.
The other one. Oh, no.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, no.
There is, I believe, a Chimera Fusion, so you can still use Chimera to kind of get the play off the round.
But he doesn't get the Polymerization.
Yeah, that part is...
That's the brutal part.
I don't think you have an option here. You have to Chimera Fusion. So we're going to set the Engine Chain into the graveyard, and the Nightmare Apprentice...
And there should be,
damage.
Just like the last game, there should be the 2,000.
The 2,000 damage is coming through here.
Effect on Summon the Foolish, a Fiend Beast or Illusion Monster.
This hand is a little strange, I'm not going to lie. Infinite Impermanence is going to target the Baphomet. Unfortunately, there is no Kodal in the graveyard. We're going to pass turn just on this.
That's not good.
And there's a Magnamut opening again.
You just get the same hand.
It feels like it. I mean, that is a 1-up in the deck. But that actually could backfire. That potentially can backfire. Because it's a Baphomet on the field, now that you have a Banish card, you can summon the Banished monster back onto the field, get yourself the additional search. So, not sure if that was the best option, but if you're getting that search Chandra, it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, well, it depends on how this Baphomet is destroyed in battle, right?
Yeah, well, it just needs to hit the graveyard.
That doesn't make it hit the graveyard.
Yes, that would be a risk, but this is Tenpai we're talking.
Or if they get Meteor Burst Dragon up first, for instance.
Meteor Burst Dragon, or maybe the Black Rose Moonlit Dragon.
To bounce it away.
To bounce it away, yeah, these are definitely options. And, looking at that hand, I don't think there's too much to go on here.
Yeah, it seemed like he just drew the same hand as last time.
Yep, Sangan Summoning, now we're going to be cleanly able to protect all of your Fire Dragons. So we're going to be adding a copy of Hydra, and we have to discard a card from the hand. Did he forget to add back Chimera Fusion from the graveyard? Oh, it was negated. The name was negated. You don't have the name. You can't add it back.
Yes,
That's what
can't
happened.
Add it back.
That's why it's actually crucial, even if you have to negate those cards. You get Sangan Kaiman into hand. The question is, he has a Chandra in hand already, so he could actually easily just make the 10. Go for the Transcendent Dragon, and then just play Kaiman in the battlefield.
Yeah, I imagine that is...
Yeah, you have to discard before you start playing your other cards. Yeah, you gotta be very careful of resolving the entire card text there. We're gonna special summon out the Chandra. I mean, isn't it a bit risky to just go for Magnum attack?
Yeah.
Especially when you have Kaiman.
I think he could play it a little safer.
Yeah, it could have been a little bit safer, starting with the Transcendent Dragon first, but nonetheless, there's no interaction. There's nothing in the graveyard that would pose a threat. The Baphomet, however, might have a timing to do something. But I don't think it's going to be enough, personally. You know, the cards are on the table.
Shouldn't be enough.
He's attacking over.
We're attacking over it. So, now we do have an interaction in the graveyard.
On attack declaration, Baphomet vanishing to target Nightmare Apprentice to reborn it.
Yeah, but this is, again, it's going to be special summoning a monster from the banishment. And once it's summoned on the field, it's going to add.
Okay.
The question is, do you play the Candleman?
I'm Cornfield.
Or getting Cornfield Coatl. That's a follow-up card that's not going to really add too much to the current situation.
So this is the assumption that he's going to survive this battle phase, but we'll see if that is the case.
Sure.
Chandra's going to take no damage because don't forget Pydra is on the field, so Fire Dragons do not take battle damage. Just calling all these attacks. Going for the Synchro Summon play. Gonna go for a 7 with the Chandra and the Fadra.
Now, one of the other keys here is those two attacks didn't do anything, but the important thing to note is that it adds to the count of how many attacks we declare this turn, and you have to get to 3.
Yep, and then you get to summon all your dragons from the graveyard, or the Dragian monsters back from the graveyard as a quick effect, and that can happen at any point in the turn.
She has an effect where neither monster when she battles is destroyed by battle.
Monsters cannot be destroyed by battle. These are illusion monsters after all. There's only one illusion monster, 2 illusion monsters technically, that can be destroyed by battle. One is the Abelze, and the other is going to be the vanilla monster, the normal monster.
It just can't be destroyed by battle?
Correct.
Well, it cannot be destroyed by battle.
Okay.
I mean, if we were to count how many attacks are left over at this point, I would say there's at least 5 more attacks coming. This is the perfect phase for that deck. So we're gonna see Koi Belt.
Go. Oh. No, I'm locked into Fire Dragons.
He's locked into Fire Dragons, so you cannot play Quibalt there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it is?
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was Fire Dragons.
No, there is no lock. It's just Dragon.
And then I believe I can...
Oh, it's the protection. That's what we're thinking about. The protection is only for Fire Dragons.
Yeah, protection is for Fire Dragons. I believe if you activate the effect of Biden Dragian, you are locked into dragons for that turn. But there are ways of people that kind of bypass it because it's still technically an activated effect to summon from the graveyard, so you can still summon into Warp Gate.
I think that second attack with Quibelt should have been game because of the 2000 from Ghost Mortar.
Yeah.
Even better.
Yep.
And they still have another Synchro Summon. If they Synchro Summon away the Biden Dragon come back, but of course we're going to see Transcendent Dragon. I don't think we're going to see the crazy number of attacks coming from... There we go, it's game.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. You don't need to do that.
No.
Like, the vast majority of games are over far before that would happen.
Unfortunately, this time around, I would say that Garrett didn't really have an opportunity to kind of get his play off the ground. I think maybe there was an opportunity if he had... Because he was hit by an Infinite Impermanence. If there was a way for him to chain the Chimera Fusion earlier to dodge the Infinite Impermanence, maybe there would have been more interactions later on, and maybe we would have burned away the Infinite Impermanence. But we have our match winner. That's going to be Brian. That was a quick game.
Yeah, it's a quick one.
I thought that was going to last a little bit longer.
That's one of the advantages, though, for Tenpai, right? Is that you're not going to be here the entire time. You're going to get plenty of rest in between your rounds, be able to rehydrate, get food, that sort of thing.
Like, to pick a deck like Tenpai to kind of jump into an event like this, I mean, you get the most amount of energy for sure.
Yeah.
You get to play your rounds quickly, like you said, go for a little break, get some dehydration going on, and you don't have to think about a bajillion types of combos that, you might misplay along the way. I mean, just stick to the game plan. Well, it clearly worked out for Brian. He got this game plan twice.
Did very well. And very similar hands as well.
Yeah.
Got the Magnamut.
The Magnamut was crazy.
The Magnamut was pretty crucial in a lot of these cases. Just having an attack, having your first attack actually go through properly and work is pretty big as well.
I thought the sequencing was going to be a little bit different. Like, remember, the deck, you can synchro summon during the battle phase, but sometimes you can also opt to synchro summon during the main phase, just to make sure that the battle phase is just a little bit more clean. All right, but don't go away. We're going to have an interview with the winner of round 4.
And we're back here at YCS Indianapolis at the end of round 4. We are here with our round 4 winner, Brian. So he played Tenpai, and well, did playing on stage make you feel any different?
I'm not gonna lie, even though I was rather nervous, I just felt like it was another game of Yu-Gi-Oh! And just wanted to have fun.
So now you brought Tenpai to the table here, and what's your game plan with this deck?
Well, I've only been piloting it for like a week so far, so have fun, just try to battle phase attack and just win, I guess.
Well, we definitely witnessed that in the feature match. So are there any opponents that you're not looking forward to playing?
U-Bell in testing has been quite difficult for me personally, but yeah. I gotta say there are things out there that do scare me, but I feel like Tenpai's kind of the best deck in the room, I want to say, so maybe I'll be proven wrong. Hopefully I won't.
All right. Once again, congratulations. Wish you best of luck. Now, I'm going to pass it back over to Jerome at the desk for more information.
Hey, thanks a lot. You know, one of the great things about coming out to a YCS is that you could get your hands on all sorts of really cool stuff that you just can't get anywhere else. So, for example, take a look at this great pot collection Winamat that you could get here at our YCS events. It's got all the different pot cards that are in the pot collection. So if you got yourself a pot collection back when it was available, you want to show off your figures in style, you know, why not line them all up on top of their respective pot images on a pot collection Winamat? In fact, I might do that myself when I get home. Now, we've also got an update for you on our bounty duels. At the start of the event, we picked out 10 different bounty duelists, and they are playing with booster packs on the line in every single round. And we can see their results here. Looks like Daniel's doing pretty well at 3-0 after 3 rounds. Enzo, a former World Championship competitor, 2-1. Oh, Raymond Dye, also 3-0. He was in our first round feature. So good job to our 3-0 bounty duelists. See if they can take it all the way and take home all of those packs. Let's take a look at their beautiful faces. All right, and that is going to do it for round number 4. But don't go away, because round number 5 is going to be coming up before you even know it. See you then.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Age of Overlord. Swing into action. Seek the secrets of the Snake Eye. Discover the tomb of an ancient king. Your path to the top begins here. Age of Overlord. Available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Game on, world. Another game, world?
Welcome back again to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. We're about to come into round 5. It's been quite a set of interesting games, though, so far. Here's the good news, though. We've got plenty more coming our way with so many duelists still left in the tournament. So I gotta say, though, Joe, how has the format been playing out so far for you? Is it meeting your expectations for Legacy of Destruction?
Yeah, you walk around the top tables, you see quite a bit of Snake Eye strategies. We've kind of avoided them in the feature match area. This round we will eventually see a Snake Eye strategy. So I think for the most part this tournament has played out as I've anticipated, with a lot of decks trying to compete against Snake Eyes. We've already had things like branded strategies in the feature match area, Chimera strategies in the feature match area. We had with Centurion in the feature match area. So we've seen a little bit of the diversity throughout the room. This round we'll finally actually take a look, though, at a Snake Eye strategy.
Yeah, again, it's been quite the tournament, and it's so neat to see what all the rest of the world has gotten to experience already through national season. But again, it is going to be really cool, but we do have to eventually showcase some of those decks. But let's take a look at our tournament count here. Again, we've got 1,788 players still here in round 5, but our undefeated duelists are down to a mere 111. Remember, the final remaining undefeated duelist is eligible for that giant Anotherverse Glutonia card, but only if they do exist. So it's going to be fun to see if that manages to happen.
Yeah, this is the point of the tournament where if you're 4-0, you're probably quite a bit confident. The tournament's played out as you're anticipating heading into the event. The matchups are probably clear as what you were thinking would head into the event and see. And if you're 4-0, I think that confidence just really builds.
Well, speaking of confidence, we've got Bruce here with a smile there, representing Kansas City, and his favorite card is Medulce Queen Tiramisu.
And he'll be up against Marat from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. His favorite card is a throwback. It is Allure of Darkness.
Crazy good card, absolutely, even still to this day.
Yeah, that's one of those cards that instantly, the moment it was released, had an enormous impact on a format warped by Dark Arm Dragon. And we see even decade plus later, the card is still a prominent card in some strategies.
Now, those Time Wizard tournaments certainly are fun, but now we're getting into round 5 of the YCS here in Game 1. Duel's just getting set up. It's going to be interesting to see. I guess we certainly could talk about the matchup now. We have Bruce is going to be running the Sinful Spoil Snake Eye strategy with a relatively standard lineup, including a little bit of Kashtira.
And then Marat's actually taking that favorite card to heart, which we've seen a couple times in the feature match area. He is playing 3 copies of Allure of Darkness in his branded strategy. A branded strategy that's gone well above 40. Looks like he has 49 cards in his main deck. He's incorporated an array of normal spells to go along with his triple tactics thrust, incorporating talent, deployments, of course, Allure of Darkness, branded fusion, goes without saying. So a strategy that we've seen quite a bit. He also is incorporating a copy of Fusion Deployment, sort of the go-to trap card out of the branded strategy if, for example, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring was used on branded fusion.
And it's been good to see duelists decide to go above that 40-card limit. So many duelists throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history are like, no, you need to have 40 cards. In fact, let's run even less using Upstart Goblin. But duelists are starting to realize that sometimes your deck could just have a few more cards. Maybe you're burying certain cards into the deck that you don't want to draw, or you have more options to take out when you're siding in, or you just have more great cards. So again, 49 versus 43 on Bruce's side. It'll be interesting to see, well, maybe if they should have run 40 or not, but only time shall tell.
There are so many cards associated with the branded strategy, kind of peripherally associated with the branded strategy. When I say that, I'm thinking about a card like Bastille Serenir. And as a result, it's a deck that when you have so many options, and maybe perhaps you want to play a lot of one-ups, which it looks like Marat is doing with a single copy of Ad Libitum, a single copy of Despian Tragedy, Lubelia, and Mercurier, all of a sudden you do find yourself going above 40 just because you want to have so many differing options in a strategy that has just a wide array of cards like branded strategies do.
Now, certainly when you're looking at 2 cards, you might think to yourself, oh, I can only use one. You just decided, hey, why not both? And then, well, so on and so forth at 49. But players look like they're comfortable there on the stage, and it looks like we are going into Game 1 again here of Round 5 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Indianapolis.
So the die roll in this particular matchup is important. I mean, it's important in every matchup in some way, shape, or form, but this is one that matters quite a bit if Marat is able to go first and able to establish Gimmick Puppet. Obviously, we've seen that quite a few times in the feature match area. That can just be the end of the first game quite quickly. So it'll be curious to see who wins the die roll and whether or not Bruce has enough hand interactions to play through a potential Gimmick Puppet line.
No, this is a great year for Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal fans, considering how much support that we're going to get for all those different characters, including Quattro and his Gimmick Puppets. But for now, for the most part, we've only seen Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. But speaking of which, we're going to use that great Fusion Deployment card. Go ahead and reveal our Fusion monster here.
It's like Granganol. This is the standard play. Going first, at least it's the standard play. Sometimes going second, you can reveal a variety of different cards to summon Fallen of Albaz. But this makes a lot of sense. This insulates his Aliber from cards like Infinite Impermanence and Effect Veiler, because if they were to be chained to the effect of Aliber, he could just simply use his Blazing Cartesia and get them right off the field. So this is a really ideal 1-2 sequence, that fusion deployment plus Aliber. And I actually saw he had a Branded Fusion in his hand already. So at this point, he's going to search out a utility Branded Speller Trap.
Not using his left hand there to pick up the deck. Remember, you can always ask your judge if you're fine with just playing on the left side. You do have to have the graveyard there, but for viewers at home, just don't get confused. He's just moved it.
So it looks like a copy of Branded in High Spirits. He has a single copy of Branded in High Spirits in his list. As I mentioned, when you go well above 40, as Murat has done, you can incorporate a lot of singleton branded cards. So it looks like he has that single copy of High Spirits, Branded in Red, Branded Lost, Branded Retribution. A lot of those one-ofs, Aliber allowing him to search whichever one he needs at any given point. And of course, it telegraphs that if you've searched Branded in High Spirits, that you must have naturally drawn Branded Fusion, which he certainly here has. And it is not met with Ash Blossom, which means we're going to see really Branded at its max capacity here on the opening turn.
Definitely would try to stop that before we got into the Albion, but it looks like Albion is going to attempt to fuse once more.
So here he's going to utilize the Fallen of Albaz and the Albert to go into Lubellion. Discard the Branded High Spirit, so now he has extra value from the Branded High Spirits, which he'll be able to add back to the hand during the end phase. And he'll go here into Mirror Jade.
Pretty standard opening, at least so far. We haven't seen anything. Not necessarily, it is crazy to have all these monsters on the field that fast, but Branded Uninterrupted does just get to do what it wants and fuse again. And now we got Branded Lost on the field, protecting those fusion monsters.
That's cool.
So we see here the Branded Lost placed on the field through the effect of the Bestial Lubellion. You know, some viewers at home may have been curious as to why you wouldn't search the Branded Lost through the Aliber effect if you have Branded Fusion in hand. This is the exact reason. You can just place it on the field for free and you don't have any other continuous Branded cards in your deck. So when you get that additional value, this is a card you don't see in every Branded strategy. But again, as we commented on earlier, you have a lot of options when you play Branded. Inspriggan's Kit is in fact one of them.
I think that's what's so cool about Fallen of Albaz and why so many players find it just so appealing, is that it's not like your traditional named archetype where, you know, it's elemental hero and everything just fits neatly into that package. It's kind of a whole brand new world to explore, right? A brave frontier for these characters to go through, and obviously it's paying off because this deck has continued to see the top tables for quite a while.
Sure, I'm going to shuffle that hand back. Good? Yeah.
And so play passing back over to Bruce there, or excuse me, Murat. Now he's deciding what to do next.
I'll do effect. Yep.
We're going to go ahead and use Albion.
All right. Yeah.
So Branded Red's certainly a powerful card and sees a lot of play in this deck, but if you haven't certainly memorized all the Fallen of Albaz cards, it is very difficult to do that on the fly just because there are so many.
That is a card that has been in the Branded strategies throughout the duration of the deck's existence. You know, when this deck was first popularized, you saw it utilized a lot to summon Guardian Chimera on the opponent's turn, which you can still obviously do, but it's not something that happens nearly as much as it did when this deck originally came out after the release of its structure deck.
The Albaz Strike structure deck was probably one of the most incredible ones in Yu-Gi-Oh! History, and as we see, it's continued to be something that people love to this day, but again, not necessarily the traditional board there, but I guess he just wants to make sure there's a lot of bodies if he doesn't know what he's playing against. But I guess we're finding out. The Pressured Planet Rate Salt activates, and we're going to get Kesher Unicorn from the deck to the hand.
He immediately activates his Mirror Jade, sending a copy of Rinbrum
I'm assuming
to pay the cost, which will now allow him to non-targeting banish that Unicorn. And now we see here Blazing Cartesia, which is going to allow him to summon Granganol. This is presumably going to put Gimmick Puppet into the graveyard.
Yep.
Starting to get set up here, that famous Quattro card. Let's see if Gimmick Puppet Nightmare hits the grave. There it is.
Now we have the Branded in Red, which is going to allow him to special summon Sanctifier. So we've seen this line of play quite a few times in the feature match area.
Now, for those who have never seen this combo before, you might be wondering, what's a Gimmick Puppet doing in a branded deck? Well, it's probably the most powerful branded card in existence, despite not sharing its name, because Albion the Sanctifier Dragon is going to be able to special summon monsters to both sides of the field. And if Gimmick Puppet Nightmare is special summoned, you are locked into Gimmick Puppets. So, well, the only answer for that may be later this year when people start playing Gimmick Puppets again.
We see him constructing his chains because he'll also be able to activate his branded Lost.
And there's the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare in attack mode to boot.
Yeah, it's not one of the effects where you have to put it in defense mode in fear of the opponent being able just to attack into the monster to destroy it. It kind of creates this lingering effect that really can't be interacted with.
New chain. Good effect.
Certainly what makes it so strong and has continued to make this deck such a real foe to face against. And I think that's what's so exciting about branded decks is you don't really know what the branded strategy is going to be. But it looks like that's all she wrote there. Bruce going to go ahead and concede game one. And Murat is going to win just off the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. Again, he'll do anything for his fans. So it looks like he's going to make a few in that first win.
Really like the play there, though, of using Spriggan's Kit to search, well, to essentially add the Branded and Lost to his hand to put it back into the deck, or the Branded in Red, rather, because there was only one copy of Branded in Red in Murat's deck list, and that way it's back into the deck to be searched out in other means. So that was an interesting sequence there, although obviously with Gimmick Puppet active, it probably doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It is something just to understand bigger picture about the strategy.
So unfortunately for Bruce there, getting locked out didn't really give him very much that he could do. But returning to the side deck as a Sinful Spoil Kashtira deck, you certainly have some options there. And that's the good news about the Sinful Spoil deck and the Kashtira package in there. You have a lot of room to take out certain cards and just try to stop that Gimmick Puppet luck beforehand, including things like Skill Drain and even Forbidden Droplet and so on. But we'll have to see if any of those come up. Forbidden Droplet's been really popular lately. It's really good to see that card back. Obviously very great at its release, but kind of fell off for a while. But non-targeting effect negation that ruins the attack points of your opponent's monsters, that's pretty good right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The question here is really going to be heading into this next game. When you play a branded strategy, unfortunately, one of the concessions that you make is you can't just put 20 hand interactions in your deck. Your deck really needs as much, we often refer to it as gas, right? You need as much gas as it takes. Because for that deck to really push through a lot of established fields, you want to have as many extenders as possible. So one of the concessions there is that in terms of hand interactions, you have a couple Distiels out of 49 cards. Looking at Murat's side deck, he does something that I think is quite logical, which is to put 3 Droll and Lockbird in his side deck, because if you cannot play a lot of cards in the side or main deck, you do want cards that are incredibly impactful. Droll doesn't typically line up all that well against this particular strategy like Snake Eyes. At least it occasionally does, but for the most part, it's not the best. So Murat's going to head into this really intending just to break whatever Bruce is able to do.
Well, if any deck could do it, it would definitely be branded. The fusion strategies just in general tend to be committing a lot of cards to the board, but if they're answered with something that stops them, perhaps Ash Blossom and Joy of Spring, they just play another fusion card and just keep trying to get those purple-colored monsters on the field. But we all know how good the Sinful Spoil deck is, especially with the Kashtira package. It won the last Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Mali, and if it gets to go first, it actually gets its plays going on. So it'll be interesting to see how Murat gets through and if he is able to break that fiery board.
Another thing, thinking about that game, I think Bruce only activated Kashtira cards, plus obviously Infinite Impermanent, so there's no guarantee that Murat knows that it's Snake Eye Kashtira. We actually see a handful of undefeated Kashtira, just pure Kashtira players at the top tables. There's several of them that we considered featuring, so it's not a guarantee that just because a Kashtira hit the field that it's Kashtira Snake Eyes, which is certainly more popular. So I'm curious if that changes Murat's siding patterns in any way, shape, or form.
Well, it's time to find out as we go into game 2. Bruce flashing a little thumbs down, showing to his friends in the audience that, well, he didn't win the first game, but maybe he intends to win this one. So, let's go ahead and draw up and see what he gets.
Yes.
Bonfire goes uninterrupted there, so we're going to go ahead and grab a Snake Eye Ash.
Looks like he has Original and he has Wanted, Effect Failure.
Yep. Interesting that we didn't do the Wanted in the draw phase. It's certainly been something popular in order to evade Droll and Lockbird, but hey, when there's not a lot of Droll and Lockbirds around, maybe no need to do it.
Another thing you can do is, because it's a quick play, is you can just chain it in the resolution window to Bonfire. If the opponent does have Drill, you can just chain it there as Chainlink 2, search your Diabell Star, and then Drill will resolve as Chainlink 1. So you basically always guarantee that you get 2 searches regardless of how you sequence it. this will be something that could be potentially very difficult. So one of the issues for branded strategies in general is the rise in popularity of Hope Harbinger, which it does in fact look like is in Bruce's deck. Basically any deck that's playing Snake Eyes Diabellstar is doing so because it allows you to access Hope Harbinger, and in a strategy that has very minimal hand interactions, you're going to see Bruce go uncontended here. And if Hope Harbinger hits the field, Murat is really going to need some of those cards like, let's say, Dark Ruler No More to push through its effect.
No, it's been really good to see number 38 hit the board, not only for its ability to rob the opponent of spell cards, but we're also starting to see the rise of it being used for its attacking redirection ability. It makes monsters proceed to damage calculation, and therefore Tenpai do not get their effects. So a lot of interesting lessons to learn. But speaking of lessons, looks like we're going to go ahead and discard the Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon and spin up some spells with Diabellstar the Black Witch.
So because he searches Wanted, it's the giveaway there that Original is in his hand. So he's probably going to here go into Celine. So he's doing this because it's going to make it so that the 5th summon threatens Nibiru, and then this is sort of the one opportunity to Nibiru with the threat of Apollosa.
Oh, but it looks like it was completely past there. Didn't even check his hand on Murat's side.
Well, Murat doesn't have a Nibiru in his deck list, so potentially that would be one of the reasons. But regardless, that's not something that Bruce knows. So he is going to value putting Apollosa on the field before activating that Original, which we knew was presumably in his hand. We know because we saw it, but we would also know that because he searched and set Wanted as opposed to Original.
There's a lot of information you can get. If your opponent goes left, you're like, you were supposed to go right. I wonder what's going on.
I don't know your hand, right?
No cards known the hand to Murat there as Bruce continues to just play everything bit by bit. Going to go ahead and bring the Snake Eye Ash back to the field.
So now he's probably going to consider putting the Flamberge into his spell and trap card zone. I could see that, because he hasn't activated Flamberge effect yet, and this is a way of getting it onto the field. I mean, there's probably several different ways, obviously, when you have Oak and Ash on the field.
What makes the deck so great?
I'm curious here if he's going to activate his Flamberge effect in the graveyard. There is some risk, because I'm pretty sure he only has 2 in there right now, the Poplar and the Ash. So he's, making a play that could have been shut down
Snake Eyes Diabellstar
by something. Yeah. Obviously, with the Apollosa, you're protected from DD Crow, but maybe a combination of Impermanence and DD Crow.
Well, Bruce may be playing into the fact that he knows that Murat is using the branded strategy and often doesn't really have a lot of interaction points from the hand. Sometimes Tri-Brigade Mercurier is there, but for the most part, if you haven't seen anybody stop you this point into the game, you could just keep going and just rely on Appaloosa.
Yeah, it's an important thing to understand. Some matchups, certain hand interactions are more or less common. So, for example, Melodious, it's not 100% because you can definitely get caught by this, but it's less likely that that deck would choose to use Nibiru because both Asienta and first solo movement require you to have no monsters on the field. So it's one of those hand interactions that actually can defeat the purpose when you have cards in your deck that require you to have no monsters on the field. So it is important to understand the potential hand interactions from each matchup, because although there are a bunch that we see across the board, Ash Blossom, for example, some decks do need to make concessions here or there about which ones they choose based on the strategy that they have.
It looks like we're going to use the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames effect to go ahead and drag somebody out of the graveyard. It might be Snake Eye Oak. Now we're going to get rid of the Promethean Princess and grab one last monster from the deck here.
So he has the 2 level 8s on the field, so he already has the access here to Hope Harbinger, as we commented on. Typically they want to also get Ascarena somewhere along the line, so we'll see how he tries to navigate that.
Taking a long look into that Snake Eye Poplar. Not sure if he wants to do it. Maybe swapping out to Ash, Poplar. There we go. Snake Eye Ash it is.
Flamberge effect, targeting IP.
I'll try to surrender that.
Oh, this makes sense. I mean, this is just going to force out an Apollosa negate.
Oh, here it comes. Number 38, Hope Harbinger Dragon Titanic Galaxy.
But I'm curious how we're going to get access to Flamberge from this point. So we're going to shuffle back. I'll shuffle the deck and put Wanted back.
Do I know your set?
Yes, this is a 1-2.
Okay. And I don't know the hand.
No.
Okay.
It looks like we know the hand. It appeared to be an effect veiler there. And just drew a Ghost Mortar and Moonlit Chill. So
he's going to rely on Divine Temple to summon that IP Masquerena as opposed to having Flamebridge on the field.
still works, and obviously Flamebridge is fun to use, but if you've already got it covered, that Titanic Galaxy looks pretty good.
And the Snake Eye Ash is protected through battle. So if he were to summon, the Divine Temple would allow him to bring out the IP Masquerade, and then he could use the IP in addition to the Snake Eye Ash to go into a Link monster and actually just keep the Apollousa and the Hope Harbinger on the field. So you might look at that Ash and think, oh, it's just kind of floating there with no value. Well, it will be quite valuable when the IP Masquerade finds its way into the monster zones.
And speaking of value, what a great use of that set wanted to block the Bestial Saronir from being able to banish the Diabellstar the Black Witch from the graveyard. Just a really interesting way to like fish it out of the graveyard before it's banished and things get out of hand.
Yep.
Yeah, Marat may have assumed that that would have baited an Apollousa negate, but it actually did quite the contrary.
Are we in main 2?
Yeah, I look battle. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
You're in main phase 2 there.
Yeah, I think he just went into battle phase to see if he could force out some type of interaction. Not sure when, but it seems like he entered into the battle phase to see if that prompted anything. So this is actually here now in main phase 2.
I could see that play if there was a Snake Eye Flambird Dragon on the field. Somebody might try to sneak out the IP Masquerena early, but there really isn't anything on the field right now that would actually be able to jump out and scare you like that. So not sure if it was a wasted main phase, battle phase, or not, but here we are in main phase 2. Forbidden Droplet going to go ahead and get rid of that Saronir who can't get anything done. Now we've got to decide which of these monsters we're getting rid of, and yeah, the effects of that Titanic Galaxy are gone.
So I guess you try and do Saronir in the battle phase.
Just to be clear,
That way, when IP comes out of the spell and trap card zone through the effect of Divine Temple, you can't activate it. That would probably be what the purpose there was. Though, of course, Apollousa on the field makes it so that that's a moot point anyway, so it's interesting. But we do see here him activate a copy of Triple Tactics Thrust. If your plan is to kind of break through an established field, this is arguably one of the best cards in the game because it's certainly going to allow you to search a card that could presumably do that singleton.
As we searched the deck, we certainly saw some interesting options there. I think I caught a Dark Ruler no more, but we are passing up on that.
Fusion deployment.
To get Fusion deployment. We're going to go ahead and reveal a Mirror Jade, the Iceborne Dragon.
So as I actually said this exact thing the previous game, going first, you almost always just put Blazing Cartasia because it insulates you against cards like Infinite Impermanence when you summon Alibur. Here, though, going second, you can utilize this with Fallen of Albaz to rid the opponent, usually of extra deck monsters.
Anything here? IP effect?
Certainly hurts a little for the Effect Veiler. Slowing down on the Fallen of Albaz. We're not going to get any fusions now, and now we see SP Little Knight.
SP effect, targeting Branded Lost.
And he values getting rid of that Branded Lost, which is a frustrating card to play against, allowing the branded player to basically sequence chain links uninterrupted by virtually anything if done properly. So we see him value that because he has a copy of what looks like Ghost Mortar. So he probably assumes the Ghost Mortar in his hand can deal with whatever this branded fusion special summons.
Going to brief look to see if there's any need to do anything here. Did showcase the Promethean Princess in the graveyard, so she might be jumping out. Although there's no fire monsters on the field.
No, actually, I thought that's actually kind of unique to see.
Yeah.
The Ash was on the field for a period of time, as we mentioned earlier, but it's been used as a link material with that SP Little Knight on the field.
And I think the Little Knight was the correct play, but it is true that you traded one play for another, and unfortunately that's exactly what we're seeing here is the Ghost Mortar Moonlit Chill negates Albion. And then minus 2,500.
Yeah, to remember that, but it's one of the most easily missed effects in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! That goes.
When the monster leaves the field, it's not just the effect negation, it is also damage.
Comes back. I'll go Albion effect.
Set one.
Center act tonight.
That's one.
Looks like we're going to give Reach in the deck to either set or add another card from Albion.
Used Branded Law? Oh, okay, that was using Lubellion's effect. It's the Albion effect during the end phase here. Okay, because he only has one copy of Branded Lost. You know, sometimes in differing branded, more bestial strategies, we'll see cards like Branded Beast, for example, and even occasionally in these branded Despia strategies, but with this one, it's only that single copy of Branded Lost. We see here a Branded in red during the end phase.
Battle in effect, discard as cost.
So dropping that Blazing Cartesia there.
Yeah, that was fantastic, right? So this is a good use of the end phase because Blazing Cartesia goes back to hand from the graveyard because the fusion was sent there this turn. The Albion allows him to search the Branded in red, so all of a sudden, even if he had no cards in hand, he both has a discard outlet for the Lubellion and he has the Branded in red to actually conduct a fusion summon. So he very quickly was able to put a Mirror Jade on the field. Now he's going to be able to use this effect in the end phase as well, putting Titaniclad into the graveyard and allowing him to banish non-targeting one of the cards, well, specifically monsters on Bruce's side of the field.
Which is just incredible because the level of plays we're seeing right now, it almost looks like a main phase. You'd never know we're in the end phase, but it's good effects chained and chained and chained. The Titaniclad going to go ahead and reach in the deck here again. See what we're searching out. Looks like it's going to be Lulu.
So Quem here is probably...
Oh, Quem, excuse me.
Oh, no, it's okay. So it looks like he has a Branded Fusion in the graveyard. So I could see a few different options here. Branded Retribution is one of them. That way he has some degree of follow-up. Yeah, so one of the things you have to understand if you're going to play the Branded-based strategy, to play it at its max capacity, understanding that Quem can actually send cards that aren't just Cartesia to the graveyard, absolutely critical. You can send cards like Retribution, or if you have Retribution in the graveyard, you can actually send Branded Fusion. So sometimes when you combine Serenir and Quem, that's actually access to Branded Fusion right there. So you don't always naturally need to draw it. If your Aliber has been interrupted through a card like Infinite Impermanence, you need to understand every possible way of getting access to Branded Fusion if you want to play the deck at its max capacity. It doesn't mean that he's necessarily in a great position because he's still staring down the Hope Harbinger that's now no longer negated by the Forbidden Droplet, but it at least gives him an opportunity on the following turn to try and get back into this game.
No, I think it really showcases that Branded, it doesn't have necessarily one linear game plan. It can continue to just react and manage the board with all the resources that it has available. Not every deck has that availability, although Sinful Spoil Snake Eyes is definitely doing some interesting stuff here. As we get Diabellstar the Black Witch, going to go ahead and set that original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye.
Yes?
Yeah.
When something leaves the extra deck, and what can you summon?
A card that matches Albas.
So he's just double checking what Quem can summon.
I discarded it.
As you can see, quite a complicated graveyard there, just keeping track of how everything got in there, but
And this is...
I'm going to go ahead and set that backward where it belongs.
So he's just wary about going into the extra deck to trigger the effect of Quem, seeing if, maybe I can just head into the battle phase and attack over the Quem. But it looks like here he is going to consider a play in main phase 1, at least not to this point, going into his extra deck, utilizing that original, sending the Diabellstar, which now allows him to do the classic Ash into Poplar effect.
I hate to invoke the commentator's curse, but I think the direction this may be going is using Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon to push Quem into the spell and trap zone, and then maybe access the extra deck then when it's safe.
That's a possibility. Another possibility is if he does that on Mirror Jade, you would be safe from Mirror Jade's destruction effect during the end phase. It kind of just depends on whether or not there's an avenue here to deal 8,000 damage or 5,500 damage.
Still plenty of time on the board here as we take a look through the extra deck. Think about what to do with Apollousa.
I'm curious if he's thinking about using Apollousa. Oh, he's going to go into Zelantis. Okay, this is something that's definitely not something you see all the time. An Apollousa that just sticks around with very little attack strength is almost always destroyed in battle. But with the rise of Hope Harbinger, I guess we are probably more likely to see a situation like this. But now that he's gone into the extra deck, now Quem is able to special summon back Blazing Cartesia, or at least declare the special summon of Blazing Cartesia.
We'll go.
And we'll see Dragon Zelantis is just really shown out throughout the format here, especially, obviously, with the Sinful Spoil Snake Eyes deck, including the Fire King variant. But you're right, just getting rid of Apollousa feels incredible, right? You've used up all the value there, so go ahead and trade her in for a brand new Link monster.
And now we see Promethean Princess from the graveyard activate, so we're going to see the destruction of probably Poplar and Cartesia. And now Cartesia is going to chain. Curious to see what he goes into. So Quem and Cartesia goes into Granganol. It's like a Starlight Granganol, too.
Definitely. Yes, no, that definitely is when you get in there. Also with the Fallen of Elbaz too, clearly this player loves Brandon.
I think he actually revealed an ultra rare Granganol in game 1 to activate his fusion deployment, which interesting choice. I feel like when you have the Starlight, any opportunity you have to show it off, you want to.
Maybe only the Starlight may touch the field. The ultra rare is relegated to the extra deck.
Yeah, this is my fusion deployment reveal. But we see here the special summon out of Flameburge through the effect of Promethean Princess, which now again gives him the opportunity to kind of clear out as he needs one of these monsters.
We're not looking at his extra deck too, as possibly another Link monster is coming out here. There's a lot of different choices.
Flameburge effect, pushing your Granganol.
Sure.
And they're co-linked, so that spells doom.
Sure.
Not only will that come up with the effects of Nightmare Phoenix in play, monsters not being able to be destroyed by battle, of course, but then, yeah, World Sea Dragon Sea Landis, but it looks like might have been a concession there.
Yeah, it looks like Murat has seen enough. That Apollosa, I think, really was just critical. It shut him off of that Serenair, which could have potentially been valuable.
Should have just IP'd off the Hope Harbinger, left the fire on the field for Promethean.
Oh, here Bruce is actually saying something that you mentioned earlier, where the Promethean Princess was locked out because there wasn't a fire on the field. He actually thinks that he should have used the Hope Harbinger that was negated via Forbidden Droplet. That way the fire was remaining on the field. It's kind of default just to use IP plus field because it just seems more natural and leave Hope Harbinger. But if it's negated and all of a sudden you lose access to a fire on the field, you lose a point of interaction, which you could have kept. So it's an interesting point that you commented on that Bruce has realized here heading into Game 3.
It's just one of those things where when you're in the game, it's very easy for us, the Twitch chat, the Duelists watching, to just say, he should have done this or he should have done that. But when you're absolutely up there on that stage, we've heard from Duelists who've been there time and time again, you still don't feel like it's just a normal everyday duel, right? And so maybe you do play a little differently than you normally would. But the fact he was able to recognize that right after the game is so important. Not just to win a duel or lose a duel, but to think about it and apply that knowledge for the next game, which I think both these duels are as they access their side decks.
Yeah, very true. You need to have that tunnel vision heading into the next game, but acknowledging any of the kind of missteps that you think you made in the previous game could only benefit you here going forward. Comes up, and it easily could if Forbidden Droplet is as popular as we've seen heading into this event.
Don't mind me, man.
Understanding those intricate interactions that you may have missed in one game can benefit you if it happens to come up here in Game 3, or even later in the tournament. You never know.
Man, life is just one duel at a time. Murat just smiling to himself, sort of looking fondly upward and thinking, okay, maybe I do have this. Maybe there's a possibility there. Whereas Bruce is just locked into shuffling. In the zone, as you say, maybe the tunnel vision is what he needs to get through this game.
One of the things that'll be interesting here is Bruce heading into Game 3 is going to be able to change around his hand interactions a little bit, as we commented on. Really do want to shut off access to the Gimmick Puppet. Bruce has an interesting hand interaction in his hand. He has multiple copies of Psyframe Delta and Psyframe... Well, he actually just 2 copies of the Psyframe Gear Delta. He has, of course, the driver. That doesn't count. There's a copy of Omega in his side deck, too, which is a little bit of an interesting choice. But the two Deltas.
Well, I think the Psyframe Lord Omega is probably reflecting that popular combo from YCS Raleigh, where you could take 2 cards out of the hand by looping through it. But at the same time, it's unlikely that I would expect to see Psyframe Delta hit the field, call out driver, and then actually make it the quote-unquote correct way using sort of materials that are within the archetype. But still a possibility, and maybe you go up against the right deck and you do want to call it in. But Bruce, now that he's done side decking, smiling a little, not necessarily nerves, but he seems to just be back to his self. So these 2 duelists, they're having a good smile, a good laugh, but it is going to be one of these people walking away as the winner here. So
I'm really surprised that Bruce isn't using Gamma. That's where I caught myself. I'm like, oh, he's going to add multiple Psyframes, but he doesn't actually have Gamma in his side deck. It's an unusual thing that if you're going to incorporate Driver plus Delta, you might as well just put Gamma in there too. Gamma is arguably one of the most powerful hand interactions that we've seen in recent history.
Oh, Gamma, when it came out, I remember Gamma really taking off around the world and people being like, wait, what does it do? And we don't see it for every format, but, well, we're seeing it now. So let's go ahead and get into Game 3 here at our Round 5 of YCS Indianapolis.
We just heard Bruce say, please don't puppet lock me.
Well, I mean, that's one way. You could just ask your opponent, but see if Gimmick Puppet Nightmare is in our dreams or not.
It looks like he does have plenty of hand interactions there. It looks like an Ash Blossom and a Ghost Corner. So it's not impossible that Gimmick Puppet hits the field, but it's going to have to be done through quite a bit of interaction.
So we're going back to Brandon High Spirits.
Telegraphs again that he probably naturally drew Branded Fusion. I actually don't think he did draw Branded Fusion. Looks like a Book of Eclipse and 3 monsters. So what he's going to do here is show the Albion, the Shrouded Dragon, which is going to let him put one of his Fallen of Albaz fusions into the graveyard.
Interesting seeing some of these, not necessarily lesser known, but not as often seen branded cards hit the field. It's the same way when you see people who are playing the Sinful Spoil Snake Eye deck, running all of the different Dia Bellstar spell and trap cards.
This is interesting.
Ooh.
So we see Spriggan's Kit, the card that was searched off of the Branded and High Spirit, the card that mentions Fallen of Albaz. We saw Ghost Mourner activated in response. This would have been the access point to Branded Fusion, but now we see Book of Eclipse activated. So a unique application of Book of Eclipse to protect you from these targeting hand interactions.
Now Bruce taking a moment. He could activate Ash Blossom and Joy of Spring here because the effect of the Book of Eclipse does include drawing a card. There are 2 Ash Blossom and Joy of Springs in his hand, I believe, so couldn't hurt, but you're also just so scared of that Branded Fusion, so you got to make a decision.
This is a really tough point. This would be an incredible bait. Oh, wow. This is a really interesting Ash Blossom because searching Branded High Spirits really does telegraph that you naturally drew Branded Fusion. Going into Kits all of a sudden, though, puts that into question. The reality here is that he did not naturally draw Branded Fusion, so this is, in fact, going to cut him off from getting access to Branded Fusion. But if I was in Bruce's shoes, I think I would have concluded that he naturally drew Branded Fusion, so the fact that he was able to conclude the opposite, which happens to be true in this situation, I think is really heads up. Really curious to see if he has any comments about that during the post-match interview if he happens to be victorious.
Well, sometimes you just have to go with your gut, right? You can't duel a duelist that has every card and every option. You just have to duel the person who's across from you. And by discarding that Ash Blossom and Joy of Spring bravely, well, yeah, we are seeing that Branded Fusion is not going to be played this turn.
So we see here Albion, the Shrouded Dragon, actually activate its effect, which allows him to send Fallen of Albaz to the graveyard. This increases some of the viability of things that he can do on the following turn if he draws, for example, Branded Red off the singleton draw. Fusion deployments.
Going for it.
That's a good card here.
Feel like we'll likely see Fallen of Albaz. Oh no, we're not. Okay. So with Grand Guidon revealed, here comes Blazing Cartesia once more.
So he has Ad Libitum in his hand. So I'm curious to see what he can construct with Ad Libitum. And then, as I mentioned, that Albion, the Branded Dragon in the graveyard, guaranteed that he would have an access to Branded in red during the end phase. That's why he sent the Fallen of Albaz to the graveyard already, to guarantee that he had a card to add back to hand of Branded in red. So he had some form of interaction. That fusion deployment obviously changes a lot of what this turn is going to look like, though.
Well, speaking of changes, he did switch it up because he did put the ultra rare Grand Guidon on the field this time, not just the Starlight.
This is weak to a lot of things, but he does have access here to the Gimmick Puppet Lock because that Branded Dragon is now in the end phase going to set that Branded in red. Putting the Fallen of Albaz in the graveyard earlier was really critical because now what he's going to be able to do is use the Spellcaster Grand Guidon with the Fallen of Albaz to go into Sanctifier. So that fusion deployment off the top was an absolutely exceptional draw. I mean, obviously, Branded Fusion itself may have been a little bit better if we kind of run the numbers, but he definitely was not upset with drawing that copy of Fusion Deployment.
Albion really can get it done. I was certainly thinking about that as he thinned down his deck that, hey, maybe the one card will do it. In this case, it did, but just a different route. So we are going to activate Brandon Red. Let's see who we're special summoning and fusioning. So it's going to be Fallen of Albaz add to the hand and uses fusion materials. So Albaz plus Cartesia equals Albion the Sanctifier Dragon.
It's fair. He added the Cartesia back during the end phase through its effect, so he's valuing the Granganol on the field. It is just such a heads-up play to put that Fallen of Albaz into the graveyard. You know, sometimes when you utilize the Shrouded Dragon, you might be tempted to put Retribution because it's advantage into the following turns. Instead, though, Murad said, no, you know what? I need to try and win this game. One of my pathways to win this game is to actually get into the Gimmick Puppet Lock. How can I do that? Putting Falling of Albaz into the graveyard guarantees that I have some sequence to get there because I know I have my Branded Dragon effect in the end phase that's going to put Brandon Red. So I want to have my Brandon Red live regardless of what I draw. So really heads up to put that Albaz into the graveyard.
Well, it looks like it paid off because Bruce has passed and Murat draws for turn. Calculating the math, appears to be about 9,000 attack points on the board, but that's not going to be enough. Branded Fusion would get stopped by that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, but that just means those monsters are turning to attack mode, including Springen's Kit, and that's the handshake! There's applause from the crowd for that one.
Was the Fusion opponent your top deck?
Oh, yes. You never want to ask that question.
Oh, goodness.
Sometimes you don't want to know that that single one draw off the top was the card that made you lose.
You know, there are some duelists that don't believe in the heart of the cards. That's okay, but probability is a thing. And if a card is in your deck, maybe you might draw it at the time you need.
That was a perfect draw, right? I think instinctually I'm thinking, oh, if he draws Branded Fusion, he's in great shape. Fusion Deployment was arguably just as good of a draw because it established the game state that he was going to need to push through those two-hand interactions, but still establish the puppet lock.
Just incredible stuff there, and both duelists certainly exercising great sportsmanship. They almost seemed relieved to be done with the duel, regardless of whether they won or lost. It was so intense. Whew, just take a breather and get back to work.
And we see in this particular round one of the pathways that you can play against the Snake Eye strategy. You know, Branded has historically been a top-tier deck, and as long as it has Gimmick Puppet, it's always going to have that pathway of play that can get through two-hand interactions.
Just crazy stuff there, and again, I think the Ash Blossom holding on to it probably felt really good, right? You would think, oh, he's going to draw the Branded Fusion, and I've got this Ash Blossom, I've got the answer for it. But, well, they just didn't. And what that led to is just better combos and more interesting stuff. And the good news is, we'll be right back in just a moment to interview our winner to find out how it felt to be up on close and personal with that duel. And welcome back. We're here with Murat, the winner of what an incredible duel, I must say. Now, I gotta say, there were so many different plays in there, but was there anything specifically that stood out to you as you were trying to get through that match?
First game, it was pretty straightforward. Third game, I was hoping he was gonna misplay. I thought maybe he had an imperm, and he was gonna imperm when I eclipsed, but then he went for Ash, so it was just, the luck of the draw of Albion that really allowed me to push. Anything else really, besides that or Thrust, I'm losing. So, it just went to the last second.
Well, that makes sense. Now, I gotta say, not everyone believes in the heart of the cards, but when you only have so many options out of your deck with that Albion, the Shrouded Dragon, what are you praying for? Is it just the Brandon Red? Would the Brandon Fusion work as well?
Anything to push for me to be able to play on his turn. Triple Tactic Thrust gets me to Fusion Duplication, which is a very strong card. It's just Branded Fusion on their turn. So yeah, that's really what I was hoping for, either a way to Cartesia or Fusion Duplication.
We did an excellent job there. That said, we're about halfway through day one. Is there anything you as a Branded player you're just hoping you do not run into, you don't want to run into?
Easy, D-Barrier. I mean, every time you play Branded, you're taking a chance. Do you have Ash Blossom, which is the most common hand trap, or D-Barrier off the side? Ash Blossom, I think at this point, I'm able to play against. I'm confident mostly against it, but D-Barrier, there's nothing really to do for it. So yeah, I'm trying to avoid it.
Well, with luck like yours, you may not run into it, so good luck on the rest of the tournament. We're not going anywhere, though. We're going to go back to the desk with Joe.
Thanks, Steven. That is absolutely true with your Branded strategy. There are a few very popular cards you have to watch out for, but we saw Murat able to navigate through both Ash Blossom and a variety of other hand interactions in that duel. With that being said, the main event isn't the only thing going on. Let's take a look at some of the events that we have that run monthly. We're looking at the absolutely beautiful Don Zalug mat. This mat can be won in the Speed Duel Remote Duel main event. These are scheduled monthly. We have one going on June 15th at 10 a.m. Mountain Time, and then again in July 6th at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. Don Zalug, a card that we actually saw earlier featured on that Road to Worlds footage. But with that being said, we actually have a second feature match ongoing right now, so we're going to jump over to Brian versus Andy in just a few moments, so don't go anywhere.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Nightmare! Have you ever met my pal Yubel? You will soon! And you'll meet all kinds of far-out new monsters, too! There are goblin bikers, heroes of a doomed city, and even a dragon queen! Score sweet new cards for your favorite deck in Phantom Nightmare! 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was younger. I went to a local card shop and met some pretty cool younger guys too, just fooling around with some cards, and I saw that there were zombie cards, and that really just got me interested in the game.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Just by the anime as a little kid. I did not know even how to use the cards or what to do with them. I just loved the artwork. And then one time at 15, I went to a locals and started learning how to play the game the right, correct way. And here we are now, and I'm coming to tournaments.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Back when I was about 10. There was a local card shop that isn't there anymore, unfortunately. The owner saw me coming in and just kind of watching play for a while. I was 10, I couldn't really afford cards. After about 2 months of showing up and just watching people play and like learning how to play, he surprised me one day. He called me up to the front, and I was like, what do you want? And he goes, do you really like this game? I was like, I think I do. He goes, are you gonna play this game? I was like, I would like to, but I can't afford cards. He reaches in a drawer, he grabs a Armed Dragon level deck, hands it to me and goes, enjoy the game, and I hope you have fun.
I got a promotional videotape from Kids WB back in something like 2002 that had an episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! On it and said, look for cards coming to stores near you within the next couple of months. And I was in Toys R Us with my mom, all of like 7 years old, and I found Starter Deck Seto Kaiba, and that got me into the game. I've been here ever since.
So I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was 11 years old. I just moved into a new neighborhood, and my stepdad came home one day and told us about the local game store. Went by, had a good time with it, and never really stopped after that.
So I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Way back in like elementary school when we had no regard for the rules. Everybody was like, I'm normal summoning Blue Eyes, like no tributes, no nothing, just on the playground having a good time. And then finally when GX came out, we started actually getting into the rules and go to locals and play around with each other. And then eventually I took a step away from the game and came back about 1.5 years ago, and just through watching YouTube videos and seeing the influencers play, and just really got back into the game and have loved it ever since.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! From my passionate friends. I was just hanging out at a college one day, and they were playing at a table, and as I'm walking over, my friend clocks me from like a mile out, and they're just like, hey, get over here, you're playing, and just sat me down, taught me the game, and I've been playing ever since.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to YCS Indianapolis. We are live at the Indiana Convention Center in downtown Indianapolis, where we have just surpassed the halfway mark of day number 1. That's right, 5 rounds are in the books. We are now into round number 6 on the back half of the day.
I think that's about, 3 more rounds we could go for the day right now?
6, 7, 8, and 9.
Yep. Well, we got to finish 6 first before we kind of get to that little, end point of the day. But,
so, as we stand right now, out of the starting 1,788 duelists, there are only 54 of them currently remaining undefeated. It's a tough time to go undefeated, and if you didn't know, there's actually an extra prize for if you manage it. You get a special giant version of the prize card, the Anotherverse Glutonia, but it doesn't happen very often. You can't have any draws either. You have to actually be undefeated.
no draws?
No draws.
That was always like the part that people were confused about. Does a draw count as being fully undefeated, per se?
It does not. Oh. So we'll see if we're able to give that prize out this weekend. But, if not, we'll try again next time. This time, however, we have 2 duels that are still currently undefeated, up at 5-0, beginning with Alexander from Kokomo, Indiana, whose favorite card is Naturia Antjaw.
That's a very peculiar card. And on the red side, we have none other than Steven Santoli, which is the previous YCS Indiana champion. He's now defending his title from Hamilton, Ontario. His favorite card is going to be Vanquish Soul Jiaolong.
It's a pretty new one, too. It's always interesting when you see duelists whose favorite cards are actually fairly recent. Mm-hmm. You wonder sometimes, are they a newer player, or, did a new card just steal their heart?
Most of the time, I think the new cards just stole their heart. A lot of the releases are really amazing. Vanquish Soul is just one of those really beautiful sets. The artwork is magnificent. The players are now getting shuffled up here. Both of these duelists have 1 loss in their record at the moment.
Oh,
I mean,
so
there's only
do.
at the moment there's only so many that would be undefeated, like you mentioned, 54.
So they do. I thought they were undefeated, but I'm incorrect. They are 4-1.
Now they are shuffling up. Now, last round we got to see the branded deck do the branded thing. If you guys know what thing I'm talking about.
We did a thing. I don't know if it's the branded thing. It's the puppet thing.
It's the puppet
a
thing. Yeah, it's a thing. But it is a very devastating play, but it's not like it was if you kind of nitpick at that game, it could have been either. It could have went either way. Like a simple droplet would have perhaps changed the entire aspect of that game. But sometimes when you don't have it, you don't have it. So we're going to be looking forward to this particular match. It's going to look quite different from what we've seen so far. We just got the deck list. If you guys seen the deck list just get tossed in earlier. So, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at side deck. Right.
Already? It's game 1.
It's game 1, but I feel like after the introduction of more decks, the side deck pattern has changed. Previously, a lot of people played the Bestial card, but now people shifted over to DD Core because they needed that coverage of non-dark or light monsters.
Sure.
And I feel like more and more of these cards, even we're seeing plays from Metatronus, from the recent release of Legacy of Destruction, that card's also starting to see play. Mm-hmm. People are jumping back to Forbidden Chalice.
I like Chalice and Droplet.
Sometimes you just have to go back and revisit your collection.
Sometimes, though, I like playing those cards with the main deck, right? The Forbidden cards.
Oh, yeah. It's
good
good
those
going
are maybe
first
a
or
little
second.
better in the main deck since they are good either way than leaving them off to the side deck.
Absolutely. And duelists are ready. We're going to be going into round number 6. Game number 1.
Die roll. Yeah.
Proceeding into the die roll.
Yeah, okay.
Here we go. Waiting for the cue. Here we go. That's an 8.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, seems like it's not strong enough.
Round 2. 5 is less, so...
But 3 is less than that. So, based off of their decks, you can see on screen, it's going to be Orcus Super Heavy Samurai versus Vanquish Soul.
This is not a matchup I was expecting to see this weekend. Vanquish Soul, I felt like maybe have gotten a bit left behind after the Fire decks started to take over. But Orcus Super Heavy, on the other hand, we've seen showing up at regionals from time to time since they got all of their Harp Horrors back.
I feel like this is more of what these players can do with their decks, more than being about the decks themselves.
All right, it looks like we've got Heavy Borger in there, Stake Your Soul, Called by the Grave, Riseheart.
Stake Your Soul has been added to hand. I mean, it's one of the best cards, of course, for the deck.
And since we do see Stake Your Soul here, I would also like to point everybody over to our socials, where you can take a look at the gorgeous participation mat for the WCQ this year, featuring the Vanquish Soul monsters.
It looks really cool.
The ones on Stake Your Soul.
I mean, the design looks like one of those fighting game UIs.
Character select screens.
Yeah, character select screens. That's right.
I was a little surprised by how many people didn't know that the question mark is for random.
Yes, people might anticipate that. Oh, maybe there's another monster coming out. There's a secret monster.
Saw a lot of that.
Yeah.
No, it's random.
It's random.
It's random select.
Or maybe you know how some of these games you input a secret code in there and you get a special monster. I don't know. Okay, now moving back into the game, we have gotten to the summon of Dr. Madlove, and we are now into Ryzen. Ryzen is going to be able to add a monster. That's going to be his favorite card, Jiaolong.
Jiaolong, really huge for this deck. Just both the effects are good, and it's a fire monster, which is something you always needed more of.
Yeah, especially when Ryzen is one of the key starters of the entire deck. Jiaolong has been summoned onto the field to reveal 2 fire monsters that can be able to search for any of the Vanquish Soul cards into your hand.
All right, that gets Caesar Valius. So we see the Ryzen, we see Ash Blossom, Caesar Valius is there, and if he's got a dark monster, which he will shortly.
That's got to be the Dr. Madlove. That might cycle back into the hand, perhaps? Or the Heavy Borger cycle back into hand.
So Borger goes back to hand.
Oh, I got a glimpse of that trap card.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is what you think it is. Dr. Madlove returns to hand as well at the end phase because of Stake Your Soul.
We're going to activate with Wanted.
So we got some deep Bellstar cards in here as well. I assume that's to get Jet Synchron.
Yes. And luckily, this is the one spell card that can banish itself out of the graveyard, so it won't lock you out of your Super Heavy Samurai plays. If you guys don't know, Super Heavy Samurai cards typically require you to have no spell or trap cards in the graveyard to play.
Pitching Clockwork Knight.
Clockwork Knight.
Wow. Right. This is significantly different than the deck list that I've seen coming out of our regionals, so we got to see how this goes.
Will that Clockwork Knight eventually just wipe the entire field? Because it does turn everything into a machine.
It does.
So it's going to be original?
Sans Deep Bellstar.
I mean, as Steven, we see a Clockwork Knight. You're going to be thrown off by this because you saw that we wanted. Okay, we're going to Jet Synchron, as you predicted. Okay.
Yep, just because there are no Barons anymore doesn't mean getting Jet Synchron off of a spell card that's highly searchable isn't good anymore.
I mean,
it's still quite good.
It's still really, really strong.
Activate the effect of Wanted.
And activating the effect of Wanted. That's going to put back the original. That's removing both spells. Now, we still have one more spell, which is going to be the Clockwork Knight.
Clockwork Knight is the challenging one to get rid of.
Way to go.
I mean, putting spell cards into the graveyard, that's a very risky move if you want to get that started.
The effect of Clockwork Knight.
But now it's gone.
There it is. He's got the...
Pitching Armageddon Knight.
Going to discard the Armageddon Knight for that. We'll get yourself a nice little search.
There we go.
For an Earth Machine.
That is...
Now we're good.
All right, the graveyard has been cleaned up. And good luck playing through this. It's going to be there can be only one.
Well, if he's got removal, that's maybe not a spell. That's the issue, right? Like, you want to play your Cosmic Cyclone or whatever to get rid of that. But then that's a spell that has no way to get it out of the graveyard.
I mean, there is a certain card you can try, perhaps. But I don't think this is the hand to do it. This is going to be a very, very rough position to kind of come out of. The whole deck is mainly just machines. I mean, it's Orcus, machines, Super Heavy, machines. If you only play one of your machines, what can you go into?
Well, Diabell Star is already used. She's a spellcaster. And Armageddon Knight was warrior.
And we're
That's
picking
not
up our
gonna-
cards.
Not going to do.
It seems like we picked up our cards, and Steven Santoli with the there can be only one takes it for game 1. Wow, that was
pretty strong opening from Santoli too.
We did not get to see the actions of a super heavy samurai Orcus.
We did not.
That was probably one of the most devastating cards you can use against that deck.
It's
in the main.
tough. It's like some of the other stuff that they play isn't machines, but it's not necessarily the cards that you're trying to win with, right?
Yeah, and it's very difficult to kind of combo with them. Well, I mean, they might be like pieces in the combo, but they're not the finishing board that kind of leads you there. You need more machines, and you can start with the machines right away. All the other cards essentially are unplayable.
It's interesting though, like in terms of how could you theoretically win a game while you're stuck under there could be only one. You could summon, Diabell Star plus one machine plus a Horus monster, for instance, and have a fairly reasonable army of stuff, dealing some damage there. But he just doesn't really do a whole lot else in that case other than attack.
It's very unfortunate that he got locked out by there can be only one, because there are like monsters in the extra deck that would be able to destroy spell and trap cards.
Yeah.
Such as, like, you added the Scrap monster, I would assume Scrap Wyvern, that could eventually lead into that destruction. But the moment it flipped up, this is what I mean by activating stuff preemptively, just to prevent stuff like that from happening. You don't have to wait for them to put the monster and then use the additional effect to send it to the grave. You just activate it right away, and then you don't even get a chance to even, see that line.
It'd be interesting. So, like, take the there could be only one out. If we look at Santoli's field, like, how many different ways to interact did he actually have there? So he had Ash Blossom. He could get Caesar Valius on the field to probably use that. He could use Rocket the Vanquisher to put Rosin on the field and use its ability as well.
Yeah.
So even without there could be only one, there was a lot of different things that Santoli could have done there.
I mean, it's like Steven's deck, like Vanquish Soul in general, it's just one of those decks that probably outspeeds most other decks in the main phase. Like it's so protected, and speaking of protected, we're going to be moving on to the game 2 and see if we're going to be just as protected on the Vanquish Soul side. But this time around, of course, Alexander has a choice to choose to go for. Let's see if he takes it.
I would assume you do.
Don't want to see there can be only one again. And sometimes for those continuous trap cards that kind of lock you into a specific type, attribute, those particular cards, you can keep them in going second. Because if your opponent's end field could still have it.
Then Santoli's got Dimension Shifter.
Well, Steven woke up today and chose to
he's feeling
not
dangerous.
let the opponent in it. Yeah, exactly.
He's feeling very dangerous today.
Standby. Main.
Well,
Kaushi.
All right, well, Alexander's got the Wakaushi.
That's going to special summon out the Wakaushi. That's going to reset up a scale. That's going to be the big Monk Benkei.
Big Monk. Monk effect.
Yep. Monk is going to be able to add a card into hand. I mean, this deck is known to add cards into hand. And it's going to be safe from that Drone Lockbird while we're under that shifter. That is going to be the Soul Gaia booster. And knowing that this is an Orcus deck, you want that graveyard, so you basically don't have access to any of your Orcus cards.
But the booster is special summoned.
Like, cards being banished out of Orcus isn't too bad either, because most of the Galatea, most of the stuff in the extra deck, they want to put the banished cards back.
They will be banished.
Both of those will be banished because of Dimension Shift.
Is that okay? You're still good?
Is choosing to Synchro Summon?
Yeah, so that's tough. So effects like Dimension Shifter override the regular game rules that say that things go to the graveyard, or in the case of Pendulum monsters, that they go to the top of the extra deck.
But hold on, we are going to see some Orcus play here. That's going to be Orcus Harpora and the Omega. The Psyframe Lord Omega, that's going to go into Galatea. Galatea, like I said, even though it's banished, it's going to put it back, and we're going to reset up additional cards back onto the field. You're going to be able to set one of your Orcus spell trap card. I believe it's going to be Crescendo. Crescendo is the counter trap. If you control, I believe, an Orcus, I believe it's an Orcus Link
Link
monster, you're going to be able to negate almost anything. Monster effects, spells, and traps.
It's been a while since I've actually seen Crescendo resolved. Also got a graveyard effect.
Yeah, search a machine, but I don't think that's going to come into play at this current moment while the shifter is still live.
No. Nope. All right, so Santoli is up, facing down one Galatea and a Crescendo.
That's not too.
As long as it's 0.2. Yeah.
Well, the timing of a counter trap does make a huge difference.
Oh, he's got Fenrir. Ooh.
What a powerful card to come down. We're going to attack. We're going to use the... Are we using the effective ban, or is it just going to attack over? I think it's just attacking over since it's not face down.
It's still face up.
That turns off the Crescendo.
Now we'll see what he's got in main phase 2.
Yes.
He does have a Pot of Prosperity. Shoot. No, it's not Pot of Prosperity. I think that's a Stake Your Soul?
It is Stake Your Soul.
Revealing a dark.
Reveal the Phantasme.
Okay. Special summoning out the Dr. Madlove. Adding the trap card.
And that is Vanquish Soul Snow Devil. This is one that gains effects based on how many of the attributes you reveal from your hand.
Lots of damage
all
going
things
through?
considered, you can make yourself protected, summon something, blow everything up, deal a bunch of damage all at once.
I mean, it is a very, very powerful trap card. Now, Steven's also under Dimension Shifter, so he's got to be careful what he chooses to link off, if he even chooses to link anything up, because there's not going to be any graveyard effect to re-add. And we're going to see the summon of Ryzen. Ryzen going to add the Caesar Valius into hand.
Quick Raisin.
Yep.
Effect Raisin.
Protect, Jiaolong effect, summon itself out, because you just, unlike most of the other particular Vanquish Soul monsters, Jiaolong needs another effect to have revealed to summon itself out rather than just jump out in itself.
And see, Fenrir in this case is getting Rise Heart, which adds a fire monster to the hand to use for the other effects.
So we got an Earth, we have a Fire, and we know we have Phantasme. We have all three attributes required.
Yes, and the Mad Level will return to hand as well, assuming it's not used for something. Alright, so Caesar Valius on the field. Jiaolong effect reveals 2 fires now that Razin is in the hand. Gets yet another search.
Search for anything. There's another Caesar.
There's another Caesar Valius, and that's the Earth monster.
This is a very scary field to stare down. Especially with no cards on the field, most of your setup that would have went into, a follow-up is basically completely nullified through the Dimension Shifter.
If he goes ahead and sacrifices the Mad Love to the Banish pile to make Rocket the Vanquisher, and it looks like he's got the ultimate one as well, which is pretty sweet.
Now reveal 3 for the Caesar. That's going to be able to destroy that card, non-targeting.
And he takes out the Crescendo.
Now, because it's banished, you're not going to be able to banish it from the graveyard to add a machine. Disruption-wise, there's a lot. There's the Kashtira Fenrir. There's also the Caesar that you already know that has the 3 attributes required. We're going to start off with the Wanted. Wanted is going to add Diabellstar, the Black Witch. Card advantage on Steven's side. Steven just shows up why he was the previous winner of YCS Indianapolis.
So pitches one Diabellstar, summon the other.
Okay.
It's an interesting hand. He goes ahead and grabs that Sinful Spoils. Now we'll see if Fenrir activates here.
A Fenrir can only hit face-up card. I mean, you have to send the Black Witch because you can't really send away a Pendulum card that does not hit the graveyard.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, what if he goes ahead and
just gets rid of it
here, and there's nothing that you can send in that case.
Or back to the Jet Synchron. Let's see if Alex can push this any further than the previous game. I mean, I would love to see what this deck has to offer. Wanted effect in the graveyard, put the original to the bottom of the deck and draw an additional card. I mean, that card is so good.
And it gets him up to, what, 3 cards in hand here? Yeah, looks like 3. Hasn't normal summoned yet.
I see an Armageddon Knight available, but...
That's the Horus field spell.
Correct. That is the Walls of the Imperial Tomb.
There, he got his own point.
So that counts as...
That counts as King's Sarcophagus.
That's right.
That is fine.
Effective walls of the
The Walls of the Imperial Tomb is going to allow you to add a Horus monster into your hand, but you're going to have to also discard a card. It's not as free as most of the other cards in the review.
No, but it's nice having that secondary way to get, or just having a way to get Insetti.
What was the card that he discarded?
Armageddon.
Oh, no, not discard. Is it discard or put back to the deck? I believe you have to put it back to the deck.
Sorry, my bad. You're right.
Yeah, that's going to be resulting in a procedural error minor because you did not fully resolve your effect.
Yes, you have to exchange cards out. You don't just get them for free.
And he's going to follow up in getting into the actual King Sarcophagus. There's a lot of sarcophagus these days.
Just a few. Just a few. It's a little odd having, the King Sarcophagus and 2 sets later a Shining Sarcophagus.
Special summon Insetti.
We're going to special summon Insetti because we do have a King Sark on the field, which would be the field spell.
Activate King Sark.
Activate King Sark.
Activate King Sark.
And King Sark is going to discard the Happy into the graveyard. That's going to be another monster that can be used as a follow-up. However, we're going to disrupt here. No, he's passing on that. He's going to continue on.
Yeah, he's holding off on the Dust Devil.
And he's going to put another copy of Insetti. He does not play very many copies. It's only Happy and Insettis as the Horus monsters.
So, these 2 cards don't really amount to a whole lot. That's, 9 levels worth of synchro material. But if you get him with 1 more Horus monster on the field...
I mean, we could see Giant Trainer, Coach King.
All right, so now he's going to summon the second one, the Happy. And you see Santoli's thinking here. And here's when he goes ahead and uses the Snow Devil.
And he's also chaining Caesar's effect to reveal.
Okay, what are you popping?
Caesar will pop this.
Okay.
Caesar is going to destroy the King Sark.
So I'm able to I can choose special one from hand, which I will.
And we're going to get the rest of the effect of Snow Devil. I'm going to Raisin.
Everything that's not vanquished will get destroyed.
Everything is not a vanquishable. They get destroyed. However, Horus monsters... Oh no, but they lost their field spell. Oh, not field spell, the King Sark.
Yep.
Very clean ways to clean off the field.
It doesn't include spells and traps.
Yeah, the entire field has been cleared off. Very unfortunate. This whole game has been basically the tempo got shifted by dimension shifter.
Yep.
Oh,
order drops.
Yep.
I mean, this would be attacking for game, and he just went for it. There we have it.
That's a quick one. So there was also damage in there. If you missed it, there was damage from multiple parts of the Snow Devil effect.
Every part of it does more and more damage as you go down the line.
So everything just kind of went off the rails there a little bit at the end.
Steven Santoli, our match winner for round number 6.
Yeah, it's tough seeing the shifter on the first turn, right? And then having to come up with another play there. I'm wondering if maybe you put the 2 level 4s there and go for Baguska.
I mean, that's one of the best ways to counter a shifter play like that.
That's what I was thinking, is going into the synchro there. Maybe he didn't know that his Pendulum monster wasn't going to go to the extra deck.
Yeah, that was
the shifter.
That was tough. I would say that was probably one of the tougher points of that matchup. There's just very few options.
Yeah,
like you get hit by basically
one.
one of the cards that basically skips your entire turn because everything you try to set up won't amount to a follow-up. None of the Orcus cards are going to hit the graveyard, so you're not going to get too much from there. And then the Horus cards also want to hit the graveyard.
Yes.
They can't do anything as well. Like, there was so much setup that he tried to do on the following turn, but Steven already set the entire field full of disruptions, and this is kind of where we came to right here, right now.
That's one of those decks that, even if you can't play the shifter or you draw multiple shifters, it's still a dark monster in your hand, so it's nice. Anyways, we're going to have an interview with our winner, Steven, coming up next, so don't go away.
Welcome back to YCS Indianapolis here in the Indiana Convention Center. This is the end of round 6, and I am here with the feature match winner, Steven Santoli. So, you're not an amateur to this table, this feature match. You've been at the world stage as well, but are you now more comfortable here at the feature desk?
To some degree, I think so. I think the way I look at kind of tilt and being overloaded with pressure is that you kind of have a bar to fill up. So if you're feeling really confident about a deck and have a lot of reps on it and have a lot of practice, then going up on stage you'll feel a bit more pressure, but it'll be a drop in the bucket because you have all that prep work done. If you are going and playing a new deck and I feel the same way, I'm not super confident, then I'll definitely feel the pressure still because when I'm already have to spend a lot of time focusing on things because I'm not familiar with it, the extra pressure will affect my gameplay for sure. Fortunately, I've been playing Vanquish for a while, so I didn't really feel much of it here as somewhat of a straightforward matchup thanks to the floodgates.
So, why did you choose to play Vanquish Soul anyway? Like, of all the decks available, Vanquish Soul, why is that your choice?
I just enjoy the deck a lot. I think that playing hand trap wars are bad. I played this at YCS Rally. I went 9-2. I got 34th, so I kind of want to run it back, and the deck definitely had topping ability. Like, I had topping record and just got unfortunate with tiebreakers and early losses. Or not even early losses, just middle pack losses. So I want to play again just because I think it's really enjoyable. And format's maybe not stale is the correct word, but it's there's not much new stuff coming out, and so just kind of grinding the same deck that is just hand trap wars. I don't find I can put the same amount of practice in. Playing a deck like this where you get a lot of interesting game states and are more dependent on engine, especially against other kind of mid-range decks where you're not just getting blown out by normal summon Snake Eyes Ash. I think it's really fun, and I can stay focused by playing a deck I enjoy.
That sounds really good. Now, you are basically the defending champion of YCS Indianapolis. So are there any decks that you don't want to run into?
Well, my worst matchup is Snake Eye, which is probably not the best answer for this event. I mean, I think this deck has a okay Snake Eye matchup. It's not horrible. Like, you can definitely win it. I think if you're winning the die roll, you're still in a very comfortable position versus the deck. Going second, I mean, Jaw Shifter or one of the other tech cards and one of the real blowout tech cards, and you're fine. So you still have options to do that. And I play against a lot of YCS Raleigh. I played against 7 of them, beat 6 of them. Did not have a good die roll record against them either. So the odds are definitely there, but I feel that is a deck that can blow me out and prevent me from getting to those grind games as opposed to a lot of other decks in the format that are playing a lot of hand traps and don't have quite the same power level of engine. I feel much more comfortable playing into them with just all engine because you have the ability to push through it and get to a grind game, which this deck excels at.
Sounds good, sounds good. Once again, congratulations, Steven. All right, I'm going to pass it over back to Jerome at the desk.
All right, thank you. So there's nothing quite like playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In person at one of these huge YCS events. But that's not the only way you could play Yu-Gi-Oh! There are lots of ways that you can compete from the comfort of your own home, and one of them is remote duels. There's remote duels both for the TCG as well as the digital games such as Dueling. And in fact, at one of our Duel Links remote duel main events, you can win great prizes like this game mat that you see right there. They're scheduled monthly, and you can see the next upcoming ones in just a couple of weeks on the 15th, and then another one on July 6th, both of them at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. These are prizes that you can't really get anywhere else, so make sure to hop onto the server on Discord if you are interested in winning anything like that. Now, let's take a look at our bounty duelists and see how they've been performing. Take another look there. You see that none of our bounty duelists are undefeated anymore. Even Raven Dye has taken a loss at this point. But we still got a few 1, 2, 3, 4 4-1 bounty duelists. So pretty good performance from them this time around, including we got a couple 3 and 2s as well. So great job to our bounty duelists so far. We'll see how many booster packs they can take home this weekend. And that is about going to do it for round number 6. We're going to take a quick break, but round number 7 is coming up next. Don't go away. Hey everybody, welcome back, and have I got some great news for you. We have got one last game for you here in round number 6. It's going to be our bonus feature match, currently tied 1-1 between Zachary and Hunter. Let's look in.
Starting with the opening play, hit by an
Ostinato being hit by Ash Blossom, followed up with first movement solo. Now, so Hunter's running an actual, like, straight-up Melodious deck.
That's right.
Which we've seen doing well in the Nationals and the Regionals.
I mean...
He's going to go ahead and summon what looks like Arya.
Yeah, Arya makes the life very, very safe. You can't target any of the Melodious monsters, and they cannot be destroyed by battle. An odd level of protection, because you can still destroy them...
Oddly specific.
Oddly specific. And they can still be destroyed by card effect, which is like, okay. But... just have to check for that one last bit of destruction to kind of secure a safe field. We're going to see a summon of Refrain. Refrain is going to get the couplet. Couplet is going to get the Concerto into hand. And these Pendulum monsters, well, if you use them as material and you summon out a fusion monster that is a Melodious, you're going to be able to rescale them onto the Pendulum zone.
So you can see this happening right now.
Like 1, 2, and likely a chain link 3. That is a Bacha. Or you can correct my pronunciation. Is it Baka or Bacha? It's Baka.
Baka. They are all based on
musicians.
Composers. Composers.
That's right. So it's Baka. Baka's going to be able to summon out a Melodious monster from the deck. I mean, that card is just so powerful. I mean, Ostinato has been placed into many other decks as well, just for the sheer power
For example,
alone.
Zachary's deck.
Yes.
Which you can see listed there as Snake Eye Melodious.
I mean, that opening play with Ostinato is just ridiculously powerful. Ostinato is not once per turn, so if you get hit by an Ash Blossom, you have a second copy. Well, this is going to be tough luck.
Baka is going to go ahead and summon... Is that Chopin?
That could be Sonata.
Sonata.
It's a Sonata.
And they are linked off into the Bloom Harmonist.
Yes.
Bloom Harmonist is very powerful. Going to get spend 1 card to summon up 2.
I'd take that trade. That trade seems worth it. And of course, when the copy of Baka goes into the graveyard, it's going to summon out another Melodious from the graveyard. Baka is just one of the strongest Melodious monsters I've seen ever.
It's real good.
It is a really, really powerful
real
monster.
good.
Not only that, it offers protection for your Melodious cards, especially your fusions. They can't get their activated effects negated.
All right, so these two are going to fuse.
That's going to be Schuberta.
Yep.
That is basically a triple DD Crow.
And then these 3 cards are going elsewhere. And they are fusing off into the Bloom Harmonist.
Yes, Flowering at 12.
Sorry, Flowering at 12. Yes, the
Flowering
new
at
one.
12, the new one.
The new one from Legacy of Destruction.
I mean, that particular card can also help dodge very powerful disruptions from hand, such as the Rock of Nibiru. Nibiru, the Primal Being. Just banish everything.
It's a real heavy defensive board. Like it's surprisingly hard to get through this, especially when you can lose multiple cards from your graveyard all at once, and then Arya is still sitting there the whole time. So you're not running over this, and you're not using your targeting effects against it. The chink in the armor is Regeki or Darkhole.
Yes. As we mentioned before, they're not protected from card effect destruction. There's also another card that's also very powerful against this, which is Forbidden Droplet. A non-targeting negation. Turning off Arya essentially turns off the rest of the protection. It opens up the field, so that you can tackle into it.
But it's got to be Droplet because most of the other stuff targets.
That's right. And I believe we see a Concerto activate onto the scale. Not a card that you want to see in the opening hand as if you're playing the Melodious as, I guess, an engine or a little side package. And we're going to get the Concerto added. That's going to thin out the deck. I think that's just mainly for deck thinning for the most part. Not the card that you want to play with actively, but we are seeing the activation of a Concerto. And we are able to fuse it off. One's going to hit the graveyard for sure because they're not on the field. If you get rid of pendulum cards from the hand, they don't actually go back to the extra deck. They actually go to the graveyard. And that's going to put Chainlink 1 as Baka. Chainlink 2 is going to be Couplet, basically rescaling. I'm calling it rescaling, but being placed back onto the pendulum scale. And that's going to summon a Refrain from the deck. That particular effect is very dangerous because you can't really use an Ash Blossom on that Baka. Baka will not be affected by that because it cannot get its activated effects negated.
Yeah, it's the activated effects of fusion monsters.
Yeah, the fusion monsters, that's right.
That'll
But you
protect
still
by
can't
the
get hit by
pendulum
infinite impermanence because it negates the entire card and the protection. And I believe that's the Light Charm.
Yeah, it's Lina.
It's Lina.
We go ahead and use that triple DD Crow. There it is. All three cards are out.
That's devastating. I mean, Concerto would have been able to draw a card, but not now. Not this time. I mean, so far, we've only mainly seen the Melodious side of Zachary's deck. There's still the Snake Eye part. Okay, we're going to see this. Wow, this is actually mostly Melodious. So we're going to still continue with the fusion play here, which is going to be through the effect of Soprano.
No, we're linking.
Oh, we're linking up instead. Okay, well, the Caster's Curse.
And that is Exceed the Pendulum, I believe.
Going to be able to add the card back into hand, and now we're going to set up the Pendulum Scales. Now you get both. You can just activate the card after all. The one that you just added back, you don't have to special summon it, or rather you can't because you don't have both scales set up yet. What kind of position would Zachary be in right now?
Yeah, I assume he's just trying to do as much stuff as possible.
I mean,
before, playing whatever the 18 cards that are Snake Eye Ash he's got.
I mean, this is the all-important Game 3. You got to make sure that you get that safe landing. There are ways for Zachary to set up an Appaloosa, perhaps. We're going to see the Diabell Star.
Right.
And that
Bellstar is going to get hit with the Veiler.
Yeah. Ooh. You're not going to be able to set one.
Yeah,
likely
if
the original.
You keep him away from Snake Eye Ash, then all of this is for naught.
Yep.
Because the whole thing is a support package for forcing that through, essentially.
I'm not sure if there's a strong follow-up after this particular point. Yes, you do have Exceed the Pendulum, rather, and there is Diabell Star the Black Witch. SP Little Knight won't do anything here because none of those monsters can be targeted at this point.
Are you going to Pendulum Summon first, or are you just trying to link off even further? And remember, the fusion monster is still in wait. Like, if anything really unpleasant happens, it could all just go back to hand.
Yeah, that's the thing. And we are seeing an access code. I mean, that's a really, really good card, for sure. It's likely going to target the Exceed the Pendulum.
It's got to be 3 in this case, so 53.
And we're going to banish. We're passing priority. We're not disrupting it. And don't forget, you cannot respond to access code. One of the really strong points about access code. It's going to destroy the Call by the Grave. Ooh, that would have some level of impact for sure.
I think that's his only one, though, right?
And we
are going to switch for Zelantis.
Ooh, that is one way to clear the field.
All right, so that actually is meaningful. That can just banish everything and then bring it back. He's going to go ahead and use the effect of the fusion.
That's going to banish everything. It's going to bounce back the Zelantis, and he's going to choose to banish. And that is it. That secures the game for Hunter. Pure Melodious.
Pure Melodious takes it. Zachary has no way to get to Snake Eye Ash. And
that's it.
If you don't get to Snake Eye Ash, you don't win. That's basically it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true for this particular deck. I was a bit surprised overall, but the amount of disruption that Hunter offered, it was a tough board to break.
It is. But he really showed off, why you would play the Melodious deck, right?
That's right.
I think a lot of people would look at some of those cards, or at least have the memory of those cards from the past, and be like, well, why would anybody be playing this? Even if the new cards are really, really powerful. And this is why, like he showed you right there, that what this deck can do is legitimately threatening.
Yeah, like Ostinato on its own, it's already like the pressure is on. But once you use the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, and then they follow it up with First Movement Solo, you realize that, hey, Ash is just not enough against this deck in particular.
It's true, but it was nice to see it though. We've been looking for this particular deck all day, right? Like we haven't really had a chance to see it in action. So getting a little bit of that as the bonus,
that was kind of nice.
I think it was nice.
It's a nice little taste, a little taste of it. I mean, I was hoping to see Voiceless Voice versus Melodious, the ones who can sing and the ones that have no voice. But maybe that will be an upcoming feature. Who knows? That will depend on the players themselves.
That matchup doesn't sound quite as fun.
Hey,
not quite as fun.
I think it's like the counter matchup against each other. They're like rivals to each other.
All right. All right. Well, we'll see you again in round number 7. Don't go away.
Duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately. It's time to get your game on. Let's rev it up!
'Cause I'm feeling the flow. What do you say we swing into action?
It's time to link into the brains.
We are just breezing right through this Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series as we're about to enter round 7, which is almost unbelievable here. Again, YCS Indianapolis is fully underway. We've got to see some incredible duels so far. But really, there's been some decks that we haven't gotten to show off, so hopefully we get some cool stuff in these last couple of rounds. Gotta say, Joe, as we've gone through, is there anything that really stood out play-wise to you? I mean, there's been some wild stuff so far on the stream.
I think it's just the diversity of what we've been able to feature on stream. This round, we're going to see a new deck that we've yet to see. A deck that really over the course of the last year has been a dominant force, which is Kashtira. We'll actually see Kashtira lined up against Kashtira Snake Eyes. So what's one of the most fascinating things to me is that if you look at this year and the previous year, if you were to look at the most popular decks and the decks that have had the most success, it would be Snake Eyes individually on its own, Kashtira individually on its own. We see here in this format, though, you can meld both decks together. A lot of players this weekend have elected to do so. So we'll see the pure Kashtira deck against a Kashtira Snake Eye strategy.
No, those decks are definitely two great tastes that taste great together, but taking a look at who's still here together, we've got, again, out of our 1,788 attendees, only 27 undefeated duelists entering round 7, still in contention for that giant card, another versus Glutonia.
Yeah, talk about a great way to finish the weekend. You could potentially be a YCS champion and walk away with that awesome Another versus Glutonia as both a prize card and giant card.
Well, speaking of our contenders, we've got from Dayton, Ohio, Drake, and his favorite card, very obviously, is Kashtira a Rise Heart.
And he'll be up against Blake. Blake is from Edmonton. His favorite card is Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flame. So it looks like both of these duelists have elected to choose favorite cards that are reflective of what their strategies will entail. Drake will be bringing the pure Kashtira deck to the tournament today, while Blake has, of course, as we commented on, that Snake Eyes Kashtira variation.
You won't be able to use Kashtira a Rise Heart, but the rest of the deck is still quite good. So again, round 7 is... Cannot believe that we're here. I mean, again, the gameplay has just been so great so far, but we're not out of the woods yet, and neither are these duelists as they go ahead and shuffle up here. Excited to see it, because I know there's some duelists at home, they're like, oh man, Kashtira, but it's a really interesting deck even on its own without Kashtira a Rise Heart. Again, being able to put up these big bodies on the board that really make your opponent answer. There's a reason why Kashtira Fenrir is so popular in Master Duel. It is such an incredible card by itself. But, as you know, the Snake Eye deck is nothing to slouch at either, and it has its own Kashtira package in a lot of different decks, including the one Blake's running.
I think the fact that Blake's deck has elected to incorporate the Kashtira monsters, which a lot of duelists this weekend have been doing across the board. We saw Santoli last round utilize the Kashtira monsters in his Vanquish Soul strategy, is just indicative of the power of the Kashtira monsters on their own, especially in a format with a lot of hand interaction. So if the Kashtira cards have been sprinkled throughout virtually every deck, not just about every deck, but a large percentage of the decks in the room, certainly not every deck, going pure as Drake is doing this week, it makes a lot of sense, right? There's a reason why cards like Kashtira Birth, Fenrir, and Unicorn have been popping up in other non-Kashtira-based strategies. It's because those cards line up so favorably against some of the things that, for example, Snake Eyes are trying to do.
No, absolutely. And there's some nice synergy, too, with Kashtira Birth. Obviously, Diabellstar, the Black Witch, being a normal summoned out card. Not the ideal way to bring it out, but just a neat little thing you can do because those two decks do work so well together. And I think what else is really neat is that one deck can pivot into the other. If you decide that your Kashtira isn't working out, maybe they stop some of those effects, you can go ahead and just normal summon a Sinful Spoil monster of some kind, maybe a Snake Eye Ash, and just get the combo going from there. So obviously these strategies are both here to stay, and even after Kashtira has really gone down in popularity, it's still a very strong deck.
And the fact that obviously the synergy with level 7 monsters, something that Blake is going to be able to incorporate when he utilizes cards like Dracossack, which he is in fact running in his extra deck to put potential link materials onto the field. So the fact that the level 7s work so well in Blake's strategy is one of the reasons why we see these Diabellstar plush Kashtira strategies here this weekend.
It's good to see Dracossack again, a legendary card. I remember in 2013, Dragon Ruler format was incredible because of all those level 7 monsters, but Dracossack is really what pushed that deck over the edge, as well as all those powerful effects. But it's nice to see some of these old cards again. And again, it's what makes the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game the best game of all time, is because you really can go back into your collection and find some great cards. And speaking of great cards, let's enter Game 1 here of our Round 7 for YCS Indianapolis.
Both of these players have actually incorporated Dracossack because of their reliance on level 7 monsters. They're probably going to do slightly different things with Dracossack, but again, as you mentioned, a card that's been around now for over a decade, featured in both of these strategies.
Looks like Blake's going to start here with a bonfire activation, and it does resolve. Let's see if there's any follow-up afterwards.
It was actually a quarter century rare of the Wanted. It kind of looks like bonfire, but in quarter century can actually be a little bit deceptive. Yeah,
a little bit of light there. So
beautiful quarter century secret, and I think he searched a Diabell Star that may also be quarter century secret.
Going to go ahead and get that Divine Temple of the Snake Eye out there and place a card into the spell trap zone here. It's funny, even though you've told me that's not bonfire, I practically still see it because of how gorgeous the card is. But we are going to see Poplar be placed on the field, and then Diabell Star is going to send it to the graveyard.
So he uses that as sort of the fodder to special summon the Diabell Star from his hand, and now he's going to be able to set the original Sinful Spoils. Looks like he's really showcasing all of these beautiful quarter century secrets that we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, he actually set Wanted because he had naturally drawn the original Sinful Spoil. That's a comment that we've made several times this weekend. It looks like he has 2 copies of Talents in his hand. But because that Ash Blossom has been activated here in the main phase, we presume that in some capacity that Talent is going to be activated. I'm not sure, though, what mode he'll use. I think in this position, he probably has to draw 2. Yeah.
That is what he goes for. Those extra resources are so important. While it's tempting to go ahead and place a card from your opponent's hand back into the deck, it may not actually get you anywhere, so he's going to continue by drawing 2. Going to go and set that Infinite Permanence.
Wow, so a single copy of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring was enough to really stymie the opening play here from Blake. And now we'll see one of probably the many Kashtira monsters that we'll see in this match. It is Kashtira Unicorn.
Taking a moment to think there, Blake, clutching that Infinite Permanence, and we're flipping it up. So the middle column is null and void, effectively, and neither is Kashtira Unicorn's effect going to be resolving. But we're going to Pot of Prosperity. Let's go ahead and get rid of 6 here.
We see him safely activating that in the zone furthest away from that Infinite Impermanence column. One of the things that you can see here is that Drake, like many players on Kashtira, he's utilizing quite a few Link monsters in his extra deck. That's something that varies from the original Kashtira deck list that we saw last year. We see Drake is incorporating cards like SP Little Knight, G Golem Crystal Heart, a very common card to combine with 2 copies of Link Spider. One thing that he's not actually utilizing, though, is Deco Talker. So I'm actually curious to see what exactly he's trying to do with all of these Link monsters. Potentially just going into Apollosa, something that he does have in his extra deck.
Well, he certainly must have a game plan to get this far in the tournament, but Drake is considering what card he wants to activate next. Not sure if he wants to commit, but looks like we are going to see... And you're definitely right, he is doing that just to make sure. He's reaching as far away as he can to make sure nothing gets negated by that lingering condition, the lingering effect of Infinite Permanence.
Now we see Kashtira Fenrir, special summon in defense mode through the Theosis. We commented on a moment ago that this deck, specifically the one that Drake is playing this weekend, has Link monsters. Of course, now he'll be locked out of Link monsters because of Theosis. But now he'll be able to search for a copy of Rysart. I think he actually already had a copy of Rysart in his hand, but either way, having access to Rysart. And because he searched Rysart, it's easy to assume that he has Scareclaw Kashtira in his hand, which in fact he does. So I only saw the Rysart previously, so we can kind of deduce quite a few cards from his hand here. But he does have 2 additional level 7s that he can put onto the field. I'm curious how he prioritizes dealing with this Diabell Star. And it looks like it's going to be the banish of Kashtira Birth to activate the effect of Rysart.
Didn't quite catch all of the cards that Blake lost, but looks like at least one of them was actually Bonfire. It's going to be banished face down.
But
now we
too bad.
Going into the Scareclaw Kashtira after all and getting rid of the Kashtira Theosis.
If this will allow him to go into Birth, one of the things that I was curious about was to see whether or not he tried to go under 5 summons. He's at 4 summons right now. Clearly he has 4 monsters on the field to play around Nibiru. But with Kashtira Birth, now he can probably go into his extra deck and not worry too much because he does have the follow-up with Kashtira Birth.
Curious to see if we'll get to see Draco Sack here as these 2 level 7s combine.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
The Dragon of Annihilation is here. We go ahead and attack that Diabell Star.
Yes.
So he's doing this so that the Dark Arm can activate its effect in main phase 2. So he wants to attack and then clear out that set Wanted and the Divine Temple.
Certainly good stuff. Again, only 150 damage here because of the Pot of Prosperity. They're halving all the damage.
Yep, always important to note when Pot of Prosperity has been activated. Going to throw the math off a little bit.
All of a sudden we got 50s, right? And so another 1250 here from the Kashtira Unicorn. And some damage there as well from the Kashtira Scareclaw.
Main phase 2? Yep.
Going to main phase 2, looks like we're going to see the Kashtira Birth.
Yep.
Actually going for the field spell. May not be worried about the face down since it didn't do anything in response to the activation of effect or an attack, so it could just be a dead card.
Well, Darkroom can activate again here, and what he wanted to do here was put one of his monsters into... Oh, he's choosing not to, so what he's actually instead valuing here is those he knows the set is wanted, so maybe potentially he views that as a card that's kind of inconsequential, but he wanted to get that Kashtira Fenrir somewhere so that it could be revived with Kashtira Birth so that he can pass with the Zeus interaction and both Unicorn plus Fenrir.
Well, he may have also wanted Seeker of Spinful Soils to be activated because it's only going to get a Diabell Star, and as you know, monster effects really get Kashtira going, right? They're able to banish so many different cards face down, but we'll see if that pays off, allowing him to keep that card just going straight into Zeus. So it looks like he's going to go ahead and search out that Snake Eye Ash.
One of the things that I think is interesting, if you knew you were going to go into Zeus, I wonder if you should have utilized the Scareclaw Kashtira as a third material. For Darkround, it's 2+ level 7, so you could actually have gone into it with 3 materials. That way you could have destroyed both the set Wanted, or at least tried to destroy the Wanted. I guess it can just be chained. Kind of depends on how you want to sequence that, but if you forced out the Wanted on your turn like that, you'd be able to use the Kashtira Birth and then banish some of the follow-up from the graveyard, so you would kind of put the pressure on that Wanted activation. So it's kind of interesting to see, because again, if you had gone into 3 materials, you've been able to destroy the field spell and then target that Wanted and then still go into Zeus with 2 materials.
Well, he's only sitting with those 2 materials right now, and Blake is going to go ahead and summon that Snake Eye Ash. No response of any kind, so we're going to go in and grab another Poplar there from the bottom of the deck.
We'll chain to Unicorn and look at your extra command card from it face down.
Let's take a look at that whole extra deck here. Primarily just some of the greatest Link monsters ever made.
I feel like a lot of players just go right for Promethean Princess or SP. Looks like it was an SP.
Well, when Promethean Princess is your favorite card, right, and you're representing it even on the extra deck sleeves, seems like, maybe my opponent intends to summon this.
Yes.
Arguably one of the most powerful Link monsters we've ever seen.
It really, really is. It launched fire really to the forefront of modern dueling. But it's not like it can't be beaten. It's already been banished by that Kashtira Unicorn, so it's not going to be an issue. For now. Looks like the Triple Tactics talent is about to come down. I'm curious to know if maybe it is going to take a monster, so let's see.
This forces the Zeus activation, that's why he's doing it here.
You have to do it. Oh.
I was going to let this resolve.
That is interesting.
He actually has the ability to take the Kashtira monsters too, but of course Zeus makes the most sense.
Activate Zeus?
And we're just going to activate Zeus, so let's see.
Yes.
Yep, and now we activate that Wanted that we know. All things considered, the Kashtira Bird was able to resolve this turn, so maybe that sequence of forcing out the Wanted didn't end up mattering in the grand scheme of things.
But to lose all your monsters, I guess to a certain point you would expect maybe your opponent doesn't want to use the Zeus effect immediately. They don't want to clear out their own Snake Eye monsters, but...
I think you don't give them the option, right? If you know that Zeus is on the table like that, it's face up, you kind of just want to make the decision for them, because if for whatever reason Blake was able to do something different and just hold the Zeus for later in the turn or whatever it might happen to be, it could really be detrimental. You don't want to give your opponent any flexibility whatsoever. Like, for example, maybe he leaves that on there as a way of playing around a card like Effect Veiler. You can obviously chain Zeus as Chainlink 2, or would be Chainlink 3 to an effect. So just giving your opponent the option, even if you don't even have Effect Veiler, I think I would have just used Zeus, kind of bit the bullet. Though granted, he could have potentially selected then a Kashtira, different monster. No, he would have to just take the Zeus. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
He banished one face down off the horizon. I didn't notice. Unfortunately, it is still an illegal activation. So, just going to have to give you a warning for it.
Just getting a little bit of feedback from the judges for a warning for an illegal activation of the card there. Again, because didn't pitch the correct thing, but we are going to keep on playing here. It's just a warning. No harm, no foul.
I think the 3 banishes face down off of Horizon may have taken a card out of Blake's deck that he thought would be there upon searching.
Sorry about that. It's all good.
But now we have that Flame Merge effect, and this is really where we start to see Snake Eyes accumulate a ton of advantage. The fact that Promethean Princess is still in his extra deck will probably come into effect at some point this turn as well.
It's like maybe counting up some numbers here. But instead, going to go ahead and link summon a relinquished Anima.
Yep. So this is a way of basically just putting a monster on the field, but still being able to activate Ash's effect, right? By having Poplar go to the spell and trap card zone, Anima onto the field. You essentially are in the sort of the same underlying game state, but you have the Anima on the field with the Flame Merge. This looks like it's over 8,000 damage, so without Pot of Prosperity being activated this turn, that's actually going to wrap up our first game here in our round 7 feature match.
So Blake definitely takes it, and I do think that the decisive moment in the duel was the lack of activating that Zeus. I mean, think about it. The 2 materials being removed at your discretion. Now, granted, his opponent did that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the fact that he had talents was what really mattered there. I would have activated just to limit my opponent's ability to make a play that was better.
But it is true that it wouldn't have changed much because really, Zeus got activated one way or the other. So maybe that's what he thought. Maybe if I don't do it, maybe my opponent will take something else.
I wonder if there would have been something else that we could have done too, just as opposed to going even into Dark Arm, because it's almost like you gave yourself the lose condition and with the Zeus on the field because you know your opponent is playing talents. They activated on you already that game. You know, it's one of those things with the Kashtira strategy where yes, Zeus is a point of interaction, but if your field is Unicorn, Birth, and Fenrir, you already have multiple points of interaction. I wonder if he could have sequenced it where maybe he goes into something like Harmonizer, something that he's incorporating into his extra deck, or something else. Maybe tried to find a way of navigating it so that Zeus wasn't the final piece to what he was doing.
Well, again, both the duelists have great records here going in, so obviously, you know, a loss can happen, but you don't get to a 6-0 record unless you're able to bring it back. So Rick's going to have to think about his plays carefully and maybe try to figure out some way to get around the Triple Tactics talent. It's very difficult, though, not to activate those Kashtira effects. I feel like anything that says Triple Tactics something is a good candidate against a Kashtira deck.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Heading here into our second game, Drake is going to be able to go into his side deck, and looks like he has a card such as Solemn Judgment, which lines up really well going first. Maybe potentially put in a card like Book of Eclipse that can go both first and second. I think he probably leaves that in the side deck, though. He has his 3rd copy of Triple Tactics talent, so if he thinks that Blake is going to have a lot of hand interactions, he'll probably put that in there as well. Nothing that really jumps off the page. You know, some Kashtira strategies would incorporate cards in their side deck that are those continuous traps. Maybe a card like Skill Drain, but we don't see that here from Drake. We do see it, however, on Blake's side. Blake is playing Skill Drain. I don't think he would bring it in here going second, but he's assuredly going to put in 1 Change of Heart and 3 Mind Control. Can you imagine taking one of your opponent's Kashtira monsters?
It's been pretty crazy. I can certainly remember a stage of the game where we were running things like Lullaby of Obedience and so on and so forth. It feels really good to not only know that your own deck can do it, but know that you're really only going to be playing against good monsters, so why not steal them and use them for your own? And if you're playing something as popular as a Sinful Spoil Kashtira deck, you've got a lot of great candidates out on the field. There's plenty of level 7 monsters in the format. There's plenty of Snake Eye decks out there on the field. So yeah, you probably have nothing but good results with those mind controls.
I mean, you take your opponent's Kashtira monsters, you can use their effect.
Yeah.
Get your engine rolling. Doesn't quite line up the way it may have in actual Kashtira-based formats, because it's not like you can take a Unicorn and search Theosis. You can only search Birth, which doesn't necessarily get you anywhere. And then, of course, with Fenrir, you're already going to have Fenrir on the field. So it's not a perfect solution, but it certainly can be beneficial to mind control, well, more specifically something like Change of Heart. Fenrir, activate the effect so you have follow-up, and then summon something like a Snake Eye Ash. That way you avoid the Fenrir effect, but then also get a Fenrir in your hand, have a monster on the field for you to utilize the Ash effect, so it just really sets up quite well.
Well, speaking of set up quite well, we are set up quite well for Game 2 here. Let's see how Drake is able to run it back after losing the first game.
And again, one of the things I'm really curious about is Drake is not playing some of the extra cards that I would assume you would incorporate into Kashtira, like Decode Talker. He's instead incorporating cards like Apollosa, which is a pathway with the opening play utilizing Link Spider and G-Golem Crystal Heart. Well, I was curious to see what he would do if he had his typical Kashtira opening hand, and instead he sets 4 Spell and Trap cards.
That's incredible. We do see there's an empty Kashtira Theosis in his hand, not doing anything without any of those monsters. So this might be a case of all breaks and no gas.
Sorry, guys.
So here's Pressured Planet Raceoth, a card that has recently been reprinted actually in our rarity collection. You can get that in beautiful quarter century secret rare.
Hey, the Platinum Secret Rare ain't bad either.
That is true. I think a bit of a modified Platinum Secret rare. These ones really pop.
Oh, yeah, no, the cards are certainly gorgeous there. But speaking of gorgeous, looks like it is a great opening here as Kashtira Unicorn slaps down on the field.
Imagine being Drake on the other side looking at that Raceoth and Unicorn and thinking, man, I really wish I had those in my hand, and I'm playing multiple copies of both of those.
It's like, where's my Kashtira cards?
Okay.
Looks like it's going to be good, so we're going to go into the deck, maybe grabbing another Kashtira Theosis and adding a little bit more to Drake's just humbleness, but instead it's going to be Kashtira Birth.
Yep, that's really the only target in his strategy. I actually have seen a few players playing Theosis in their Snake Eye strategy. That's not the case here, though, for Blake. He is essentially playing just that singleton copy of Kashtira Birth. So we see that beautiful Wanted activated, allowing him to search out a copy of Diabell Star. It looks like he's going to send a Diabell Star to summon Diabell Star.
Yeah, one great card deserves another. Looks like a Cosmic Cyclone, a Solemn Judgment, and Infinite Impermanence is going to negate the effect there of the Diabell Star, the Black Witch. So we have a much better understanding from just being able to see some of those face-down cards of what Drake really has. And the Solemn Judgment is still there, so maybe an Xyz monster is not the right play here. But I feel like we are about
100%.
to see Draco Sack get hit by Solemn Judgment.
That's okay. I mean, this just shows you the power of having Diabell Star and Kashtira monsters in the same strategy. As your opponent is utilizing some of their interactions, the fact that they're both level 7s make it so that this Draco Sack is incredibly threatening. So if you think about it just from the perspective of trading card advantage, that Unicorn has already replaced itself with Birth, so we can basically just put it right back on the field. The Diabell Star traded with the Infinite Impermanence, so he made two kind of favorable, just one-for-one trades. The Draco Sack, in and of itself, because it threatens so much additional value, just prompted that Solemn Judgment. So he essentially traded two cards that had already replaced themselves for that Draco Sack that ate a Solemn Judgment. So it just really shows you the synergy between the inherent nature of level 7 monsters like Fenrir and Unicorn with the Snake Eye strategy, as he's kind of whittling through Drake's spell and trap cards.
7 is certainly a lucky number, but it looks like the luckier number is going to be 1 as a normal summon Snake Eye Ash picks up a Snake Eye Poplar, and the Snake Eye combo gets going from there. Again, neither the Kashtira or the Diabell Star were normal summons, so you're just one great normal summon away from starting a brand new combo from a practically different deck. And again, Solemn Judgment has also reduced those life points by half, and so while it seemed like a great way to stop the combos, it's also drastically reduced Drake's life points.
Yeah, and with a Theosis and Cosmic Cyclone set, I'm not really sure there's going to be a way here for Drake to find another turn. We see the play that we saw in the previous game, where Poplar is turned into Anima. From Link 1, Poplar finds itself into the spell and trap card zone, gives him that free fodder for Snake Eye Ash, and now we're going to have Flame Birch at the field. Now he only needs a little bit more. Of course, we have the boost from Raceoff, increasing the attack strength of his monsters, but those aren't going to be the only two monsters that make it to the battle phase. We're going to see him go here into Nightmare Unicorn. This is another way of ensuring that the spell and trap cards the opponent has are relevant this turn.
Just by a single discard, you're actually getting rid of that, and maybe the only thing... I wouldn't want to chain the Cosmic Cyclone, right? But unfortunately, that's just one face down Kashtira Theosis, so it's not over, but it will be quite soon if more than 4,000 is placed on the board. And it'll be quite easy to do that with the Promethean Princess, and I think we're about to see that signature monster slam down.
Yeah, there's a lot of different pathways. This game, unfortunately for our Kashtira player, is essentially over. I think he's going to go here into... Oh, he's just going to Access Code. Yeah, that threatens game because of the activation of Solemn Judgment.
Access code effect to pop by banishing a fire.
So what's interesting here is because he has Birth and Talents, if he activates Nibiru, it's not really going to matter because he's just going to be able to Talents the Nibiru. And then he has Birth for the Fenrir, for the Unicorn in his graveyard, so... assuming that he used the access code to gain the 2000 attack, he already has a monster that is enough to deal the final points of damage with resistance to Nibiru. So I wouldn't touch anything. Just try to enter battle phase. I guess okay, so the concern here is that one card in hand is something like Infinite Impermanence that can be used to drop Access Code's attack, but there's no chance that card in hand is that. This is potentially safe too, right? Because as I commented on with Talents and with Birth, you already have a follow-up that can still deal 4,000 points of damage. So activating the original here is probably fine as well.
Drake's face is so steely, he's not conceding in any way, so effectively Blake has to think to himself, well, the Duelist is still in the game, I've got to find a way to push through whatever it is that he might have. But as we both know, and our audience at home, doesn't seem like there's much. Looks like we are going to continue these plays, actually.
So it looks like he's going to try and go into Apollosa and then do the thing that I was commenting on a little bit earlier. Oh, he's going to go into Promethean Princess.
Interesting. So absolutely trying to just keep pushing against an imaginary wall here as we link again.
Going to go into Hida, or sorry, he's going to go into Raging Phoenix. I'm not sure that in his calculus he realized that because Solemn Judgment was activated that Drake is only at 4,000. This seems like a lot of additional steps.
And there's the concession.
Unnecessary.
No, I had nothing. I was trying to beat Scareclaw. Is Scareclaw only main phase or battle phase?
Oh, so that makes sense. Blake telling his opponent there that he was trying to always play against Scareclaw Kashtira, expecting a quick effect summon and possibly even using the effect of the Scareclaw Kashtira to stop and reduce the attack of Access Code Talker. So I guess that's what he was worried about there as he stood with one of the greatest monsters to jump out of Link Brains and kept pushing forward. But once he had it, that was game. So what an incredible mirror match per se, but just a really good expression of what you can get out of Kashtira monsters from both sides of the board.
Yeah, so I think he could have just went, I try to enter my battle phase. That would illustrate whether or not Nibiru was in his hand or Scareclaw Kashtira, as we saw there. So it's okay, though. He ended up winning regardless. But it did seem like if it was Nibiru in his hand, he made an investment that may, in the long run, have potentially given Drake another turn. But regardless, Blake is the winner here, moving on with a perfect 7-0 record.
Very, very strong contention. It would have to be just everything would have to go wrong for him not to make it to day 2. So it looks like he is clinching his victory there and certainly learned about how being careful and playing just that professionally will keep you in the game, right? He didn't want to just say, oh, I'm going to be reckless. I think I've clinched this. I'm just going to go ahead and go in. Instead, he decided to go ahead and just keep putting monsters on the board just in case. But of course, he did eventually get the win.
A little bit risky, though, as we commented on with the existence of Nibiru, but ultimately ended up working out. I think just because you have Talents and Birth, you checkmate Nibiru there regardless. I understand if you didn't know that Scareclaw Kashtira had to be activated in the main phase, and all of a sudden having another monster on the field puts the calculus where you're unsure. Because quite frankly, Scareclaw Kashtira is actually one of the more likely cards that he could have because he passed the opening turn like that. And with one card in hand, what could that be? Well, Scareclaw Kashtira doesn't do anything with no other additional Kashtira monsters or 8 Kashtira cards to be banished. So as a result, it's actually a pretty likely card that he has in hand. He also didn't use any hand interaction, so I can understand how he deduces that, okay, what is that final 5th card that I'm unaware of? Scareclaw Kashtira is actually pretty high on the list of possibilities.
No, it makes sense. Again, Scareclaw Kashtira and Nibiru both have that in common, that if you said, hey, you know what? I'd like to move to my battle phase, your opponent would be forced in just that moment to say, okay, hold on, I do have a card I can play, and here it is. And then because you did have that Trickle Tactics talent, then Blake could go ahead and activate that and either, take something or maybe draw some new cards to get back in the combo. And because the Access Code Talker was there with enough attack points that soon, effectively speaking, you could just kind of proceed in and not have to worry about it. And if they did anything, well, we saw how many great combos that they had effectively. But here's the good news. We do still have 2 more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! That are coming up. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have a short break, and then, hey, we'll be right back. And after that, we'll have our round 8. Take care. So we have a real treat for you. Some of the videos you've actually seen in between our matches are an additional featured match that we have. We're going right to it. It's in the middle of Game 3. It looks like we're going to have Voiceless Voice versus Kashtira. Really excited for this.
So let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. Wow, this is quite a complex game state. We have Mateo from Canada. It looks like he has Skull Guardian and Low on the field, so he has his negation live. He has Radiance face up. It also looks like Jawan, though, has what you would hope for out of the Kashtira. We have Birth, Shang'ira, we have Race Off, and we have Unicorn.
Everybody is getting everything done, but it looks like we just lost the activated Voiceless Voice trap card to a Solemn Judgment, which has been really popular here among Kashtira players.
So, based on the fact that Mateo is summoning his Cerevis, we can assume here that it is in fact his turn. Shuffling back a spell, plus at least one ritual spell from his graveyard.
Taking a moment to decide there and dropping our Voiceless Voice spell card. Looks like it's going to be a Barrier of the Voiceless Voice there.
I can see him search, okay, he's going to search Blessing, right? So one of the new things that Legacy of Destruction has enabled for the Voiceless Voice deck was that it finally got its missing piece. Blessing allows you to constantly recycle Radiance of the Voiceless Voice. Previously, Radiance was a card you would incorporate, you would search it out, but once you had to utilize the Destruction effect, you basically had 0 copies remaining in your deck. With Blessing, though, you can just recycle it every turn, which allows you to add an additional layer of interaction for every turn following.
And that certainly helps when you run into a situation like Solemn Judgment slamming down against your Radiance there. So certainly heads up. It looks like we're going right to the battle phase as Skull Guardian, Protector of the Voiceless Voice, attacks that Kashtira Unicorn. And we are going to go ahead and take the damage as he thinks for a moment there. But doesn't have any response to 4,100 attack against Skull Guardian. 2050 normally, but when Low is backing it up, certainly has a little bit of extra boost there.
I think we have 3 attributes on the field. That would make sense. So Kashtira Unicorn would be at 2,800. It's still not enough to survive an attack from Skull Guardian.
Now we do see the Shangri-La there, but I don't see any zones blocked, so maybe there haven't been any face-down banished cards since it appeared on the field.
Yeah, that's not an aspect of Kashtira that you see a whole lot anymore.
It could happen. But we are going to go ahead and remove that material to protect our Shangri-La.
It does. It just doesn't happen at the rate, obviously, that it used to, right? It felt like you would get 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 zones locked sometimes, and now it's almost like, oh, you locked a zone. I almost forgot what that felt like. Do we still have those X tokens sitting around? Not tokens, but markers.
Zone blockers have certainly gone the way of the dinosaur, despite being so popular last year. Taking a look at those effects of the Skull Guardian again. It's doubled attack whenever you've got the Low on the field, and it does have that. It kind of reminds you of Baron de Fleur, right? Just that Omni Negate, as it's colloquially called among duelists. It's great to have, but just doesn't necessarily vault Voiceless Voice to the front of the tournament tables. But obviously, hey, this duelist is making it, and it's good to see the deck doing its thing.
We see here that he's incorporating the branded package, which I think gives the deck another dimension. Obviously, you're not searching branded fusion as frequently as actual branded strategies, but with a couple pots of prosperity that he's incorporated into his deck, you do see it from time to time. So it looks like Zhang Wang is pondering here what to do. He tried to use his Shang'ira in the standby phase, but it was met with the activation of Skull Guardian, then protected. Kind of interesting to use Skull Guardian there.
Well, you are right there, because ordinarily a full field can't really happen if Kashtira has 1 card on the board, but with the Kashtira Birth there, certainly is a possibility of at least 1 normal summoned Kashtira, and since that Radiance was recycled, it's kind of up for grabs again, so...
Okay, so we see here he's bouncing back the Cerevis. He's probably now going to summon a Cerevis Ritual from his deck. It's typically what we see out of the strategy.
Be interesting.
Ancient and Ascended.
Interesting to see if that Cerevis Ancient and Ascendant is any of the new reprinted ones. Obviously, you'd be very excited as a Voiceless Voice player to grab that. But before we do, we're going to go ahead and chain the effect of the Radiance of the Voiceless Voice and try to get rid of that Kashtira Birth.
Makes a fair bit of sense. I was thinking that too with the Radiance, that he could utilize it on the Kashtira Birth and then just continually recur it through the Blessings, as we commented on previously. In theory, this is going to allow him now to conduct or to establish an additional point of interaction. It's hard to tell if that is one of the new rarities.
I think it might be a Platinum Secret Rare, but it also could be the original printing there. It could be a hipster duelist of sorts, making sure to only use the old ones and not those great new cards from Rarity Collection 2. But either or, he's in a very commanding position here, because again, that Kashtira Shangri Ira is very feared, but it's not necessarily enough to stop this onslaught of ritual monsters. Jungwon does have quite a bit of life points, though. Alright, so still thinking about what he wants to do. Again, while this match was pre-recorded, there were judges present for it, and we actually haven't gotten the chance to see this too, so it's, again, really exciting to kind of slip one in here. We don't ordinarily get to do this.
I wonder if Jungwon is going to regret protecting his Shang era. You commented on earlier how obviously Kashtira wants to have a clear main monster zone. I think he ended up searching a copy of Unicorn. But without that Birth, it might be difficult for him to actually put that onto the field unless he has another copy of Kashtira Birth.
Yeah, he might. I mean, some Kashtira players really max out on it, and some play a technical mismatch deck, but this seems like a pure Kashtira deck, so I would expect to see multiple copies there. Still, looks like we are going to turn... No, mate, we're just reading the Kashtira Shangri Ira. I thought for a moment we were turning into attack mode just to sort of clear it off the board there.
Well, it also would give you the ability to go into Zeus. Not that Zeus necessarily lines up great in this particular game state, but it is something that you would be able to do.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
It looks like he's attacking into Seravis. So he has to attack into Rituals.
Certainly hitting the defense mode monster, while it will hurt, won't be nearly as bad as clearing it off the board if you are going for Zeus, and that would be a 2 material. Zeus, of course.
That would probably force Mateo to use the Seravis. And then that means we would already have gone through Radiance, Skull Guardian, and then Seravis. So if Jungwon can do something else in the aftermath of that, potentially with that Kashtira Unicorn, he will have at least dealt with all of Mateo's face-up points of interaction.
Mateo considering just the 2 cards in his hand, but not deciding to do anything meaningful there. Alright, so looks like they have an update. No, okay, my apologies. Looks like we're just going to be summoning that Kashtira Fenrir in defense mode, having cleared it off the board. So it did threaten the Zeus, but the Zeus getting off the field actually was a good thing. It's just like Kashtira players want. They actually want no monsters to speak of, so they can start splashing down their own.
Yeah, there's no universe where he was going to allow the Zeus to resolve, even though it now enables him to summon those Kashtira monsters. The Zeus threat on that full field of voiceless voice cards, obviously something that needs to be stopped.
As strong as Kashtira is, it is harder for them to deal with bigger monsters that have those cool negation effects like Skull Guardian does. Again, really the strength of Kashtira effectively is the fact that not only are they problematic cards with their effects, right? Being able to banish and send all these things away, that's a really difficult puzzle to solve. But they're also very large monsters, but Voiceless Voice is just like, I've got bigger numbers.
I was about to say, when you have a monster with 4,100 attack. So we see here Scareclaw Kashtira banish the Theosis, allowing him to put Birth back into his hand. I'm curious now, because it's difficult to understand with the communication. Did the Radiance get activated in response to the activation of Birth, or is this a completely free and live Birth that Jungwon will be able to activate in its complete capacity here in main phase 2?
True that we don't have the player audio here, so we can only guess, but I guess we'll find out soon. But before then, looks like we're going to go ahead and open up the overlay network and Xyz summon.
So he's doing this because he needs to deal with that barrier. The barrier is stopping him from being able to target the light monsters. So he has to target the barrier here, yeah. Now that that's happened, he'll of course have to continue to resolve Dark Arm's effect, but now he'll be able to deal with the Skull Guardian. Though I do not believe there is a Prayers of the Voiceless Voice in his graveyard, so I think he'll be able to destroy this freely. Yeah, looks like it.
There it goes. Finally was able to clear out that monster that seems almost undefeated, but you can eventually get rid of it if it does use its original and only Omni-Negate effect.
The thing for Kashtira nowadays, though, is at the end of all of this, like, what's next? You just end with a Dark Arm that has no materials, not that it would have an effect anyway on Mateo's turn. So the deck does a really good job of clearing the field, but I'm afraid here it just doesn't establish enough of a big interaction point, especially if you can't end with Unicorn and Fenrir. You know, a year ago we'd be able to go into a Rise Heart, typically at the end of all of our plays. That's just not the case here, so...
No, you're right that Jongwon is doing a great job of staying in the game, but not necessarily advancing the game state. Speaking of game states, let's talk a little bit about that previous round we had. A penalty was issued post-game. Both players accepted the game state based on that illegal activation in round 7, so no need to worry, that game decision will stay the same. Let's go ahead and get back to, though, this amazing Voiceless Voice and Kashtira duel.
And as I commented on earlier, you know, Kashtira does a good job clearing fields nowadays, but now we see Mateo basically reestablish everything that he had going on, right? He had activated the barrier, Lowe's, Cerebus is back there. It looks like... Is that a second copy of Blessing?
Well, it does help to put 2 copies of Blessing on the board. It may not do anything new, but it does mean you are going to get to keep those effects.
Yeah, so he used the Cerebus to shuffle it back into the deck. You know, typically, and it is the case here, there's only 1 copy of Blessing, so he was able to put that back into the deck. That's a neat trick that you need to be aware of if you want to play Voiceless Voice, even though you're only playing the 1 copy of Blessing, so that you can constantly recur it with Radiance. The fact that you do have Cerebus, Dragon Sage of the Voiceless Voice does allow you to put it back into the deck. It's also how you can put copies of Prayers of the Voiceless Voice back into the deck, so that your Saphira, Dragon Queen of the Voiceless Voice, can constantly activate its effect throughout the game. So it's important to understand how to cycle through and shuffle some very particular cards back into the deck.
Looks like in this game, unfortunately, Jongwon was receiving a slow play minor warning due to the resolving a pressure planet. Remember that the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series is a competition. Yes, you know how to duel, but in competition there are rules, and you do have to keep up with them. But it is just a warning, so play will continue from here.
Looks like Lina. That's not a charmer we see a whole lot, though. It is a charmer that the Voiceless Voice deck virtually always plays. Of course, you have cards like Effect Veiler that are very commonly in the graveyard, or in this case, Ghost Ogre. So here we see Lina, and that Ghost Ogre turn into SP Little Eye. It's going to stop him from attacking directly this turn, so this game will continue on beyond this turn. But even if he's unable to actually deal damage this particular turn, probably going to be the case that he establishes enough points of interaction. He has the Cerebus already on the field. Blessing, it can be a point of interaction. He can summon a Skull Guardian, then he's going to be able to bring back the low. So even though he might not be able to attack directly, okay, so here he has Blessing plus the ability to tribute off the Cerebus as cost and summon the Skull Guardian, which would then allow him to summon back the low from the graveyard. So although he doesn't have Skull Guardian and low on the field, again, Blessing gives you that unique flexibility of not only recycling your Radiance, but actually ritual summoning on the opponent's turn.
I think what's so cool about Voiceless Voice is, yes, it's one of those decks that's constantly piling different continuous effects to overwhelm the opponent. But unlike many of those decks, this one particularly does allow you to recycle the resources to get back on the field. Unfortunately, though, we did have a player warning here, another PE minor. Unfortunately for Mateo, the Skull Guardian Protector of the Voiceless Voice was used in the same turn twice there. So you have to make sure, again, it is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Competition. We're all human here. Duelists have to spend 7 to 9 rounds of play, right, from the place that we're at. But mistakes do happen, but don't worry, it is just a procedural minor warning on that.
So here, as I mentioned, the Cerebus is used as ritual fodder to special summon the Skull Guardian. Lo comes out of the graveyard. Skull Guardian is going to resolve, allowing him to search an additional copy of Lo. And presumably there's another continuous spell or trap card in his deck. Very often you just put barriers onto the field. That way there's protection against it being destroyed by something like Cosmic Cyclone, so you always have that protection against targeting effects.
And there it is.
It's also not an especially great draw at this point, so you want to clear those out of your deck.
Now, Jungwon is still hanging in there with just that single Kashtira Unicorn. Asking to see if we're doing the SP Little Knight, but it looks like we are going to... No, we're not going to be activating the Kashtira Little Knight. You can just look at the banished cards there. Ah, there it is. So SP Little Knight banishing the Kashtira Unicorn.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, clearing off a Kashtira monster, not necessarily always something you want to do against Kashtira, but honestly, I'm feeling pretty confident. This game is really simplified, and Skull Guardian and Skull Guardian-esque effects that are those sort of Omni Negates, as you commented on earlier, are the best in simplified game states.
We are going to see the Kashtira Birth hit the field again, and it technically could be used to just grab back that Kashtira Unicorn.
I think this is 100% getting negated.
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to happen. So, hey, there's the Respect Knuckles. Jungwon wheeling back into his chair, not feeling too great about that, but Matteo is advancing through this. And again, real treat to actually get to watch some of these additional feature matches that we have now. The way that it works is we do have a side stage, and we are recording these as they go along. So when we have a chance, we do get to show that off. But Matteo does take it 2-1 and advance through the tournament. We won't always get to do these, but man, it is a blast when we get to see, hey, even more great Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, no, I feel like Voiceless Voice has had a little bit of the commentary curse where every time we put it into the feature match arena, it seems like we fall short. So it's nice to see Voiceless Voice take down a victory here in round 7.
Finally. I can remember when we were at YCS, the Team YCS in February, we're like, we promised the Voiceless Voice decks are good. Well, as you can see, especially with the new support they've received in Legacy of Destruction, they are incredible. Right? Great resources and great ways to keep all of those cool cards on the field. We did get to show you 2 great featured matches on this round, but we're going to take a quick break and then we'll be back for round 8, so don't go away.
Get your game on. Let's rev it up!
Cause I'm feeling the flow! What do you say we swing into action?
It's time to link into the brains!
To be competing at YCS, it feels amazing. It's incredible to be in a room with thousands of people who share the same interests that you do, and win or lose, it's great to make new friendships along the way, meet some great people, and just make some great memories this weekend.
Competing at a YCS is one of my favorite things to do. It's my first one this year. I've been going to YCSs probably for the last 10 years now, on and off. I took a little bit of a break last year, so this is my first YCS back since, my break. So I'm really excited for this one in specific. It's been a really long time since I topped the YCS, so I'm really hoping to, have a successful run this time.
It feels great. It's been like 5 or 6 years since I've really gotten back into Yu-Gi-Oh! So it's nice to be here at a national tournament instead of just a regional. So it's even bigger, even more fun.
It feels really great to be competing at a YCS. It's actually my first one ever. I've always kind of, growing up, I went to one regional as a kid and didn't get into the competitive scene again until about 2 years ago. So this is the first opportunity that I've had to travel and actually come to a YCS. And I mean, it's awesome. The place is incredible. The venue's awesome. Being here with friends is super cool. And especially seeing people that I've only kind of met through Discord and actually getting the opportunity to sit and talk and meet them face to face is just awesome. And it's really cool how kind of this game brought us all together.
Feels amazing to be competing at a YCS. I've had a competitive bone in my body since I was 13, and being at a big event like this as an adult, it just really it brings that back out of me and makes me feel like a lot younger again. I may only be 31, but even that little bit of competing helps a lot.
The feeling of competing at YCSs are great. It's always a good time seeing familiar faces. I would say that I'm a vet. I've been competing since YCSs were known as Shonen Jumps. I've topped a lot of Shonen. I've topped 2 Shonen Jumps and 10 plus YCSs. So I'm looking for that first win to get off my back, and I'm just excited to be here.
So this is the 4th YCS I would be competing at, and I feel like this is the one where I'm bringing the best deck that I've ever played before. So I am very excited to be playing in this one. I've experienced playing at YCS before, so I feel like I've run out most of the nerves. I feel like I have a good chance of performing pretty well this one.
So I did fly here all the way from Israel, a long flight. I have a friend here, Eric. They were the one who suggested it, and I was like, yes, I'm so on board. Let's do this. It's gonna be so fun. And I'm really excited to be here. I'm really happy about it. It feels so good to be competing right now. This is my first YCS ever. I feel really good. I feel really excited to play. I want to see how well I can do, and maybe, improve on that for my next big major event.
This is the first YCS I've competed in a very long time because I'm usually wearing the judge jersey. So I'm usually on the other side, taking the judge calls, answering and making sure all the other players here are having an enjoyable experience. So I'm really looking forward to it, being able to get back and playing and being a player instead of a judge. I'm really looking forward to that this weekend is a lot, actually.
So I've been to quite a few YCSs, and competing at a YCS is always a lot of fun. It's always a lot of energy, and being able to just meet other players, and it really is about all the friends that you meet along the way. We always bring this up because it's one of those things where when you go to an event, half the battle is doing the event, the other half is just like making sure that you meet everyone or you see everyone that you haven't seen in forever. So it's always an electric weekend, and I'm excited to play.
The Road to Worlds, we don't get to do this all the time, but you know those great duelists that we interviewed? Well, we're actually going to be able to update you on their records, right? We heard from people who were first-time YCS players, maybe some Yu-Gi-Oh! Judges that decided that they wanted to compete too. So why don't we go ahead and go through the record. If you're a fan of Gary G, Gary is doing 1 win, 3 losses, 0 draws. If you're a fan of Craig, he's also got 2 wins and 3 losses with no draws. Sean's got 4 wins, 2 losses, and 0 draws. And after that, we've got Zachary with 4 wins, 2 losses, and 0 draws. Go ahead and jump in there.
James has 2 wins and 3 losses. We have Matthew, who looks like he's doing the best out of our previously featured players. He has 5 wins and only 1 loss.
He's the first timer, right?
I believe so.
That's cool. Okay.
Yes, yeah, that's certainly better than mine way back in the day. 5 wins. I don't think I had 3. Oof. Nathan is 3 wins and 3 losses. Kelly, 2 wins, 3 losses. Nata, 2 wins, 4 losses. And then Jonathan, 0 wins and 3 losses.
Okay. So that's the cool stuff is that, again, there are so many people here representing all these different walks of dueling life, from Yu-Gi-Oh! Judges and stuff, but like first-time duelists. That person, you just heard from them on the street, like, yeah, it's my first time here, and they are X and 1. They are probably on their way to topping this YCS and maybe on their road to Worlds. But hey, don't go away. We're going to have even greater duelists when we come back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to YCS Indianapolis. We are live at the Indiana Convention Center in downtown Indianapolis, and things are getting pretty heated here as we are into the last third of day one at the YCS.
In 8 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! We're actually going into round 8,
Round
rather.
8.
And, 2 more rounds for the day. I'm pretty excited.
This is tough. We've got our duelists vying for position here as they go into day 2. And as you can see, we always started with 1,788 duelists. We only have 14 undefeated duelists left. That's going to have a couple more times until we get to the end of round 9. And, right now, nobody's safe. You need those last 2 wins if you want to kind of make sure that you're going to make it. But for many duelists, that's not the case. And that's where we're going this time around, to the duelists who are just hanging on.
So on the blue side, we have Jenny from Lansing, and her favorite card is going to be Snake Eyes Flamber's Dragon.
It's a pretty good one to have right about now. And she'll be facing off against Thomas from Clarksville. His favorite card is Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. For some reason, we haven't seen in quite some time, but it's a great card.
Oh, I think...
2 very good favorite cards from our duelists here.
I mean, those are definitely some of the top-cut monsters to be your favorite card. Now, from all the matchups we've seen so far, earlier I may have made a prediction of there's probably 16 different types of decks that can make it, but we're now going to go into round 8, and maybe we're going to see more of those decks. Maybe we're going to hit more of that checklist. 16 different ones. I think we've hit only about 12 different decks that I...
Oh, just 12.
Just 12,
just 12.
But that's quite a bit
It's
of
a lot.
variation,
It's a
especially
whole
when they're
lot.
making it to the feature table.
So, as you can see, our 2 duels here are just hanging on by a thread. Neither one of them can afford to take this 3rd loss, or they will be out and have no shot at making it. 5 wins, 2 losses. Really, you got to win out from here.
Yeah, you got to go to day 2.
X2 and 1. I don't know that that's going to be good enough with this number of people.
No, I don't
across
think
11
so either.
rounds.
I think X2 has to be the minimum record, and so everything is on the line here. A tough time. Pressure is on. Not only are you on the cusp of being knocked out of the tournament, but you're also basically on the feature table where all eyes are on you, and that does make some people that are less comfortable, getting people looking over the shoulder playing you. This time you have the entire internet looking over you, so it's definitely going to be a tougher time.
Especially this late in the day. Though, it should be noted that this has been a really well-run and efficient tournament. You're heading into round 8 here, and it's not even 7 o'clock.
I mean, I would say half of that is thanks to Tenpai. Tenpai has such a short game plan. You win or you don't.
I don't know how many people are actually playing with it, because I would imagine there are far more people playing Snake Eye, right?
I mean, Snake Eye just has so many different levels of interaction, so many different ways to kind of interact with each other's deck. We don't know whether or not she's playing her favorite card, her favorite deck, maybe, perhaps. But only time will tell, and that's what we're going to be looking into, especially in round 8. Maybe we can surprise someone. Maybe that's the red herring, her favorite card.
Looks like the duelists have just about finished their shuffling. Just getting the ground rules from our judges on where everything is meant to go. Players are ready, and we are ready to head into game number 1 in round 8.
All right.
Here we go with our opening roll.
I roll 9. That's pretty high. 8, just short of a draw there. But here we go.
Not bad. Looks like Jenny's going to be up first. Got those Snake Eyes Flamber's Dragon sleeves even. From,
she's
YCS
sporting her
over in Japan.
Oh yeah, I'm even sporting her favorite card.
Normal Beckoning Beast.
Normal summoning of Beckoning Beast. As you can see, it is a U-Belt versus Melodious match. I don't think we had this matchup yet.
Yeah, I have not seen this one before. I don't actually know how this plays. So we will find out together.
So we get Opening of the Spirit Gates from the Dark Beckoning Beast. I mean, that's the card that you definitely want to open with, and they get another copy of Dark Beckoning Beast into hand. However, are we going to get the additional normal summon of a 0/0 Fiend? I think likely that's going to be the case. Normal summon out Beast from the extra normal summon. That's coming from the Dark Beckoning Beast. That is going into Sea Summon.
Oh, sorry. Think summon into Gin Buster.
And that's going to be Gin Buster.
Extra summon. XC, sorry. XC
We
summon.
can see someone Gin Buster. Maybe a little bit of nerves there. Not a link monster.
Okay. And, we're going to activate Nightmare Throne.
There
we
go.
One of the best cards in Legacy of Destruction.
There we go. My first pack of Legacy of Destruction was a Nightmare Throne.
That card is very, very powerful. It just helps the Yubel deck extend so much further, gives them so much consistency, and that's going to go into Samsara D Lotus.
Destroy or add to hand.
We're going to be destroying that card rather than adding it to hand. I mean, the flexibility is nice.
It's extremely flexible.
Now, opening of the Spirit Gates is going to activate. That's going to discard a card, and she's going to be able to summon the Lotus back from the graveyard. Ooh, that is... wow! What a perfect counter onto the Ash Blossom. Like, Samsara D Lotus is the one card that you definitely don't want negated, and Jenny has it. Has the Call by the Grave to stop the Ash Blossom.
Yeah, you got to get that through.
Once that goes through, this is easily going to become a nightmare for Thomas. Pun intended. Pun intended. A follow-up infinite impermanence.
Imperm's going to hit the Spirit of Yubel.
To add a continuous spell back to my hand.
Now, there is an additional effect from the opening of the Spirit Gates. If you guys don't
can't
know,
believe it.
Yeah,
we've already seen 2 or 3 effects on there.
But so far, if you do control a level 10 monster, you get to add back a continuous spell from the graveyard.
Nightmare Pain back to me.
And that's going to get Nightmare Pain back as if the search was already there. This is the term of playing through most of the disruption from the opponent's side. This is legitimately just playing through it. Now, this deck right now has a lot of possibilities from summoning from the graveyard. Like, you have Nightmare Throne, you have the Spirit of Yubel. The Yubel monsters technically will summon the additional versions, the higher level versions out. Nightmare Throne can summon back one of those higher or lower levels that just went to the graveyard. There's just so much. Grave Squirmer, also another one. And then you start to go into the extra deck, and you get even more summons from the graveyard, either from the Muckraker, or you can even go into the Unchained Lord Yama.
Add to my hand and then
There's so many graveyard summons now.
the Spirit will summon Yubel.
That's good.
Alright, so we're going to go ahead and resolve this chain backwards.
So incarnate hand.
So first,
Summon.
Yubel Terror Incarnate.
That's summoned through the effect of Nightmare Throne. You get to add a higher or lower level into hand and summon it out, ignoring the summoning condition. And then Yubel got summoned out through the Spirit being destroyed, and we got to the Grave Squirmer. Grave Squirmer gets a free special. As long as you control a Fiend monster, you can special summon that card out. And now we're going to be link summoning into Unchained Soul, Lord of Yama.
That is good.
Now this is going to set up the little mini Unchained engine for the Shavara, and you're going to be able to eventually end on a different Unchained Link monster.
Then I'm going to...
Now, as strong as the setup may be, I feel like having the Spirit of Yubel negated definitely stopped one additional interaction, possibly the trap card.
Yeah, so that's one thing that's noticeably missing right now is Eternal Favorite.
It's one of my favorite cards in the deck. I mean, it is very powerful. More or less, that card functions like a super polymerization. That's why, and for a Yubel deck, the progenitor of all super polymerization, I mean, that card is just so strong because you have one monster that can just eat up the entire field.
So Unchained Shavara is going to target Yubel and destroy. And then Yubel's effect.
That's from deck or grave, right?
Deck, grave, or hand.
Yes.
Yeah, it summons the new Yubel from anywhere. So Terror Incarnate now hits the field.
Going to...
Terror Incarnate is going to be used as material?
There's someone off of Throne.
Yeah. Nightmare Throne says that...
Ignore summoning conditions.
Nightmare Throne ignores the summoning condition. No, everything here is proper.
Yes.
Because you can either add it to hand or summon to the field, and you can ignore it.
Yeah,
you can ignore the summoning condition.
The trick here is looking at, well, did you ignore the summoning conditions? Is it correct to summon? It's correct to summon from Yubel.
Yeah.
Because that's the normal way that you're supposed to summon it.
But if you're summoning it from the deck, it bypasses all of that. seems like the judges are now doing a little bit of confirmation onto Nightmare Throne.
I'm not sure if the question is on Nightmare Throne or on the Summoning Condition of Terror Incarnate.
It could go either way, but like the Yubel one for sure is correct, and it seems like they have resolved it. It is correct. We are going to proceed with the game. Now we are going to proceed into a link summon of the Shavara and the Terror Incarnate.
Yeah, so the text on Yubel Terror Incarnate is just must be special summoned by Yubel, and that's exactly what happened here. So it's all well and good.
Yep. And we get the Unchained Soul of Rage. You're going to be able to perform a link summon using your opponent's special summon monster during your opponent's turn. And we are going to be adding the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained. Going to allow for additional special summon of Unchained cards. Lots of graveyard summoning coming from Yubel. And don't forget, one of the key winning conditions for Yubel would be that battle phase. Most of the damage would be reflected if you leave Nightmare Pain on the field. And we go into an Appaloosa. Wow.
Another thing to point out with all of this is that there's no point where you're getting locked into anything on any of these cards. So you can use your full complement of powerful generic stuff as well as the Fiend-specific cards like the Gin Buster.
And we're going to be banishing the Gruesome Grave Squirmer to special summon back one of our Fiends from the grave.
And that Appaloosa was made with what? 2 monsters?
Yes, I believe it was 2 monsters.
2. Alright, so 1600 attack out of Appaloosa.
We do have a Yubel. Yubel's going to redirect the attack. Jenny's life points pretty safe so far. I mean, the scary thing about Yubel is if you do attack into the Yubel, you're going to take the effect damage, and you're going to reflect the battle damage from Nightmare Pain. Very dangerous.
Not a good time. I don't recommend it.
No, definitely not. Especially for those 10 players. I mean, there's a lot of dynamic in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now where the battle phase and the matchup you have is going to matter a lot.
So, to keep it on the field, I can...
So, during the end phase, the regular Yubel has an effect where you have to either tribute a different fiend or a different monster, or just lose the Yubel.
Now, in this case, though, because you're using losing the Yubel, that'll trigger the Unchained Yama's effect in the graveyard, which gets back Spirit of Yubel.
Yeah, I believe that is a destruction effect on the Yubel, and Yubel cannot trigger Yubel. It is like everything can destroy Yubel.
Yes.
But if Yubel destroys Yubel, you do not get the additional copy.
Yes.
And we are able to maintain a Samsara D Lotus on the field that's going to be able to manipulate the effects of the opponent's card. I believe that one of their monster effects will be changed into destroying a Yubel monster you control. Looking at Thomas's hand...
Yeah, it's a tough situation here. I don't know that you can play this one out.
No, he is scooping up his cards. Thomas scoops it up. Jenny takes the first win of round number 8 on the feature.
So if you're Thomas, you got a lot of good information there. I don't know how much exactly it helps you if you've never played against this deck before, or maybe if you didn't consider it when you were going into your preparations for the tournament. It's a tough one. It requires some very specific answers.
Yep.
Especially, well, you know who does have to deal with it is Tenpai.
Yes. I mean, Tenpai has the worst against Yubel because you really want to play in that battle phase. You can't really destroy any of those Yubel monsters.
Yeah, that's why you're seeing things like Samurai Destroyer, which can get them out of the way in different aspects. But, you know, if you're playing Melodious in this case, what are you going to do there?
I mean, for Melodious, there's the option of using Etoile to bounce them away. Well, basically, you have to bounce them away before they get to the second form.
Right.
Because if you get to the second form, if you bounce it, it could just fall up into a third form. It is not a full solution. And even then, don't forget, if you put Spirit of Yubel back into the hand,
it can come back out.
I mean, one of the common misplays that I've seen from voiceless voice players against Yubel is that they negate the Spirit of Yubel in hand, destroy causing the regular Yubel coming out, and then you still have to attack into it, but your monster has over 4,000 attack points, and the moment you attack into it, you take 8,000 plus damage, instantly gaming yourself. That's the danger of Yubel.
I hate it when that happens.
Yeah.
Although maybe that would... does that work for your Master Duel missions for dealing 8,000 damage in one shot? If you do it to yourself?
Maybe?
I don't know. I don't think I've tried it.
I guess there's time to kind of test it out. But Jenny taking the first game of round 8. I can tell you a very interesting scenario that I was actually put in where I thought I was winning. That was a really solid position. I have over 8,000 damage on the field. My opponent has nothing on the field except for a couple of Yubel spell cards and one face down. And I just chose to put all of my monster in defense position because I was super worried about Eternal Favorite, summoning a Yubel monster on the field, and I have to attack into it.
Just have to attack with everything?
Yeah, even though there's no cards in hand, I would immediately just lose at that point. Yeah, these are the scenarios that you don't want to be placed into, especially against Yubel. So whether or not you declare the battle phase, that's important. Sometimes you're forced into the battle phase thanks to Nightmare Pain.
That's an interesting thing. So we didn't see Eternal Favorite, right? Which means by extension, Thomas also didn't see it. So if we're working on the theory that he's unfamiliar with this deck and the cards that go into it, then Jenny could still surprise him with Eternal Favorite in this game too. Of course, if he does know the matchup...
But she's playing very, very well.
Yeah. If he does know the matchup, then at least he'll be ready for it. But we'll find out here in game 2.
Same to you.
I will go first.
Thomas is going to be going first in game number 2. Ooh, that's an interesting card. I mean, for the opening hand, not the strongest. However, there could be a good chance that this particular Pot of Prosperity likely going to go for 6. This current hand...
it needs a little bit of action. It's got a lot of defensive measures, but not so much offense.
Yeah, we're going to go for the 6.
Thinking on those.
Just got to hit that number 6 card. Got to get that banished so we can start excavating out of the top of the deck and kind of find out where this hand is going to be playing into.
Yeah, going for 6.
Are we going to be met with an Ash Blossom? You're not.
All right,
first movement.
First movement.
Ostinato. Okay.
Herald, Pina.
Refrain and also Sonata. Yeah, you got to take that one. That was like crazy, especially when, first of all, you kind of checked for Ash Blossom already. I don't see how you're going to be stopped here. Now, we got to be careful with this because we are under Prosperity. Don't draw for Concerto.
Do not draw.
Do not draw for Concerto. You might end up, messing yourself over.
I hear it's a good card.
So we're going to be putting the the Soprano into the graveyard and Refrain. And Baka's effect has now activated. That is going to summon out... There it is. Chapina. Chapina can add back one from the graveyard. Now, this is the old once per turn. So if you manage to resummon that Chapina, you're going to be able to add a second card back as well.
The old once per turn.
The old once per turn.
Is that what it is now? The old once per turn?
That is how most people will reference it, but we are going to be adding the Refrain back into hand. There is a cannon in hand as well. Almost summon a Refrain. That's going to add another Melodious monster into hand. I would imagine it's going to be the Couplet this time around.
I'll search Couplet.
Couplet, yeah.
I'll activate Couplet's effect.
Couplet has a reveal effect, much like Snake Eyes Poplar.
So let's add it to your hand. You can reveal it to special summon.
What does that one do?
Soprano.
It's ignition effect to...
So, Soprano also technically has an effect to add back a Melodious card from the graveyard as well. So both Chapina and Soprano kind of do the same thing, but also the Soprano can also act as a fusion effect. Just activate, perform the fusion.
It's nice to have those fusion effects around.
Now we're activating Couplet onto the Pendulum zone. We're going to use the Couplet effect. Since all the monsters are Melodious, we're going to add Concerto into hand. Just remember not to draw with that. We're under Prosperity after all.
So it's interesting. This adds a Melodious spell or trap to hand. There's exactly one Melodious spell and one Melodious trap, and the rest are all musical terms, like ostinato.
Yep. Fortissimo and all those
Fortissimo,
other
yep.
ones. Yeah. So we are going to be performing a fusion summon. That's likely going to go into Etoile.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the Melodious stuff, so.
You're good.
Now,
chain links here are 1
So
and 2.
we-
Since fusion was special.
so we are going to be special summoning a fusion. So that's going to lead to the scales or the pendulum monsters in the extra deck to put themselves back onto the pendulum zones. And that sets up the pendulum scale of between 1 and 9. Between 1 and 9, however, it's not like you can pendulum summon anything, it has to be a light monster. Etoile is a very powerful card, especially against destruction from the hand like Nibiru. You can protect all your cards by just banishing them all off the field, and they'll come back during the end.
So that effect is to quick effect. You can banish until the end phase any number of melodious monsters you control. Then you can return up to that many face-up cards your opponent controls to the hand.
Now note that it is a you can, so you don't have to.
Which is nice, because that means you can just temporarily banish all of your stuff in a situation like this, where your opponent has nothing.
Yep. And we're going to activate Refrain's effect. Now, Refrain has a scale effect after all. That's going to be able to put another monster into the graveyard. It's going to put another copy of Refrain.
Does it to
boost the attack.
Nominally boost the attack,
Yeah.
but really you're just using it to get something in the graveyard.
I mean, it's 200 per level. Now remember, if you do put the Baka into the graveyard, that's going to summon another monster as well. And we are going to put it into the graveyard now. We're going to perform another fusion. And the Baka has been put into the graveyard with the Soprano. We're going to go into another copy of Baka.
This Baka effect targeting the Shapina.
Targeting the effect of Shapina.
Special summon.
And let's going to put it in defense. Now this Shapina has been resummoned now. We're going to be able to add a card back to hand.
Correct. We'll go Shapina effect targeting Soprano.
I'm gonna go. Nib.
There's the Nibiru. This has been more than 5 summons.
Significantly.
However, this is chainlink 2 Nibiru onto the Shapina.
Leg attack is effect damage.
We're just confirming timing now. Is it on the summon or is it on the ignition effect of Shapina?
That's what I'm confirming. I didn't remember if I got there. So I am at 1, 2, 2. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
We'll go Flowering Etoile.
Etoile is going to be chainlink 3. That's amazing.
No, I don't have to.
Yeah, because it's an optional.
I don't have to bounce back monsters on the
They're just confirming the effect of Etoile.
I can just choose to banish.
Effect Veiler
Effect Veiler
is pretty effective.
Yep, you got to have something with that Nibiru, otherwise it's not
But there
going
is
through.
also the Bacha still in the field. Would the effect still go through because the negated you can't negate the activated effects of these monsters? Because this time around it's actually not. This time around is actually not the Bacha being negated here. There's
5,300.
we have to get a
The
confirmation.
activated effects of your Melodious Fusion monsters.
Even if the monster's negated, it should
cannot be negated. That is correct.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
I think they just confirmed.
Yeah, I think they might
It
have
cannot
just
be
noticed that
negated.
it cannot.
So this is the confusing part of this ruling, because you can use Effect Veiler to negate the entirety of Bacha, and that would stop the other effect from going through because Bacha's protection is gone. But Bacha's protection is still live at this particular point, so even if it attempts to negate it, even if it is negated by Veiler, the activated effect should go through. And yeah, because it's not the Bacha that's negated here.
It's not an illegal activation either. Like, the chain is totally legal, so you can waste your Effect Veiler like that.
Yeah, this could be very brutal. Normally, Imperm, or rather Effect Veiler plus the Nib together would have been a devastating combo, but this is not happening. Now you've wasted and revealed a card.
So now there's nothing on the field until that Shapino resolves.
Did we manage to add a card to hand? Oh, I think
The
we're Pendulum.
Shapina added it,
Yeah, so we're adding back the Soprano. And Soprano's going to be adding back the Refrain. I mean, oh wow, we're going to overlay 4 Baguska. That is powerful. So, interesting thing here about Baguska, especially for a Melodious player. The activated effect of defense position monsters will be negated. However, the continuous effect is not. So the protection effect from the Baka is still live. So if you activate your defense mode monsters, your Melodious fusions, they are still live too.
They are indeed.
Yeah, that's the confusing part.
As long as it's still a fusion summon card, it'll work.
Yeah, this is the danger of Melodious.
That's the thing. Temporary banishment doesn't reset how the card was summoned.
Ooh, what a top deck there. There is a copy of Hidden Droplet.
Is main fine?
That is one of the strongest cards against Melodious. Turns off the Aria. Now can turn off, of course, the Baguska.
Those two? Turning this and this?
I don't know if turning off the Etoile is the correct move here.
Or does not target?
Or rather, no, it does not target, sorry. You're just choosing, but I'm not sure if the Etoile is the correct one. You still left the Bacha alive.
Right.
And they're in defense position.
Interesting. All right. So Thomas has Power Sink Stone here. There's a very good chance you haven't seen this one. It's another one of those old Star Strike Blast cards.
Is it? Wow.
I think it's a Star Strike Blast card. But what this thing does is it gains... what are they called?
Power Stone counters?
Spellstone. Spellstone counters. They gain Spellstone counters whenever a monster effect is activated, up to 2. So once it has 2 Spellstone counters, players can no longer activate the effects of monsters on the field, and the effects of all the face-up monsters on the field are negated, and then the counters drain at the end of every turn.
Okay.
Lotus.
That's gonna be one.
Premium for cost.
Yeah, this is another Star Strike Blast card. Because it's also got Karud on it, right?
Again with the Called by the Grave. I mean, if you have it, you have it.
Yep. So we've got 2 monster effects negated here.
That's going to be Etoile and the Baguska. So the only real live effect has to be the Etoile right now. I mean, especially with Droplet, you know, we went through this in the previous phase.
So Ash Blossom will be 1. Or, make sure. Yeah. This doesn't negate the activation, right?
Oh, activating the Ash Blossom could also put in that counter. Just like your own monster effect also count.
1 counter and then Lotus will...
Does that now stun out the entire field or just the opponent?
So then if all attacks are negated from there.
Does Power Sink Stone negate entirety of the field or just the opponent?
Also, the effects of face-up monsters on the field are negated.
So it's all cards. Okay, that will also turn off the Bacha.
Yes.
I can see it, yeah.
And Jenny will be conceding game number 2, so we're now 1-1. So Thomas takes it with just a wonderful protection from all of the Melodious plays.
Yep, so that Power Sink Stone, it's really nasty in this matchup because a bunch of 0 attack monsters that aren't reflecting damage, not good to have around.
No.
Not the best.
Now, there's an argument to be made that Skill Drain isn't too bad because if cards on the field are negated, as long as the graveyard's not negated, you can probably have a Nightmare Pain and just keep on attacking into the opponent's monster. One lead to the next, one lead to the next, and hopefully you have Nightmare Throne to just regenerate the Spirit of Yubels. The summoning effect is not once per turn. As long as they are destroyed, you'll keep going, and then maybe you can use Nightmare Pain to reflect that damage.
The nice thing with Power Sink Stone as a card that turns on and off, which is not something you get from a lot of these continuous traps these days for obvious reasons, that being able to turn them on and off is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, back when, not really back when, I mean, like when Snake Eye played, say, Summon Limit, they just got rid of it themselves.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, if you could just turn that off, whatever you like, then you have a massive advantage being the one who controls that.
Yep. I mean, that was devastating. Even like cards like Anti-Spell Fragments. Summon. It's crazy if you're just able to just, on a whim, just snap it off.
Star Strike Blast, of course, being notable for the other continuous trap that you could turn off whenever you want. Vanity's Emptiness.
Yes, that was just devastating. I mean, neither player can special summon, but I'll be able to turn it off whenever I want if I just activate a spell card. Oh,
It's so easy. So we're going to go into a game 3 here. We got to see, both decks do whatever they wanted.
Yeah.
Game 1 and game 2.
I mean, Thomas's game plan definitely worked out. Especially, we got to see the complications coming from, like, the Baka. Baka's protection came into clutch here, especially when you had the Valor plus Nibiru combo, which typically would bite most boards. Even a Snake Eye player wouldn't appreciate that, even if they set up the protection, say, through the Appaloosa. It wouldn't really matter.
Speaking of, is that the first Nibiru we've seen all day?
Yeah, I think so.
For us,
yeah,
definitely
for us,
is.
definitely, yes. Like, Nibiru is still a very strong card. Against a Snake Eye matchup, I expect to see a lot more of it perhaps later on when we get more Snake Eye matchups. But it's got to be one of the best ways to wipe the board, because against a Snake Eye player, you don't want to, like, leave anything on the field for them at all. They always lead to, like, follow-up from the graveyard, and, like, this thing
or
leads
from
to
the
next.
spell and trap zones, cards
exactly.
coming from all over the place.
I mean, we've seen one copy of a single, like, Flambridge get cycled from one zone to the next during the QCC event. And that was just incredible. And, like, I only played one copy of the Flambridge, but Spell and Trap Zone to the monster, back into the grave, back into Spell and Trap Zone. I've been everywhere. I've gone around town. Or back into the deck at some point.
I mean, that's why Flamber's Dragon is so angry, really.
Yeah.
It can't really put down roots anywhere. It's just constantly going from one zone to the next.
Okay. We are going to go into game number 3, and Jenny will be going first. Maybe she will be able to pull off the opening turn combo to get a proper setup. I want to see some damage reflection happen. You know, force someone to go into battle phase and just lose it all.
Oh, we got
and
Terraforming. That's a good start. Terraforming going to go ahead and grab that Nightmare Throne.
Everything is on the line in this all-important game 3. It's going to decide whether or not you're going to continue in this tournament, or you have no chance of going into day 2.
Activate Throne.
Throne has been activated. That's good. So, we are going to see the adding or destruction of 800 monster.
Doing a quick check of which one that's going to be.
I mean, Samsara D Lotus typically would be your go-to. But there are many ways to revive the Samsara D Lotus if it does somehow get disrupted.
There it is.
Samsara D Lotus.
Normal Lotus.
Normal Summon Lotus.
4 cards in hand. Correct.
4 cards in hand. Are you going to follow up and disrupt this? This may be the only disruption he has. He's going to pass on the disruption. Lotus effect that's going to summon out a very powerful monster, likely going to be the Spirit of Bell.
Yeah, and the Lotus is tough too because it's a quick effect, right?
Lotus is not a quick effect.
Lotus is not a quick
Lotus
effect?
is not a quick effect. This is something that you could technically imprint, but it's always not like the best follow-up because there's so many ways to revive from the graveyard.
Oh, and maybe he should have because he waits for the Spirit of Yubel and imperms it, but she's got Shavara.
That is devastating. That is a wasted infinite impermanence that did absolutely nil.
Gonna add that to my hand.
That's gonna get Pain into hand. Once Pain gets into hand, oh boy. Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2.
Sorry, remind me what that one does.
So Nightmare Throne is going to be able to get the 1 level higher, the Terra Incarnate, add it to hand, and ignore the special summoning conditions of it and put it onto the field.
The Terra Incarnate.
And we also get a regular Yubel. This is the Fiend deck.
It's going well.
We're getting everything here.
Let's see. Gonna do.
Now I can see Jenny's hand. She's got quite a few cards in hand. Disruptions mostly.
All right, so those two are gone for
We're gonna
Lord
make
Yama.
Yama effect. You could add Shavar from graveyard. What a great play.
It gets that right back, and it's basically called by.
Now, note that the Shavar did not activate in the graveyard.
It did not.
Because that showcases one of the cards in Jenny's hand.
Effective Nightmare Pain.
That's a big telegraph. Players at a really high level caliber, they will keep track of things that you don't activate just to predict cards in your hand. And this is going to be one that Thomas probably already knows. And we're going to destroy the Attic Gravestormer. Great Yubel effect. That's going to summon back the Terra Incarnate.
And that is due to the effect of Yubel.
Yep.
So we had that question in game number 1. You know, is that a proper summon? Yes, it is.
Yep.
Must be special summoned by Yubel.
Gravestormer has to get into the graveyard. Yep, Gravestormer has been activated. Summon. You can choose to destroy a card if you want. but it's not likely going to be the case. So if you're able to keep the Terra Incarnate on the field, you can do some pretty, fun plays, or strong plays rather, just by manipulating what gets destroyed, what you want to put back onto the field, so you can choose your end board type of situation. Some people choose for that destruction, so they can go for the end phase Yama and summon back some of the other cards.
So I'm just thinking, we're good.
Are we going to go back into Appaloosa and do all sorts of follow-up here?
Not currently locked into anything.
No. How is this board going to develop? We don't exactly have a lot of disruption from Spell and Trap Zone. We probably should be seeing the Yama eventually get off the field into... Is either the Muckraker or we're going to see... Yeah, we're seeing Muckraker.
Yep.
Yeah. We're going to use it as a discard outlet?
Muckraker effect.
Yep.
Targeting Yama.
Going to summon back the Yama. But I believe Muckraker does lock you into Fiend Day summons for the rest of this turn.
After you use it, yeah. So now we're going to have a lock.
Goodbye, talents. I mean,
It's just
seeing
talents. Yeah, you haven't seen any monster effects.
Yeah, there's no point holding in their card like
probably
that.
feeling safe. Maybe that Imperm is the only thing he's got.
I mean, Imperm is strong, but Imperm did not pay off. So Thomas is going in this with a 1-card disadvantage. We're going to Rage. Oh, that Imperm could have did a lot more with that Rage. So your opening turn, activate Imperm, makes it a little bit safer.
If you're putting this deck together, Unchained Soul of Rage, you just got another printing.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, that's from the Rarity collection, too. Oh, I love the
Platinum one?
The Platinum.
Platinum one's great.
Platinum's... I like what has been done with the Platinum. Like what's it called?
Platinum Secret?
Is it just called Platinum Secret? Or is it like the Prismatic Platinum?
No, it's Platinum
it's just
Secret.
Platinum Secret?
It's like the old 10 cards.
Okay.
Like the Tiger King, if you remember that one.
I do remember that, and also the Bujin monster as well. And Odd Eyes Pendulum.
Yep. So the Lotus is back.
Yep. Are we going to get the Lotus?
Use Yubel effect, tributing Rage. Sure.
Yubel effect, tributing
So Yubel's going to stick around here in the end phase.
I mean, that kind of dictates the battle phase for Thomas. Shavara is in hand. There's a set card on the field that's unknown to Thomas. And we have an effect changer on the field. We're going to be able to generate multiple, one monster at the very least, from the Nightmare Throne. There's just so much going on here.
Yeah, they're a very careful read there on Samsara Lotus.
Yes. You don't want to run into the battle phase incorrectly. However, this particular field isn't exactly without its own cracks. There are many ways that you can kind of disrupt this field.
Reflect the battle damage. It forces, if you can attack, you must attack.
Attack must. Alright.
But
So she's got the Yubel with the Lotus, so she can use the actual quick effective Lotus to change the activated effect of something.
That's true.
Of a
This
monster.
is incredible. He just drew into... I would like to say it's a Ghost Ogre. That's a really good one, especially to deal with Nightmare Pain. A little late, I would say. It's a strong card nonetheless, especially against this particular matchup. Destroying Nightmare Pain makes the battle phase just all the more safer. And we're going to start with first movement solo.
First movement solo. That's fine.
Hey, that's going to resolve.
Special summons from deck, right? Yes, level 4 or lower.
That's going to give access to Refrain. It's going to give access to maybe a Soprano. We're going to start off
with Refrain.
It's got an effect on summon?
You can also even summon an Aria.
Add a Melodious for deck.
The effect to add that is going to be met with an effect Veiler.
Hit by Veiler, all right.
Okay. Now, there's still Monster Disruption. We still have the Samsara D Lotus. That set card is also very, very dangerous.
That means you also go into the battle.
That's why sometimes you have to put everything in defense mode early on, but that was a normal summon, so there was no choice.
That was off of first movement solo.
That's right.
So
Well,
it could've
actually,
been
maybe it
defense.
could have been. It could have been defense. Yeah, that's right.
Now,
Ooh, that is a free special summon for the Soprano. No, not Soprano.
I'm sorry? That was the zone.
A Sonata.
I'll attempt to leave main phase. Yeah. Go battle phase. Yep.
Battle phase. Ooh. Remember, this is double damage.
Pass attack into you.
You have to attack into you, Mel.
Yeah, I note that part was left out of the explanation. She did not explain that when she
You
was
have to go
explaining
to
the
the battle
effects.
phase. Yeah, I think the explanation was a little left out. But you got to read your cards. You gotta read your opponent's cards.
Yes.
Yeah.
I said if you can attack, you must attack. It means going to battle phase.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
she left out the part about Ubel. And still, you do have to... You
do have to attack. It's not the whole truth.
You have to read the card, but also if you're explaining it, you have to explain it correctly.
I mean, this definitely has led into Thomas going into the battle phase probably prematurely.
Yes. Yes. So there will likely be some questions about this.
That's why you have to explain their cards very carefully. I mean, sometimes it's like a 10-pie player saying, oh, my field spell. Oh, during the main phase 1, my activated effects of things will not affect my fire dragons. But that's not exactly true. It's during your main phase that you get that protection.
Right.
That's like the
main phase 1 even. Not even both main phases.
Yeah,
main phase 1.
And it has to be my main phase 1.
There's a lot of details. There's a lot of details.
Can't miss these details. And like, if you don't think your opponent is explaining everything correctly, kindly ask to read the card.
Yes, you should read the card, especially if you're not familiar with it.
Yeah, you can't, sometimes you just can't take your opponent's word for it. And now that we've entered battle phase and we've declared the attack, I mean, how far are we going to go?
My immediate, because I've played this deck so
Yep.
much.
So we're paused right now while they are discussing this particular interaction.
It's exactly how you called it.
Yeah.
This interaction, oh, I didn't know that. Was it misexplained? This is the kind of argument that you don't want to get into this late into the round. I mean, this is everything on the table. Thomas is trying to find a way to kind of claw his way out of this battle phase, perhaps. But if you look at the amount of damage, there's 16, I believe, from the refrain. That's going to be 32 by base. And not only that, the Sonata also has to attack as well. I'm not sure about the attack status Sonata, but that has to be over
bigger
1,000.
though, right? It's bigger because it's its own effect. They gain 300, I think.
Oh,
I think it's bigger.
that's also going to add up because this is double damage here.
Did you want to read it? Just for the sake of reading it?
Just to double check, just to make sure.
Now, are we moving back into the main phase just for the clarity's sake?
Can attack, must attack Ubel monsters.
I mean, if we are moving back, that means a procedural error must have occurred.
What's the time currently? 8 minutes, so you will have 11 minutes. Oh, plenty of time. Hopefully.
All
right. So they are moving back into the main phase. I believe they're getting the game state corrected. That's why sometimes you have to explain every single part of your card effects. I think I talked about this before. Always got to be clear when you explain cards. It's better to explain rather than shortcutting it. Just read your card to your opponent. Less confusions, less likely to get penalized.
Just hand it to them, really.
Yeah, it's even easier. If they misread it, that's their own fault.
You don't want to make a mistake in your own explanation. For instance, leave out a keyword here or there. Just hand it to them.
The word "my" versus "the" huge difference. That means it's only half.
You can versus then you can versus
Yeah.
also versus all those things like that.
These are all
There's a lot of
crucial
stuff.
things. Yeah.
So we are back in the main phase now, and he's going to go ahead and link off those monster for Bloom Harmonist.
I think the refrain needs to go into the extra monster zone. It is a pendulum monster. We're not currently under any sort of block. You need to know your cards. I mean, he might be getting the nerves here, especially at the feature table. Just managing to claw his way out of the battle phase at the moment.
And it's an elimination game, effectively, as well.
High pressure situation. We're going to activate Lotus effect now.
Oh, Lotus
onto
definitely has
the,
an effect.
Yeah, that effect is going to be very, very powerful. That is going to change the effect to destroy the U-Bell now.
So that happens. That's tributed off. Bell's destroyed.
And it does count as your opponent activating their effect, so the effect
It
technically
does.
went through.
It
That's
does.
the
It changes the effect. It's kind of like that Graph of Fusion
Mhm.
from the structure deck, where it changes it to a discard effect.
Yep.
So Terror Incarnate is on the field now.
You still have to battle. It's a U-Bell monster.
No, nothing on summon. Okay. Activate.
Oh no! So the reason why the previous Shavar did not search for the trap card is because she already had it in hand. And now Rage is on field. That's a special summon monster.
It is indeed.
We can just keep on going with this if we really wanted to. Things are looking pretty favorable for U-Bell. But that Ghost Ogre in hand could put a stop in the whole thing. But I don't know if there's even that much left in the tank. I believe Thomas only has 2 cards in hand, and we know both of them. We have to go into battle phase now.
Yep. So you'll take 1k from the Terror.
1,000 damage from the Terror,
Take 1k from the battle.
and then 1k from battle damage. 2,000 damage, better than the over 5,000 damage previously.
Yeah, it's not as bad. It's not as bad, but it is not pleasant.
Effect is before with targeting before damage calculation. Yeah.
Now, if we proceed into main phase 2, are we going to be seeing that that's the Bloom Harmonist?
We go main phase 2.
Yes.
I will come past
That's fine.
Attempting to pass turn.
Can I shuffle? I do
So
not shuffle.
the Rage is staying on the field. Okay. I mean, you can still proceed to make some pretty devastating monsters. If you have a monster like Access Code, for instance, that's going to be very, very strong. Use Access Code, now you have no more response, just destroy some cards, attack. 2,000 damage, you only need to do 6,000 at the moment. That's going to be
Should be a little less than that.
You only need 6,000 damage. 1,000, 1,000, 6,000.
So 7 minutes.
So,
Right? Doesn't he have fewer life points, though? From taking 4,000 reflected?
no, he only took 1,000 per monster per hit because I believe the Link monster only has 1,000. So it's 1,000 and 1,000.
Oh, that's right.
So that's where the damage was minimized. However, I think if we are going to see some nice level 10 monsters, and if we get to that particular interaction, there's going to be some scary Xyz monsters from the U-Bell deck. I mean, there's also like the new one, the Rudris, which is one of the Omni negations available for basically stacking 2 level 10 monsters together. Like when you get to a U-Bell, like, oh, they're not going to be able to deal damage, but technically those U-Bell monsters can also swing in your monster as well.
I'm gonna go Shavar, target Terror Incarnate.
Shavar, target the Terror Incarnate.
Yeah, still has that Shvar. If you remember, it was added back.
Yeah.
At some point in the last turn.
Yeah, that's good.
That's going to summon and destroy. Nightmare Throne is going to be
Activate Nightmare Throne effects.
the follow-up here. That's going to generate 2 level 10s. Once we get to the 2 level 10 point, I think that kind of secures the point of making the access code. Because Varujus, I believe, has 3,000 attack points. So there's many different ways. Are we going to see the trains? It's also another possibility.
Trains. But just like everybody watching at home, make sure you know what these cards do. Like you're going to see this stuff more and more as the summer goes on and more people figure out, you know, these cards are really strong. You could do a lot of really nasty things with them and get a bunch of really powerful extra deck monsters like that Rudris that no other deck can play.
Yep.
Well, I mean, the train deck can play it right now, but not a whole lot of people are playing trains.
Yeah,
for
level
instance.
10, a little bit more difficult to summon.
Spirit 1,
Spirit is going to summon out U-Bell.
Yama 2.
Yama is 2.
Is that okay?
That's going to generate even more monsters than I thought.
So Yama's gonna resummon Spirit. And then
Yama for the Spirit, Spirit for the U-Bell. But that takes care of the Ghost Ogre in the hand. Ghost Ogre destroyed the Nightmare Throne, so we did not get the additional summon of another U-Bell.
I'm gonna go
Grave Squirmer, summon out onto the field. That's a free summon, and it acts as a revival in the graveyard. Get special summon 4 cards out of the graveyard. I mean, we're reaching the conclusion here. You can link away the Muckraker. Muckraker has already been on the field for at least 1 turn.
Yeah, it's been around for a while.
Remember, you can't use Muckraker during the turn, you know, Muckraker is summoned, but we're past that point.
I can't because Squirmer's in the spot.
Oh, zoning issues here. You can't go for a link 2.
Yeah,
That's going to be a
tough.
procedural error. But it's not too much of an issue. You're just trying to close out the game at this point.
As long as you don't already have one.
I mean, do we have access to the access code?
In that case, I'm going to use Squirmer and Rage.
Squirmer and Rage instead. Okay. That's essentially the same play.
For English.
Oh,
There we go. That's what you use on your own turn.
Yep. Can we activate the card? I mean,
Checking to see if there's still something there.
I mean, if you really want to make a save, just make the Veruges. We're gonna use the effective link, or we're just gonna link it with the Muckraker.
Link Shavara and Muckraker.
Linking Shavara and Muckraker. Are we making it safer, or are we playing into something else?
Yeah.
Don't worry. Nightmare Phoenix?
Nightmare Phoenix.
Okay.
But
yep, that's fine.
That takes away all your arrows.
Going to
Yeah, we're gonna overlay now. The sequencing, could have been a little bit safer, but nonetheless, this is going to. Oh yeah, you have to get rid of the Shavara
Had to get rid
first.
of it first, yes.
That's right. That's right. That was the correct sequencing. Don't forget, there are more locks on the field aside from just the Muckrake.
You have 6K?
There is a procedural error minor penalty for the unable to link summon
the
that little
link
bit.
summon.
And there's the access code. That we have access to access code, and that's going to target.
Now it's got 53. Access code. Let me actually read this real quick.
That was kind of interesting, but we didn't use Anguish for the material for access code.
Access code effects. Gonna be banishing.
Can you? Don't you need to make a fiend?
Is it only for fiends, or is it for darks?
Oh, that's true. Could be darks. It's always dark fiends when I use it anyway. So
Well, there's 53,
I should read the
3,000.
card. Yeah, it's enough.
And it's a negation on the field, I think. And you only need to do 6,000 damage. Good game. Jenny takes it with you, Bell. One more. Yes, she needs to play one more round to secure her spot for day 2. But well done. We have our match winner. That is going to be Jenny.
Yeah, a very good showcase of a lot of the things the Ubel deck can do. And that's even without getting into stuff like the fusions, for example. Like, we didn't see the Loving Defender forever at all, or Super Polymerization, or Eternal Favorite. So she was able to do all that without, some of the very basic stuff that the Ubel deck is known for. So that's really kind of impressive.
Or maybe Legacy of Destruction pushed Ubel so far where now this is not just Ubel, it is a Fiend deck. All this has illustrated in this particular match, which is Ubel is the Fiend deck.
Yeah?
The Fiend engine, the Fiend deck, because you're able to summon so many times. Like, looking at her list here, there's no way to fuse.
No way?
There's no way to fuse. This is the Fiend deck.
Seriously?
Yep, there's no way to fuse.
Wow. that's even more impressive.
That's very impressive.
Playing it without, all of the other trappings that normally go with it.
I mean, then here the win condition now is either you force your opponent into the battle phase, okay, or you build a strong enough field using your own extra deck, because you can't just rely on your opponent battling. I don't think the players are going to make that many mistakes or lock themselves into like a really poor decision battle phase. But rather, now you're going to have to go to your own extra to deal damage, and that's what Jenny has illustrated in that game 3.
It's cool stuff.
Really cool stuff.
Very well done. Well, next up, we are going to have an interview with our Round 8 winner. So make sure to stick around for that, and we'll see you then.
Welcome back to YCS Indianapolis 2024, and this is the end of round 8, and I am with the feature match winner, Jenny. So, how does it feel to be on the feature match stage, especially with so much on the line?
Oh, it's really scary, honestly, but I love it. It was nerve-wracking, but there's nothing better to come and drive 4.5 hours to an event like this and be able to show off to all your friends.
It was a very impressive showing of Yubel. Now, so about Yubel, why did you choose to play Yubel?
I just really love the deck. When I really first kind of started playing Yu-Gi-Oh, it was the GX area popped up, and I'm like, now that the Yubel cards are here, I can't not play them. I play a lot of the Snake Eyes deck. It's why you saw the Flamberge mat. Or at least if you saw me early in tournament, I'd be playing the Flamberge mat. Yes, and the sleeves. Love both decks, but I had to represent Yubel out here.
All right. Well, you have to win the next one to secure day 2. Is there any match that you are not looking forward to playing against?
Honestly, having another Melodious match is really scary. As you saw, I played a lot of hand traps, and Melodious really soaks up those hand traps. But really, any of the top decks are pretty strong right now.
All right. Well, congratulations on the round 8 feature win. Best of luck to you. We're going to toss it back over to the caster deck with Jerome, where he's got more to show you guys.
Would you believe that Duel Links has already been around 7 years? It's true. The 7th anniversary of Duel Links is going on right now, and its 7th anniversary celebration campaign kicked off in January and is continuing until now. And there's still plenty of time to get some awesome in-game items and rewards, like the 20-pack giveaway campaign or the free structure deck campaign, where you can get 20 packs, free packs from the 49th Speed Duel box and the first mini box. You can also get ultra rare cards like Swords of Going Light, Legend Skills, and other accessory items. So go ahead and make sure to log in during the campaign to collect your rewards. Now, let's take a look at one more update on our bounty duelists. Here they are, the 10 duelists selected at the beginning, playing for more booster packs every round. If they're defeated, then their opponents get all of their booster packs. Every round they win, they get to keep 2 of them. And it looks like Raymond's still doing pretty well up there at 6-1. We've got a couple of 5 and 2s, Zachary, Enzo, and Kush. Oh, so not a bad crop of bounty duelists this time. But if you want to put some faces to those names, let's take a look and meet our bounty duelists. All right, and while that's the end of our main feature match here in Round 8, that is not the end of our Round 8 coverage, because next up, we're going to take a look at our bonus feature for the round. So don't go away.
Hello everyone, Billy Brake here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. That's right, the YCS. And if you are born in the year 2010 or later, we have public events that are made just for you. That's right, the Dragon Duel public events. You can play with kids your own age, you get to bring your own deck, and win awesome prizes that you can only win from our Dragon Duel public events. So if you're a younger kid and you want to come check out the YCS, but maybe not enter the main event, we also have the awesome Dragon Duel public event you're going to want to check out at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series.
So we're down to the wire again. There's only one round left today, but don't forget, there are plenty of rounds tomorrow, but we do have a real treat. We've got some great professional duelists that you've definitely seen before on our stage, so I think it's going to be a good one. What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, here's the final round of Swiss on day one. No player wants to make it this far into the tournament and not be able to wake up tomorrow and continue to compete. So these players, what we would call on the bubble, are really hoping that their tournament doesn't come to an end here at round 9.
No, definitely not. Again, the YCS is a marathon, not a sprint. So you have to remember, you're not just planning just to breeze through the event. You've got to get through these 9 rounds. And let's talk about how we've gone through. Again, we started with 1,788 players. There's only 7 undefeated duelists left. So there's still a possibility, again, that we may give out that another Reverse Glutonia giant card. It'll be fun to give it because, again, these duelists really earned it. That is a long day, and they're going to have plenty of fun tomorrow, too. But looks like we'll be panning over to the stage here shortly for our duelists. Again, you probably are going to know this. This is Steven representing Columbus, and his favorite is Erratic Dragon, King of Atom.
Oh, that is a classic that we've seen in Dragon strategies over much of Yu-Gi-Oh's history, and he's up against Pack-a-Lot from New Jersey. New Jersey, his favorite card is Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. Well, that's an interesting choice.
Well, I mean, he'll do anything for his fans, but Yu-Gi-Oh's Exel jokes aside, these duelists are going to be gearing up for what appears to be a branded mirror match.
Yeah, so that Gimmick Puppet, again, kind of the precursor that predicts exactly what one of these players will be playing.
Good stuff there, and certainly not to be excluded there. Steven is a actual Yu-Gi-Oh judge who served quite a long time through some great events, so it's nice to see him here at the top tables as well. Again, those judges are no slouch. They're duelists just like you who give up their time so that your tournament experience can be better. So nice to see that he's getting a little tournament experience for himself today.
Yep, so we'll have these 2 branded matches, or these two branded duelists here in our final match of the day. This will be one of those matchups where the quantity of Bystials will actually matter quite a bit. You know, typically in branded, we see the 1 Lubellion, 1 Serenair. If either of these players happen to be playing more than that standard 1 Singleton Serenair, it could actually be quite advantageous in a matchup where the Bystials do quite a bit of work.
Yeah, and it's going to be one of those things where you have to put your light and darks in the graveyard for the branded deck to do what it is that it wants to do. But that just means you're technically playing into what your opponent wants you to do, but then that becomes kind of a head game on head game on head game when both players finally realize that they're effectively playing the same strategy.
Yeah, I think it'll be pretty quick and apparent to these players that it is in fact a mirror match. One of the indicators to that is if you have an entire turn uninterrupted by your opponent, it actually somewhat limits the possibilities of decks that they could be playing, because these decks don't traditionally play a lot of hand interactions. In a format where some decks are playing upwards of 20 hand interactions, if you have your entire branded turn uninterrupted, you might be passing back to your opponent considering it's probably not likely that they're playing Snake Eyes or one of those decks like Melodious perhaps that has all those hand interactions, which then limits the list of possibilities to potentially the mirror match. I also will say that Pack has recently been playing quite a bit of branded. He's been a big advocate of the branded Despia strategy that he's brought here this weekend. So if Steven's been aware of sort of Pack's recent tournament experiences, he might be able to just assume that he's playing branded based on that as well.
Ah, the life of a content creator. It is hard to keep secrets when you're on camera all the time, but a duelist like Pack-a-Lot just knows how to play through that. So we're going right into game 1. See our final round of the day at YCS Indianapolis.
Yes.
It looks like we have previously rolled the dice. And we're going to go. So Pac is going to go ahead and start this here.
Do I set my main?
So he has both fusion deployment and branded fusion. Why that's important to note is if his branded fusion were to be met by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, which we don't necessarily know is in Steven's deck, just kind of naturally when talking about the branded strategy, having that relatively recently released fusion duplication can be huge, because it would allow him to essentially still conduct that branded fusion. It just happened to occur on the opponent's turn.
No, absolutely. And Steven definitely has figured out what's going on. A smile on his face the second he saw that Albion the Shrouded Dragon. And we are seeing Quem hit the field. Taking a quick look at the hand there.
Pack has historically been known for playing quite a bit of the Starlight and Quarter Century, so of course we see a beautiful Starlight rare guiding Quem. He's also able to incorporate a variety of new cards from the recently released Rarity Collection 2. He probably has cards like Rimbrum, for example, in his extra deck in that beautiful Quarter Century Secret rare.
Well, branded fusion hitting there in the OTS Ultimate rare, so just a lot of high rolling here. But let's see what we're going to roll on out of the deck. Looks like it's Fallen of Albaz and Bestial Lubellion.
So one of the things here that he did was he sent the Mercurier to the graveyard. You need to be wary that if you play this strategy, you can actually use Mercurier's effect on the field. So with that Guiding Quem, once the Mercurier hits the field, that actually adds a layer of interaction. Or here, he's just going to banish it for the ability to search the deck for a Fallen Avowed card.
Chilling 1 Rebellion, discard for cost, talents. Chilling 2 Mercurier's ad.
Certainly heads up by Pac to go ahead and get rid of the triple tactics talent. Obviously, something would have happened by now if your opponent was, well, having anything in their hand that they could activate. But the triple tactics talent probably isn't going to do much and is an easy way to go ahead and grab that Blazing Cartesia.
In beautiful Starlight Rare, of course.
Oh, just an amazing collection here.
And here we have a Starlight Rare Neurojane.
I'll tribute this.
Yes.
For Abyssal Valley.
Yeah.
Declare that effect.
Yeah, I don't have a response. You're good.
Steven certainly knows how this deck plays because he is holding 5 cards from it in his hand.
He'll be placing the single copy of Branded Lost. I will say, placing it in that particular zone, just in general, is something that I try to avoid just because it might telegraph that you're not playing Infinite Impermanence. Not that Impermanence is terribly common. I only say that because in a format with Pendulum decks running around, or at least decks that incorporate the Melodious package, which of course has Pendulum, you often want to leave those zones open because if you do set a Infinite Impermanence, you can not only negate a monster on the field, but also shut off that Pendulum zone. Scaled.
It is true technically that the Melodious decks don't necessarily have the same level of hand interaction too, so you're absolutely right that Infinite Impermanence definitely isn't going to be here, but Steven sort of mulling over the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare hitting the graveyard there, and yes, we might see Pac's favorite card appear on the field.
It also seems to be the case that he's playing multiple copies of Mercurier, so this is really fantastic. Whenever you can set this up with Branded Lost on the field and then have the Mercurier in hand, it adds an extra layer of protection for your Gimmick Puppet, which, as we learned earlier, is in fact Pac's favorite card. So he'll be having the Fusion deployment for Branded Fusion in the graveyard as a backup plan if things don't go well, but of course we know he has Mercurier plus Gimmick Puppet, so you're going to presume that things go actually quite well for Pac here.
I'll activate Brandon Red, target Alpaz.
Alright, so Brandon Red's going to go ahead and bring that Alpaz back.
And this is how we are going to get Albion, the Sanctifier, onto the field.
Chilling 1, Brandon Loss. Chilling 2. Targeting the Puppet and the Albion.
Yeah.
And there's the Gimmick Puppet. The Nightmare has arrived.
Yu-Gi-Oh, man.
Yeah, no,
Pac says, that's Yu-Gi-Oh, man. I mean, Steven is playing Gimmick Puppet Nightmare himself, so it is only fair. Looks like Steven's elected to go to the full 60 cards, so if Pac didn't know previous what Steven was playing, the fact that he's playing 60 card also allows him to deduce that it's probably a limited list of decks, this being one of them. What's interesting is, because Steven's gone all the way up to 60 cards, there are some choices that he's elected to play that take advantage of that additional space. See, he has, for example, a Terra Elements Sheeran in his deck, which I think is actually in his hand.
Going to go ahead and concede before even revealing to his opponent what he's playing. So while there's a 60-card stack there, Pac hasn't seen a single card there. Although technically Gimmick Puppet Nightmare is on Steven's list, but I think he's figured it out. Pac musing to himself, now it's my turn to get Gimmick Puppet locked. So
yeah, Pac even just said the Gimmick Puppets will actually be pretty good as their own standalone strategy. And I will say, even though he didn't see any cards, no hand interactions whatsoever in 60 cards, you would almost guarantee that your opponent's on branded-based strategies, because we've seen branded-based strategies push well past 40 cards. Pac himself is playing 46 this weekend.
would have been funny, certainly, to see Gimmick Puppet Nightmare maybe get tributed off for Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, but unfortunately, I think that's really going to be a long shot of the duel. Oh, Duelists just joking there. They know what's going on. 9 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Will bring a smile to anyone's face if you were just in it for the love of the game, and both of these duelists absolutely are.
Yeah, as long as you're having fun, that's really the name of the game quite a bit for these events. Looking at the side decks, one thing that's interesting is both players are electing to side deck 3 copies of Crossout Designator. Pack has a single copy of Ash Blossom Enjoy Spring, so obviously he's trying to utilize that Crossout on Ash Blossom, whereas Steven is not only incorporating 3 copies of Crossout Designator, he actually just has 3 copies of Ash Blossom in his side deck. So we actually watched an entire game there where neither player had Ash Blossom in their main deck, though. Dream scenario for these branded strategies. Unfortunately, though, both these players at least have some quantity of Ash Blossom heading here into Game 2.
Going to be really interesting to see if the crossout designators come in. Both players clearly aware that they're both playing branded, so what a great way to just say, you know what? No, I think I'll go ahead and banish my own option to make sure that yours doesn't, so I can try to find another way to maybe even give it Puppet Lock, yeah.
Oh, I would guarantee beyond anything that crossout designator is going to make their way here into Game 2. I think it's an absolute guarantee because it gives you resistance against Gimmick Puppet, as you commented on earlier. It also allows you, for example, to establish a field. Maybe it doesn't end with Gimmick Puppet, but then you can set it and use it on, for example, your opponent's Branded Fusion. There are some other kind of corner cases. I know it negates the effect, but sometimes you can actually put cards into the banish pile that you want to have banished for one reason or another. Something that's important to note if you're playing a card like Crossout Designator, because it's not just that turn that matters. On sequential turns, sometimes it matters that you're able to put a card banished.
There's certainly a lot of decks that can do that. Branded included, of course, Chimera as well. Sometimes Branded Chimera wants to put it together, but now we're just seeing the Duelists just sort of gossip amongst themselves. Just 2 people who love Branded.
Because you have to have a regular board too, yeah. Just like, for example, you can lose it early, for example. Where like, if you make like a board where you focus on just trying to pop it, like you easily lose it early where like they have Delicious and Happy, you just can't beat on the pop it. And you can't reverse walk it.
Interesting here, Pack describes some of the things about Branded that he thinks are going on out there in the field, that some players tunnel vision so much into Gimmick Puppet they kind of lose sense of what their deck is capable of doing in the bigger picture. And not only do you need to establish Gimmick Puppet, you need to establish a field presence that is that will enable you to win on the second turn.
All right, so it looks like Steven is going to be going first here. So let's see how it pulls off, and maybe let's see how Psychic Puck may be if he does get Gimmick Puppet locked right off the bat. Duelist just waiting for clearance from the judge to go ahead and start, but it looks like we'll be getting that shortly. You were absolutely right. Pat guessed it from the 60 cards.
You don't get this far in the event playing 60 cards, and it'd be really something else. When you go into an event, you need to have a refined list of what you would anticipate playing, because you can make these assumptions, and they're really important.
So again, first, before we begin this duel, during the last round, the judges did give a penalty, mentioning that it was a UC minor, but in fact it wasn't. It was a PE minor for miscommunication. So again, just a procedural error minor for a warning. Not anything that's going to interrupt our game or keep anything going, but just as a clarification there for our viewers at home.
I think referring to last round, yeah. So this particular match has been flawless thus far. But with that being said, we're going to be heading here into Game 2. It'll give Steven the opportunity to see if he can combo back with his own Gimmick Puppet Nightmare.
Always happy to report the Yu-Gi-Oh! News to you at home, but right now, round 8 was in the past. It's time to go for round 9, game 2.
So it looks like he has a copy of Aliber. It looks like he has potentially a Branded Fusion already. If he doesn't have Branded Fusion in hand, he'll certainly be searching it here with this copy of Aliber. I do love how when you go all the way up to 60, you get to incorporate cards like the Fright for Patchwork package. I love having access to Guardian Chimera. That was one of my favorite cards in the original early variations of Branded, and I'm really glad to see it featured here.
Guardian Chimera is an excellent card for sure.
Yeah, it's probably been 1 or 2 years since we've seen this strategy. And the fact that the Guardian Chimera package is still viable, to me, some of the best aspects of this strategy.
Sometimes a card is just good right off the bat and continues to stay good, never kind of fades out. But it's true that we haven't seen Branded players use it as much, or the Illusion Chimera deck use it as much. But Branded Law is certainly a great way to get into the game here, giving a little bit of more of insurance policy there, just in case there were any other points there that Pakawat could jump in. But it looks like we are just going to go ahead and send Albaz, and it's got to be somebody else. So let's see what Steven chooses.
He already has that Branded in red. Again, as I commented on earlier, if you don't search Branded Fusion, you can assume the Branded Fusion was naturally drawn, which was the case here. So what'll be really great is he'll almost assuredly be able to search a copy of Mercurier, so he'll be able to go through his play with a little bit more protection than you would typically be able to. Ooh, he has a Pot of Desires in his hand. I do like that variation of the strategy that if you're going to play 60, you might as well play Pot of Desires, especially if you can search out some of the more important cards out of your deck, get that Gimmick Puppet out, for example, so there's not a lot of risk. Yeah, now this is what's going to allow him to eventually go into Granganol to get the Gimmick Puppet out of his deck. Absolutely, this is protected by Mercurier, and then the Pot of Desires will be able to activate Resolve with no fear of banishing the Gimmick Puppet. So the question here now for Pakawat is, will he have a copy of Forbidden Droplet in his hand? But the only interaction that he has...
Certainly a shout out there to Battles of Legends Chapter 1. The reprint set did have a great ultra rare copy of that Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. You don't have to look hard to find a good copy of the card.
Is that a variation that has that sort of rare ultra rare printing, if you know what I'm referring to?
Yes, it is. It is.
Yeah, that was a really cool... I don't think a rarity that ever previously really existed.
Now, speaking of variations here, though, we are going to go ahead and see the Pot of Desires. You really don't see Pot of Desires in Fusion decks that often because they need their resources, specific names and specific cards. But once you get rid of all those in a 60-card deck, sure, you've got extra, so go ahead and banish 10 and draw 2.
And Pac is no stranger to this. I think he actually played a variation with Pot of Desires at a regional or two recently. As I commented on, he's been playing Branded really for the duration of this format.
It's certainly a fun way to engage in the format and have a lot of flexibility in your deck. There's no one correct Branded list, unlike some other popular decks where everyone sort of settles on this is what we believe you should play. Pac being his own individual, he's just going to play what he wants, and it is paying off, at least for that first game. Now we're seeing Allure of Darkness to draw 2, and there are some darks. We're going to banish Mercurier.
So some people refer to this as sort of the 60 card but turbo draw when you incorporate Desires plus Allure of Darkness. You even have cards like Talent that obviously can draw 2, so you've got quite the ability to draw on your opening turn.
And with all those being normal spells, Triple Tactics Thrust feels pretty good too.
And here is Spriggan's Kit, which is going to allow him to return the Branded opening from his graveyard and then put another card in his hand at the bottom of the deck. As I commented on in a previous feature match, that is the way that you can actually recycle some singletons that you might not necessarily be able to recycle. I mean, cards like Despian Tragedy, but just knowing that you have additional layers of recycling in your deck is really important. You can tell that Steven is in fact the judge, as you commented on. He just wanted to double check to make sure that he could resolve his patchwork before activating it, as opposed to activating it and finding out the bad news.
I mean, you don't have to have a judge certification to check your cards, but it certainly helps when you're in the experience, in the vibe of going ahead and checking those so often, helping players do the same. Again, it's one of those things where always make sure to read the tournament policy guidelines, even if you aren't a judge, because it lets you know what it is what you're getting into in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Competition. You're not just playing the game, you've entered an event and have to follow those rules. But speaking of the rules, once he verified that, he did know that he had that, so grabbing a Platinum Secret Rare Polymerization there from Rarity Collection 2.
Yeah, that one really pops.
It's like, I might as well just get it all right.
Ooh, and he drew Tragedy, which is going to get him an additional search. Probably going to search something like maybe Ad Libitum, because I know he has Branded in red. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. So that singleton copy of Ad Libitum.
Sorry. I apologize.
Back smiling there, just very excited to see Branded plays. Obviously, it's his favorite deck.
As long as that has Gimmick Puppet, right? Because that is his favorite card.
Gimmick Puppet. Luckily, he did see the Gimmick Puppet in the graveyard there, so...
Alright,
Alright, here's the Forbidden Droplet check. That's really the only practical counterplay that Pac has.
Ooh, here comes the puppets.
What do you want? Is good? Yeah.
But Pac even asks what zone he wants to put the Gimmick Puppet in.
Steven just rifling through there and grabbing a Branded opening.
You got an opening, right? Yes. Main phase? Yes.
Alright, Pac's going to play through. I was about to say, I'm not really sure what he can do, but I guess you want to see the two cards.
Both players excited about their deck, but understanding that this controlling strategy, while it has a bunch of giant monsters that could do damage, really the central linchpin of their strategy is Pakawat's favorite card, right? It is the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. And it is a nightmare for the opponent, but they both know that, so we're about to go into Game 3, with Puck likely going first there and maybe being able to set up the same. So it's going to come to one last series of interactions there with a very complicated road to get there, right? That's what's so interesting about the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. It's not like one of these classic cards that sort of slows the game down where you just slap it on the board and that's it. You have to do a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Effectively to duel your way to the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare to get it on the board.
Yeah, any of the real typical fusion lines can usually result in it, even if it's kind of a watered down, though Pac did comment on how sometimes if you tunnel vision into it and you forego some of the other advantages that you can get along the way, you might not actually have enough gas to win on the turns that follow. But yeah, typically if you are able to establish Gimmick Puppet, especially in this matchup, the one thing about the branded mirror match is this isn't one of those decks that has 20 hand interactions. An Infinite Impermanence, an Ash Blossom, a Ghostborner here or there slowly but surely whittles down what can be coupled next to the Gimmick Puppet lock. In this particular matchup, though, when they're only playing a handful of interactions, I'm talking about literally just the Ash Blossom from the side and a copy of Bastille Serenir in Pac's deck, it actually doesn't look like Steven has any Bastilles in his strategy, which is interesting in a 60-card deck list, might I add, that at the end of the day, it's not only often just going to be Gimmick Puppet, it's going to be Gimmick Puppet plus an additional handful of other fusion monsters or other monsters, which just inevitably makes it so that on the second turn, third turn, you're too far ahead.
Well, using the metaphor backward, when you see the trees for the forest, technically the lack of the Bastilles may be that Steven really wants to make sure that he starts some kind of combo. And when you look at the deck in its entirety, it's almost all just draw, 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 search, 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 special summon, special summon, special summon. And so what he's foregone effectively is really any measure of control outside of a small line of trap cards. But effectively, he's just really trying to do the Gimmick Puppet lock with whatever combination of cards. Just like you said, there's so many roads to get there. With 60 cards, you just have a bunch of different exits to choose on that highway to the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare.
I still think I would play the Bastilles. He's playing a card like Tier Element Sharon, which is an interesting card when you're playing 60 cards and you have all that space if you're willing to go up there. But I still think I would try to incorporate the Bastille package. I really value getting access to Branded Lost more reliably, especially in the hands where you can search out a McCourier, and that way when you pass to the opponent, you have McCourier to back up the Gimmick Puppet lock. So it is surprising to me to see that Steven has elected not to incorporate a Bastille in his main deck or side deck, and it's not like if you have that Serenir and Lubellion, it's too much of a commitment. But nevertheless, we're heading here into Game 3, which would presumably be our final game of Day 1. We are here in our Round 9 feature match. Pac will be going first.
Even the judge can comment on the fact that these duelists are just so happy to be here. And again, it just shows you for the love of the game, win, lose, or draw, you are doing what it is that you love.
So it looks like he has a copy of Branded. Okay, I thought he had Branded Opening, but it looks like he's regardless elected to start off with a beautiful new Quarter Century Secret Rare, which also came out in Rarity Collection 2 of Fusion Deployment. This deck actually got quite a few new cards, from Rinbrum to, of course, Fusion Deployment, Alibur itself.
There's certainly some great stuff there, and technically Guardian Chimera, people went back to it, Ryan.
Oh, yes, you're right. I think all these strategies, because they play Brandon Red, need to play Guardian Chimera, so you're absolutely true. All right with that. That's another one.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Well, everyone's a winner in that set, but we can only have one winner here, so...
So here's a good interaction for those of you that play Branded at home. Branded Opening doesn't require you to special summon the monster. You can add it to your hand. So what Pac here did is he put the Despian Tragedy to his hand. That way he could banish it off of the Allure of Darkness and then activate the Tragedy effects. This was essentially the same ultimate outcome, which is to get Alibur into his hand. But he was able to do it in such a way that he got a free bit of card advantage through the draw. Yeah. And not that we think that Steven has any hand interactions in his hand, but now he's able to summon the Alibur with that Blazing Cortesia to protect him from something like Infinite Impermanence. So, of course, that isn't in Steven's deck at all anyway. Wow. No,
oh, man.
Pac even has the Fusion Deployment, which, again, he was able to naturally draw, which means that even if he was hit with an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, there's actually still a chance that he would be able to establish Gimmick Puppet.
We're using many of the same fusion materials here, so Fallen of Elbaz plus the Bestial Lubellion equals Albion. Going to go ahead and get rid of Fallen of Elbaz and Alubra, the Jester of Despia. Rivals combine to form a new fusion monster, and it's going to be Lubellion.
Who's going to discard Spriggan's Kit? I think he has a copy of Branded in High Spirits in his hand, which could have been another discard, but he elected to instead discard the kit. Putting 2 back, and now he's going to put Mirror Jade on the field. And now he's going to presumably summon his Lubellion by sending the Albion. Now he's going to get Branded Lost.
Just great resources. Again, there's a reason why this deck will pilot you this far into the tournament. Obviously, you got to be a good duelist. We've got 2 of them before us, but it really shows you that while people are saying, oh, you know, Fire is the most popular deck, you really can play what you want. Pac and Steven are showing exactly that.
Now he'll have the Branded Lost on the field for his fusion summon of Granganol. So this is where he'll be able to search his deck for a copy of Mercourier. Now, Pat commented sort of in the back and forth between games 1 and 2 that some people, as I mentioned, tunnel vision into Gimmick Puppet, but it's important to establish other aspects of the Branded strategy, which he was absolutely able to do here by putting Mirror Jade on the field, in addition to what we'll eventually see here as he is working his way towards the Gimmick Puppet lock. So, Gimmick Puppet sent to the graveyard through Granganol's effects.
Lost resolves?
Yeah.
So it actually looks like he's going to have to add Fallen of Albaz to his hand, or probably Albion the Shrouded Dragon to get Fallen of Albaz into the graveyard, because he doesn't have the Fallen of Albaz in the graveyard for the Branded in red that would allow him to go into Sanctifier.
Well, certainly the path that he took, so Albaz hits the graveyard, and there's the Branded High Spirits.
Oh, so this is one of the ways that he can do it, because he can still activate the Shrouded Dragon's effect in the graveyard to put itself at the bottom of the deck to send the Fallen of Albaz to the graveyard. But in doing it in this way, he's able to get a little bit of additional advantage and search out a copy of Mercourier.
Mercourier certainly showing up in spades. Typically in early Branded decks, I feel like I only saw maybe one of them being run, so it's nice to actually see people using it not only for its negation effect, but also for its banish effect there too.
Yeah, it's a really fantastic sequencing here from Pakawat, because he essentially got to more or less the same game state that he would typically have if he just searched out the Albion, but now he has the Titanic Clad in the graveyard, so he's just going to get additional effects during the end phase, and then that Branded and High Spirits bounces back to the hand anyway. So he'll have the Cartasia, the Branded and High Spirits back to his hand, the Branded and Red set, he has the Fallen of Albaz. He has everything he needs. Yeah, so now he'll be able to send whatever he needs off of the Quem that was special summoned during the end phase through the effect of Titanic Clad. So really showing you how you can maximize every bit with this particular strategy to make it so that if the Gimmick Puppet itself is met by, let's say, something like Forbidden Droplet, or of course you would do it to Sanctifier itself, there'll be an additional layer of interaction just by virtue of having the Branded cards.
Definitely respecting his opponent, passing things, and here we go.
Ooh, it looks like he has Branded opening, but I think he has Droplet as well.
That Forbidden Droplet is going to be game-changing, discarding the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare.
We both got to agree.
That unfortunately means he won't have Cross-Out Designator.
I mean, if you want to keep going, yeah. You want to give me a turn, sure, yeah.
Both duels having a great time up there again. It's just so nice to see that after 9 rounds, these duelists aren't miserable. They're having a good time. But as we search into the deck here, it's like we are going to grab. It's like we might have set aside a Quem. So it's going to be a Luber.
Luber's effect, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he does have Droplet. It'll be interesting to see how Pac navigates this.
The timing of Droplet is really going to determine the fate of this duel.
Okay.
Looks like we're just going to let that go. Practically getting a 60-card deck profile there. As we search deep in the deck to grab, we're going to quick look at the hand just to make sure what our targets may be. Steven finally elects to get like
yeah,
one Branded lost, yeah.
Yeah.
Mirror Jet effect. targeting Rinbro.
And another Platinum Secret Rare, that is Rinbrom, I say.
Is it resolved?
Yeah, this is a problem with the droplet is even if he tries to use droplet, the Branded Lost is going to protect, well, not protect, outright stop any chain with Sanctifier. So he's going to have to try and use droplet at some point earlier on if he wants to use it at all, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case here.
Effect of Quem targeting.
Taking just a moment to figure out what we're targeting here. The Cartesia is going to be what we're going for, and now I think the Forbidden Droplet's coming down. What shall we get rid of? Looks like it might just be the Aluber going to the graveyard to negate some effects and have some attacks.
Just one. Yeah, that's good. Looking on res.
Nothing on resolution. Back moving back into the turn player priority seat. Take a look at the graveyard, thinking what might come next here. So let's see what our Branded Fusion yields. Unfortunately, that Forbidden Droplet had to be activated, but it's not going to get you any further.
Yeah, with Branded Lost, I don't think it ends up mattering anyway, because with the protection that Branded Lost provides. So it's just one of those things that it's almost like Pack has just threatened Gimmick Puppet. I'm kind of curious why he didn't just do it earlier, but he's had the ability to summon it throughout the duration of this turn, quite frankly.
Turn, I think we're still in the draw phase.
Yeah, that's true.
But it does feel like one because of so many interactions going back and forth and back and forth. Here comes Albion.
Yep. So now he'll get his Branded Lost Search, and then Albion, and again, he's all protected here because of Branded Lost. Yeah, it's really rough. Forbidden Droplet is one of the only cards that can deal with Sanctifier, but with Branded Lost, it ultimately doesn't matter. It's another one of the reasons why I think it's interesting that Steven's not playing Lubellion in his deck, because in a format where Forbidden Droplet is going to be one of the most common outs to the Gimmick Puppet lock, having access to Branded Lost so frequently makes it so that that's just not likely going to happen.
But it's just like you said, the Branded Lock is even easier to perform with Fusion Duplication, and
Wow.
the crowd jeers at the two Gimmick Puppet Nightmares, one on each side of the field again. You'll do anything for your fans, and there they are cheering to the best of their ability.
Talk about a
Gimmick
sense of
Puppet
humor.
on Gimmick Puppet. It's like an episode
Wow.
of the anime here as we are in Indianapolis.
The crowd is cheering. Look at that. That is amazing.
Just great reactions, but now I think we may still actually be playing here. As Steven Deepstick in the deck, there was certainly a lot of cheering there, but we haven't had any concessions yet. This game is still going.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, for all intents and purposes, probably done, but I can respect continuing on.
No, I would certainly think it would be over too, but no, two great Gimmick Puppets just deserve to see each other on the field, meet on the face of battle.
Yeah, so just to be clear, although Pack has probably, for all intents and purposes, put himself into an insurmountable amount of advantage, they are going to continue to play on at least a little bit longer. The problem here is that he can just reestablish the Gimmick Puppet lock by attacking over the Gimmick Puppet.
Bringing out two monsters, it's always fun when your opponent's got one too.
Sure.
Whatever, will I say? The card that you had a good read on.
Yeah.
I need you.
Yeah.
So taking a look for what we're going to send to the graveyard here. Looks like it might be that Ad Libitum. No, maybe instead a Looper.
So I'll resolve red. No more puppet.
Glad to see that we've got plenty of Gimmick Puppet fans. Again, with the Infinite Forbidden releases, we'll be hearing plenty of cheers for this deck.
I can't tell if that's a quarter century secret or a platinum, but it's definitely one of the new rarities of Guardian Chimera from Rarity Collection 2.
I want to say that looks like a platinum rare,
Oh, wait,
but
I guess I have to draw first, but it doesn't, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Again, shows you that Rarity Collection 2 really made an impact on so many different decks, but definitely on Branded.
Yeah. Switch to attack mode.
Yeah.
Effects, discard.
Something out of Albaz, getting rid of the Shrouded Dragon there. And Lubellion's going to say hello, discarding Blazing Cartesia, and using as our fusion materials Lubellion itself. And that feels like maybe we are going to see it. Wow, okay.
How was his name?
Lubellion.
Oh,
Yeah.
That, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, showing off Renatus, another Starlight Rare.
Yeah.
Don't see Renatus every day.
You do because of Tempai Dragon, actually.
Oh, that's true, that's
suddenly,
true.
It gives you this weird point of interaction. Wow.
And now we can applaud for our winner again, Pakawat taking it not prematurely there at the right time. Everybody got very excited to see the play there, but just two puppeteers just having a smile at the end of a very long day here. But again, Pakawat is our match winner, and just an incredible set of duels there. You know, it's one thing, some duelists, it's not their favorite deck to see, but again, that is the way that it's supposed to be done. That is what it looks like for two players to have a game plan that they both know and have to execute against each other, and it can still have a little bit of humor about it.
I really think, even though Steven's playing 60 cards, that difference with the ability for Pack to always have Branded Lost up to add additional protection against the one main point of interaction, the Forbidden Droplet, was really the critical part there. Pack was able to establish the Gimmick Puppet Block with Branded Lost, both games 1 and 3. In game 3, we saw Steven with Forbidden Droplet, but it didn't ultimately matter.
Just great stuff there, and it shows you that, hey, if you think that Brandon can't take the top spot, well, you were maybe wrong, because Brandon is still up here at the top tables, inching Pac all the way through the bubble. And don't go away, because we'll get a chance to have our final interview for the day with Pac, just to ask him how it felt to go through that crazy duel. Don't go away.
So it was like really crazy.
with the final winner of the day, a duelist who needs no introduction, but we'll say it anyway. Pakawat, I gotta say, you've been up on the stage multiple times, but have you ever had a crowd just cheer like that at a random play?
Nah, definitely not. Definitely not like specific plays or anything like that, but that was cool.
It's great energy for a tournament like this. I gotta say, you just had such a great attitude, you know, and a lot of times when people run into decks, especially decks like yours that have that controlling effect of them, they don't have just such a great sportsmanship about it. And your opponent did too, so how did it feel once you figured out, okay, it's 60 cards, I'm not taking any interactions, I know what I'm going against?
I knew I was gonna have to play the mirror when he was playing 60 cards. I'm a big fan of like the 60 card Despot deck myself. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what can you do, right? Like you can only control what you can. So that's something that you can't really done better with. So yeah.
Makes sense, makes sense. Well, again, this is only the end of day one. You've got a full day ahead of you, so we won't keep you long. But how are you feeling going into day two tomorrow about this YCS?
I just got to win 2 more and just hope for the best. Yeah, so Swiss pairing roulette, so we'll see.
All right, well, we wish you the best of luck, and we'll see all of you viewers at home. But before we go, let's send it back to the desk to talk to all of our casters about this entire deck.
That was an exciting day of dueling. All 9 rounds. I mean, for a lot of players, I think when you start off going into the competitive scene, playing the first 9 rounds and going into day 2 is like the first achievement. Making to top cut is the next one, and then hitting the top 8, and then eventually, of course, winning the entire title. I mean, good job for everyone that make it all the way through.
Yeah, for me, I'm still just really happy that I'm out of YCS for the first time in a very long time. I've had a great day today so far. We saw all sorts of different things going on. A lot of decks that we didn't see just a couple of months ago. And some of that's legacy of destruction, introducing new cards into the format, and just part of it's also people just experimenting more. That's one of the things that I've really liked over the last regional season and the national season is just seeing people, branch out a little bit, try a lot of the different powerful cards that are out there. So it's been great watching all these duels this weekend.
Yeah, to go off of that, I think the Melodious strategy is the classic case of experimenting. Looking at, although it hasn't always been in the feature match area, going up and down the tables between rounds, I've seen Melodious Pure, I've seen Melodious Snake Eyes, I've seen Melodious with Chimera, I've seen Melodious with Voiceless Voice, so players are incorporating some of these new cards and not just going with those stock Snake Eye strategies. So for me, it'll be interesting to see if a deck like Melodious and any of those variations can eventually make their way into the top 32. It's probably one of my favorite newer released decks.
Well, we've got 2 more Swiss rounds tomorrow morning before we get there. And I hope that everybody will come on back and join us tomorrow bright and early. Remember, it starts 1 hour earlier than usual. So don't be late. We'll see you then. Have a good night.